Lord of the Mysteries 2, Audiobook, Part 42.
Chapter 1026, Helper. After Lumian, Jenna, and Franca had each left the rental house in Shinhong district, Anthony waited for a moment before saying to Ludwig, "Keep eating, I'm heading back to the real world for a bit." Machem. Ludwig, mouthful of food, didn't have time to reply properly. Anthony leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. As a dreamwalker, he didn't need to perform any complicated actions to easily return to the real world. Upon opening his eyes in a room of the luxurious Trier mansion, Anthony instinctively rolled out of bed. At the same time, Madame Justice's voice echoed in his mind, "Come to 2 of Cups' room." Anthony immediately left his room and headed to Franca's bedroom, which was closer to the staircase. He lightly knocked on the wooden door. "Come in." Madame Justice's gentle voice came from inside. As soon as Anthony pushed open the door, he was met with multiple figures. There was Mr. Starr standing in front of the bright window, wearing red gloves, a man sitting in a dim corner, his eyes crimson and his chin slightly raised, a rugged-looking man with bronze skin and blue hair, leaning against the minibar, holding a glass of Lanty Proof. On either side of the long sofa were Madame Magician and Madame Judgment. Ma'am Hermit was sitting on a single-seater, wearing glasses and flipping through a book. Madame Justice sat by Franca's bed with Susie nearby, and a young man, over 2 meters tall, with simple white robes, paced at the foot of the bed. Anthony scanned the room and respectfully said, "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have something to tell us?" Madame Justice turned her body slightly. Anthony repeated Lumian's instructions in full, without leaving out a single detail. Madame Justice nodded thoughtfully. "I understand." At that moment, the tall, brown-haired young man shifted his gaze to the other major arcana card holders and said in a calm voice, "From now on, no one is to leave this room." As his voice echoed, the brilliant sunlight, brighter than the sky outside, flooded the bedroom, banishing all shadows and darkness, leaving no corner untouched. Inside the administrative department of the Intis Group at the Tech Building. "Haha, kids can be impulsive, coming to Yandu for Y College?" Luo Shan sent Zhou Mingrui a message, holding her phone. This was a continuation of their earlier conversation and also a way to monitor Zhou Mingrui's current state. Luo Shan believed that chatting with Zhou Mingrui on and off would allow her to keep abreast of his movements in a timely manner. While waiting for his reply, Luo Shan found herself unable to sit or stand still. She walked around but couldn't calm the waves of anxiety in her heart. She sat back down, grabbed some paper and a pen, hoping to ease her complex, tangled emotions by drawing. Scribble. 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 Luo Shan scribbled on the paper aimlessly. As time slowly passed, her sketch gradually took shape. It depicted a girl, guarding behind a black barrier, fighting off childlike monsters. Luo Shan had drawn a version of herself deep into the night, standing as a protector. When she saw the half-finished drawing, Luo Shan froze. After a few seconds, she pressed her lips tightly together. She stood up abruptly and rushed to Deputy Director Zhang Qing's office, speaking urgently, "Director Zhang, I'd like to take half a day off. Yandu High-Speed Rail Station, arrival level." Lumian and Jenna stood in front of the large display screen, checking the exit for Josas's train. "South Exit 3, arriving in 6 minutes, Jenna said, referencing the information Luo Shan had provided, locating the correct train. "I told you we had extra time," Lumian, in his male form, chuckled and walked with Jenna towards South Exit 3. They didn't get too close, keeping a distance of about 20 to 30 meters, hiding near the taxi lane entrance while watching the target area. The 2 demonesses quickly spotted Zhou Mingrui. Because the Intis Group had strong air conditioning and he had rushed out in a hurry. Zhou Mingrui was wearing a white t-shirt under an orange and black plaid shirt, looking as if he had been waiting for a while. Neither Jenna nor Lumian spoke, quietly observing. After 2 or 3 minutes, Jenna suddenly pointed in a direction and whispered, "Luo Shan. Why is she here?" Following Jenna's lead, Lumian saw Luo Shan, dressed in a blouse and skirt, walking towards South Exit 3, glancing around as she moved. Call her over, don't let her disturb Zhou Mingrui. Lumian instructed Jenna. Jenna had already been thinking the same thing. Using her assassin footwork, she quickly and discreetly approached Luoshan, appearing right in front of her. Luoshan jumped in surprise, then opened her mouth in delighted shock. Jenna raised a finger to her lips, signaling Luoshan not to speak. Luoshan immediately closed her mouth and followed Jenna to the taxi lane entrance by South Exit 2. When Luoshan saw who was waiting with Jenna, she could no longer contain herself, pointing at Lumian and stammering, You. Isn't this the dropout, Li Ming, who had a child when he was still a teenager? Is he in league with Luo Fu, Jian Na, and Lumina? What a coincidence. Lumian smiled. He gestured toward Jenna. She's the mother of the child. Oh. Luoshan suddenly felt a bit excited. That explains it. That is their relationship. Suddenly learning this private detail about her friends dispelled much of Luoshan's tension and anxiety. Jenna finally asked, Why did you come to the station? Luoshan's expression instantly darkened. She bit her lip and said, I wanted to help you. I think I can be of help. As she spoke, her tone grew firmer. Lumian was silent for a few seconds before saying, Okay. He glanced towards South Exit 3 and casually added, For now, there's nothing else to do but observe. Okay. This was Luoshan's first time taking part in an operation like this, so she had no objections. Looking back at Zhou Mingrui, Jenna thought aloud. If Zhou Sasa really is a problem, if she's meant to make Zhou Mingrui produce a stable mirror person in the special mirror world, what would she do? Having experienced the events relating to the hostel and with more Unaging, Jenna had a deep understanding of the special mirror world. She knew that to produce a stable, long-term mirror person in that world, the person either had to be a descendant of the primordial demonis or certain fourth epoch trier nobles, or they had to be exposed to the overflow of corruption from the special mirror world, namely, frequent activity in underground trier. However, in the Dream City, there was no real special mirror world. It was hidden deep within the mirror world, without any overflow of corruption. So, making Zhou Mingrui truly come into contact with the special mirror world was no easy task. Lumian thought for a few seconds. I don't know. His calm, steady tone made Luoshan suddenly feel that things might not be as bad as she had imagined. A few more minutes passed, and passengers started coming through the gates at South Exit 3. Jenna and Luoshan's nerves immediately tightened. Before long, they saw Zhou Mingrui smile and walk toward the exit. There, a young girl emerged, wearing a black dress that made her seem more mature than her age. Her suitcase was also dark-colored, without any fluffy toys attached like many young women would have, but instead, it had a mechanical-looking transformer hanging from it. Her backpack wasn't cute either, black, made of synthetic leather, and large enough to hang a silver-white pocket watch with vine and leaf patterns on one side. Her style is very similar to reality's Melissa Moretti. Jenna muttered under her breath. Luoshan couldn't help but glance at her. When Zhou Sasa saw Zhou Mingrui approaching, she smiled brightly, waving her hand. Mingrui, she called out sweetly. At that moment, she finally showed a hint of youthful charm. Perfect timing, I'll take you out for a big meal. Zhou Mingrui grinned as he took his sister's suitcase. Mingrui, I fixed the pocket watch. Zhou Sasa pulled the silver-white pocket watch with vine and leaf patterns from the side of her black backpack, showing it off to Zhou Mingrui. Click. She pressed lightly on the top of the watch, and the silver-white cover popped open. Almost simultaneously, Lumian and Jenna's eyes narrowed. With their eagle-like vision, they noticed that the glass on the watch's face was dark, almost pure black, but still transparent enough to see the hands and numbers on the dial. That glass gave both Lumian and Jenna a strong sense of familiarity, a familiarity rooted in their spiritual intuition and memory. It was a fragment of the special mirror world. They each possessed a piece of the special mirror world fragment. Is Zhou Sasa planning to use that pocket watch and the fragment of the special mirror world to make Zhou Mingrui generate a stable mirror person? Jenna whispered, but instinctively kept her voice low. She immediately recalled something. The fragment of the special mirror world that Lumian possessed had come from the reanimated Panatia, who had originally been arranged as Zhou Mingrui's lover and eventually his wife. Was her intended function not only to stabilize Zhou Mingrui's mental state but also, after Zaratulstra's frontal attempt failed, to use that fragment of the special mirror world to somehow corrupt Zhou Mingrui, so that a stable mirror person could be born? No wonder she has a fragment of the special mirror world. The celestial worthy always prepares multiple 3, or even more contingencies. Jenna Bop suddenly realized. She quickly said to Lumian, "We need to find a way to steal that pocket watch. We can't let Zhou Mingrui come into too much contact with it." Lumian also thought of the reanimated Panatia and observed for a few seconds before saying, "That pocket watch seems to hold significant sentimental value for Zhou Mingrui. He's holding onto it tightly. Taking it from under his nose won't be easy." At this point, Zhou Mingrui had taken the silver-white pocket watch and was inspecting it repeatedly, looking very pleased. Jenna understood Lumian's concern. Not just difficult, nearly impossible, and extremely risky. What Zhou Mingrui wanted to protect was what the dream's subconscious wanted to protect. Chapter 1027, What is Real? As Jenna quickly tried to think of a way to take the silver pocket watch from Zhou Mingrui, Luo Shan suddenly spoke up. "I'll go." Jenna and Lumian both turned to look at Luo Shan at the same time. Luo Shan flashed a smile that said, "It's no big deal. I know Zhou Mingrui. We're on good terms, we're close colleagues. It'll be easier for me to get close to him than you two. Although he's somewhat suspicious of me now and knows I have beyonder powers, and he's picked up on my hints, overall, he should still see me as an ally. Someone on his side. Right? My analysis is correct, isn't it?" Luo Shan showed a lack of confidence in these kinds of matters. Before Lumian or Jenna could respond, she gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "Zhou Mingrui might be wary, might be on guard, but he'd never suspect that my target is the pocket watch. And besides..." She paused for a moment and then added, "You two are outsiders. Even if you just trigger his suspicions, he might kick you out, but I won't. I'm from here. At most, I just need to be a little more careful afterward." "No, it's still dangerous." Jenna warned Luo Shan seriously. "We've never tried having someone like you directly confront Zhou Mingrui or do anything to him, so we can't predict what might happen or what the worst outcome might be. And judging by similar cases, you could end up with a light suddenly falling from the ceiling, smashing your head, killing you instantly, or you could drop dead the moment you touch that pocket watch." Luo Shan's expression turned solemn. She nodded slowly and said, "I know." Before Jenna or Lumian could try to dissuade her further, she unexpectedly asked in a low voice, "What is the real me like?" While Lumian was observing Zhou Mingrui and Zhou Sasa, Jenna fell silent for 2 seconds and then answered, "She's a civilian staff at the police station. Her father was also an official beyonder, but he died in a beyonder disaster. She's lively, though a bit lazy, but her colleagues really like her. They all treat her like a little sister. She's married now, with a lovely child." Luo Shan listened intently, and after a few seconds, she said, "Isn't that another version of me?" "It really is another me." Her eyes flickered as she looked at Jenna, and with a hint of playfulness, she said, "If you ever meet her, please tell her, I envy her." Hearing this, Jenna suddenly felt a lump in her throat, and emotions swirled in her chest, making it hard to speak. Luo Shan slowly straightened her back. "And also tell her, I have my own pride, and I've had experiences she might envy." Luo Shan's serious expression gradually softened, as though she was talking to herself. "I've been reflecting a lot lately, thinking about my past. My mother was so real, my interactions with her were so real. My father was real, too, and his sacrifice was just as real. My childhood, my middle school, high school, college, and my work experiences, all those details, all those moments, they were so real. I can still remember the smell of my mom, the taste of her best dish, eggplant with pork. I can remember where my dad's police uniform had a hole burned by a cigarette, where he hid snacks he bought for me. To you, these might be part of a dreamscape, but to me, they couldn't be more real. They are the meaning of my existence. And because of those memories and that past, I feel real. No matter how you see it. Now, I'm going to do something I've always dreamed of. It will make me even more real. It will give my life more meaning, no longer just a dream or someone else's fantasy. Before Jenna could respond, Lumian suddenly said, "All right. You approach Zhou Mingrui and find a way to steal that pocket watch." Luo Shan was stunned, not expecting Lumian to agree so quickly. In the blink of an eye, a smile appeared on her face, a smile filled with pride and nostalgia. She looked at Jenna and asked softly, If this dream breaks apart and you two leave alive, will you remember me? Will you remember that there was a Luo Shan and the things I did?" Jenna's vision blurred instantly, and she choked up as she said, "I will. I'll always remember that I had a friend named Luo Shan. She was lively and kind, though a bit lazy. She was a girl who always missed her mom, but she had a strong sense of justice, just like her father." Luo Shan smiled, full of relief. "That means I really lived. My life was real." She took a deep breath and pointed toward Zhou Mingrui and Zhou Sasa. "I have to hurry. They're almost at the entrance to the ride-hailing parking lot." "All right," Lumian and Jenna replied briefly. Luo Shan took a step toward the exit but suddenly turned around, flashing a bright smile at Jenna and Lumian. With a mix of nerves and excitement, she said, "I can be a guardian too." Without waiting for a response, she turned back and ran toward Zhou Mingrui and Zhou Sasa, wearing her blouse and skirt. She used her reporter ability in small bursts, speeding up quickly, moving as gracefully and nimbly as a young deer. Lumian watched her back and softly repeated her words, "Guardian." Inside Crimson Moon Hospital. In a dimly lit patient room, with the curtains drawn, even though it was noon, Anthony used the last remaining mirror traversal effect of the ice mirror charm, bringing himself and Ludwig out of the bathroom mirror. They walked over to the hospital bed, where Anthony studied in Xiaotian's head. There were centipede-like stitches across his scalp, and his face was covered with thick, dark facial hair. After a few seconds, Anthony turned to Ludwig and asked, "Can he be cured?" "I don't know. We'll have to try and see," Ludwig replied. He plucked a golden mushroom from the cracked corner of his eye and chewed it down. The efficacy of the spores he absorbed from mushrooms to heal in Xiaotian was uncertain. This wasn't something a gourmet typically dealt with. Anthony surveyed the room before pulling out a blank sketchbook and a pencil. He set the book down on the TV table and quickly began sketching. Before long, he finished a drawing. It was a complex maze, but every path seemed to be blocked. Anthony carefully tore out the sketch, packed away the remaining pages, and cautiously walked to the door. Using his psychological invisibility ability, he opened the door just a crack and placed the drawing against it. The sketch shimmered for a moment and then melded seamlessly with the door. With that done, Anthony observed the bustling nurses and wandering patients in the hallway before retreating back inside, closing the door behind him. He turned to Ludwig and said, "Begin the treatment." Ludwig hesitated briefly before stepping forward in small, cautious steps. He stood next to Xiaotian's bed and placed both hands on the man's shaved head, which was covered with multiple scars and attached to various medical devices. In the next moment, a damp, fresh sensation emanated from Ludwig's body, making the air feel like a forest after the rain. Anthony waited patiently as the seconds ticked by. Suddenly, he noticed small lumps forming beneath the skin on Xiaotian's face, as if something was trying to push its way out. The lumps quickly retracted, shifting a few centimeters under the skin. On the monitors, the data for heart rate, blood pressure, and oxygen saturation began fluctuating rapidly. There's a response, but is it enough? Anthony held his breath without realizing it. He cast placate on himself, calming his nerves as he continued to wait. Another 20 seconds passed before Anthony noticed the room becoming even darker, though he wasn't sure if it was real or just his imagination. Then, all at once, the lumps beneath Xiaotian's skin surged to the surface, tearing through his flesh and scalp. They sprouted into various types of thumb-sized mushrooms. Some had fleshy, veined patterns, others were soft and white, oozing a milky substance. They kept growing, rapidly expanding until Xiaotian's entire head was covered in a dense cluster of fungi, leaving only his eyes, nose, and mouth visible. Beep! 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 The monitors blared, alarms going off as the data spiked wildly. Several nurses rushed over, one leading the way and another pushing a medical cart. But when they opened the door to the room, they didn't see the bed or the nearby bathroom. Instead, they were faced with a long hallway stretching into the unknown, with countless unmarked doors lining its sides. Normally, the nurses would have stepped back to check if they were in the wrong place, but instead, they ran forward, opening door after door, desperately trying to find the real entrance to the room. Amid the walling alarms, Anthony felt the room grow even darker. An ominous, dangerous energy began to fill the space. Ludwig withdrew his hands, stepped back to Anthony's side, and stared at the now mushroom-covered Xiaotian. Licking his lips, he said, "It worked." Just as he spoke, Xiaotian, still unconscious, suddenly sat bolt upright. Bzzz, the electrical appliances in the room, lights, TV, monitors all emitted a loud buzzing sound, so intense that it drowned out the beeping alarms. At that moment, Xiaotian, sitting up straight, opened his eyes. They were deep, dark, weathered, and slightly hollow. In stark contrast to the mushrooms growing all over his head, his eyes looked unnervingly normal and sane. Xiaotian opened his mouth and spat out countless tiny spores, his voice hoarse as he said, "Be careful." As soon as Anthony and Ludwig heard those words, they suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. The darkness around them seemed to solidify, closing in on them and pushing them out. Even with Anthony's mental fortitude and emotional control, he couldn't help but shiver, feeling the urge to flee the room. The next second, Xiaotian's voice turned sharp and piercing. "Be careful of Zhou Mingrui." Chapter 1028, The Medium. "Be careful of Zhou Mingrui." Xiaotian's voice echoed through the hospital room, drowning out the alarms from the monitoring equipment. While as Anthony struggled to hide his shock and out surprise, thunder rumbled outside. The sky over the entire dream city suddenly turned gray, as if the brilliant sunlight had been cut off by a layer of clouds. In Anthony's vision, Xiaotian's figure suddenly became blurry, sometimes expanding, sometimes contracting, like a hazy, confusing dream. The next second, Anthony and Ludwig felt the dream's strong rejection, sensing their rapid transformation into marionettes. Inside Yangdu high-speed rail station, Luoshan quickly caught up with Zhou Mingrui and Zhou Sasa, intercepting them before they turned onto the road leading to the parking lot. "Zhou Mingrui!" Luoshan called out. Zhou Mingrui, who had already put the silver pocket watch in his trouser pocket, turned around and looked at the rapidly approaching Luoshan with confusion. "Why are you here? Weren't you just at work in the office, slacking off and chatting with me?" Zhou Sasa looked at Luoshan, then at her brother, and smartly kept her mouth shut, saying nothing. Luoshan stopped within arm's reach of Zhou Mingrui and said urgently, "There's something important I need to tell you." "What could be so important that it couldn't be said over WeChat or phone, and you had to rush here to tell me in person?" Zhou Mingrui remembered Luoshan's previous warnings and looked at his colleague quizzically, waiting for her to continue. On her way over, Luoshan had already decided that today's strategy would be honesty. She said with a serious expression, "There's an item you shouldn't touch right now. I'm here to keep it safe for you." Taking advantage of Zhou Mingrui's confused thinking, she suddenly reached out with her hand, using the ultimate speed of a reporter. Zhou Mingrui couldn't dodge in time and Luoshan forcefully snatched the silver pocket watch with vine and leaf patterns from his trouser pocket. "This is it," Luoshan quickly explained. Zhou Mingrui, who instinctively wanted to grab it back, suddenly froze, looking at the pocket watch and muttering in disbelief. This? What could be wrong with it? This change also left the observing Zhou Sasa confused and bewildered. She blurted out, "Mingrui, what's going on? What are you two talking about? Are the two of you flirting?" Zhou Mingrui didn't answer Zhou Sasa's question, focusing his gaze on Luo Shan. Luo Shan didn't bother to conceal anything and couldn't think of how to hint at it, so she directly raised the silver pocket watch. "This will bring you danger. Think carefully, isn't it a bit different from before?" Although Luo Shan wasn't clear on what exactly was wrong with the pocket watch in her hand, from Jian Na and Li Ming's conversation, she knew the watch was linked to some special mirror world fragment. In other words, the watch was different from before. If there had been an anomaly in the past, Zhou Mingrui would have had problems long ago. Zhou Mingrui suddenly fell into thought, frowning slightly. Indeed, the watch's glass face seemed to have been replaced. Who would normally use black glass for a watch face, even if it was transparent? Beside them, Zhou Sasa grumbled, "I've repaired it, of course it's a bit different from before." Zhou Mingrui thought for a few seconds, then cautiously said to Luo Shan, "All right, you keep it safe for me for a few days." Although this watch held great sentimental value for him, no object, no matter how important, could compare to real safety. Even if it was lost because of this, he would only feel heartache and regret, but not remorse. How understanding, just like usual. And I haven't had any problems yet. Luo Shan felt both relieved and grateful as she sighed to herself. She quickly gave Zhou Mingrui a meaningful look. "I'll make a move first." After getting Zhou Mingrui's permission, she turned and walked towards where Jian Na and Li Ming were. She suppressed the explosive joy in her heart, not showing it for the moment. "I succeeded. I did it like completed an important task at the risk of my life." As Luo Shan's steps became increasingly light, she suddenly felt her body become weightless. Her throat began to tighten, as if a rope was wrapped around it. Her breathing quickly became labored, and her knees and elbows felt as if they were filled with thick glue. Still, something went wrong. Will I be strangled to death? Like this? In public? In this state, Luo Shan heard the rumbling thunder. She found her surroundings had become quite dark and extremely oppressive, with the passing pedestrians all appearing blurry and distorted. This really is a dream. Luo Shan suddenly had this realization, a realization tinged with sorrow and sighing. At this moment, she saw Jian Na. Jian Na was still clear. Then, Luo Shan clearly saw the anxious and worried expression on Jian Na's face. She once again felt that her life was still real, still meaningful. She managed to give Jenna another smile, with difficulty. Her body also gradually became blurry, like those background characters seen hazily in a dream. Rumble. Amid the rolling thunder, Zhou Mingrui also noticed the blurring and distortion of the people around him, and the darkness and unreality of the entire high-speed rail station. The only light came from the side and behind him and Zhou Sasa, from the passage leading to the parking lot. Clear radiance gathered there, as if forming a huge door. Zhou Mingrui instinctively grabbed Zhou Sasa's forearm, no longer caring about the luggage, and ran wildly towards that door of light. After running a few steps, he felt Zhou Sasa stop, becoming heavy, making it impossible for him to drag her forward. Has Sasa also been affected by the anomaly? Zhou Mingrui turned his head concernedly to look at his sister. In his eyes, Zhou Sasa had somehow already become transparent, thin, like a mirror in the reflection of a person in a mirror. Zhou Sasa's black dress had half merged with the mirror, making the surface appear dark. Zhou Mingrui saw himself in the dark mirror. Short black hair, deep brown eyes, non-prescription glasses, soft contours, and a somewhat handsome appearance. As Zhou Mingrui clearly saw the image in the mirror, the him in the mirror suddenly curled his lips, revealing an eerie and chilling smile. The Zhou Mingrui in the mirror began to overlap with Zhou Sasa, who had regressed to a pure female form. Zhou Mingrui instinctively took 2 steps back. Just then, he heard a bang of a gunshot. A bullet tinged with a dull blue-green color shot out from somewhere, hitting the mirror that Zhou Sasa had become, hitting the reflected image of Zhou Mingrui in the mirror. Certain death. Franca had lent the inevitable gun to Jenna. Crack! That mirror quickly shattered, falling to the ground like a rainstorm. All of its fragments lost their luster, no longer reflecting anything. Zhou Mingrui instinctively turned sideways and saw Jenna, holding a brass-colored revolver, with delicate features, not at all blurry or distorted. He didn't recognize this beautiful young woman. Jenna nodded slightly to Zhou Mingrui, trying her best to show her goodwill. When Zhou Mingrui witnessed his mirror self revealing that chilling smile, he had already judged this to be an enemy, someone harboring malice towards him. This led to a series of thoughts. They've used Sasa. I must find out what has happened to the real Sasa. Based on this judgment, Zhou Mingrui held no ill will towards Jenna, who had shattered the mirror and his mirror self, believing she was sent by friendly forces to stop this. Seeing Zhou Mingrui return a friendly nod, Jenna hadn't had time to feel joy, hadn't had time to think about how to save Luo Shan, when she suddenly felt the dream strongly rejecting her, felt her thoughts becoming sluggish, felt two kinds of pain attacking simultaneously. She was being kicked out of the dream, she was being rapidly turned into a marionette. Just as Zhou Mingrui was about to ask the woman opposite what to do next, he saw her face contort, seeming to be in great pain. Has she been attacked? An invisible attack? Zhou Mingrui hurriedly looked around, searching for potential enemies. He then saw that the pillars and screens throughout the high-speed rail station had become illusory, either elongated or widened, becoming dark mirrors. All these mirrors reflected Zhou Mingrui's searching figure, but without exception, the Zhou Mingrui in the mirrors all wore cold, chilling smiles. They suddenly stopped, all turning to look at Jenna. Their voices overlapping as they laughed. It's too late. Zhou Sasa is the medium pointing to that mirror world. Jenna, who was fighting against the dream's rejecting force and rapid marionettization, suddenly froze. Too late? Has the Zhou Mingrui in the mirror already been born? Is the celestial worthy about to use this? On one side of the high-speed rail station that had transformed into a mirror world, Lumian, who had never formally appeared, unhurriedly took out the magic mirror roads. In a rich timbre, he intoned the second question. On the surface of the mirror, pale words quickly appeared, asked quickly. Rhodes didn't repeat its rules, because this was the second question, not the first. Lumian curled his lips slightly and said, "Are you a weapon, or a medium?" On the dark mirror surface shimmering with water, the pale words writhed and changed, forming new content, medium. Then, the magic mirror rods posed its own question, "How do you want to use me?" Certainly not as a brick to throw at someone, Lumian laughed. At Four-Way Street, in the Jinxiu Dongfang community, inside the Mute Art Studio. Anderson had sat in front of his easel, bored, while yawning. At this moment, he heard the rumbling thunder and felt the light suddenly dim, the environment becoming extremely oppressive. Anderson stood up and walked to the window, finding that the pedestrians below had all become blurry masses. He smiled and looked up at the sky, saying, "My task is about to be completed." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers with a loud crack. Boom! A violent explosion occurred deep within the building, with flames rising from various places. In an instant, the newly renovated but uninhabited motel was engulfed by raging red flames. Chapter 1029, Deep Darkness. As rumbling thunder sounded and the sky darkened, making the environment extremely oppressive. Queen Mystic, maintaining the illusion of Lumina, picked up the phone and dialed a number. It was the private number of Chief Yagits. After connecting, Bernadette said directly, "I've received personal threats. I need the best protection." She was reporting to the police. She immediately explained, "It may be due to my father transferring power to me. I need protection." Bernadette emphasized the word protection. Chief Yagits was silent for a saying, "Okay." In the gloomy oppression, most people in the Dream City became blurry. But this didn't stop them from going online, using their phones, checking information. Just then, whether videos, books, novels, or messages, everything suddenly collapsed into pure snow-like static. These countless noise points rapidly spread, forming a huge information vortex. The online world experienced a malfunction. Inside Mushu Hospital, the blurry and distorted patients, doctors, nurses, orderlies, and those who were still clear simultaneously raised their heads, looking up towards the ceiling. The dark and gloomy sky suddenly split open, and pure brilliant sunlight instantly poured down, shining directly on the main building of Mushu Hospital, piercing every dark corner and every underground level. In the low-hanging leaden clouds, countless silver-white electric snakes intertwined into huge, flamboyant lightning. Following the path carved out by the sunlight, this lightning struck the main building of Mushu Hospital, submerging it in a dazzling and intense ocean of thunder. Inside the mirror world transformed Yandu High Speed Rail Station. After answering the magic mirror Rhodes's question, Lumion didn't rush to take further action. He still calmly asked as if waiting for something. The third question: how can we get the owner of the Star Dream Provision Store to provide necessary help for Franca? On the surface of the magic mirror, those pale words didn't change color, but recombined into new content. Pass Franca's mirror substitution through me, through the mirror world, to her. Then, the magic mirror Rhodes asked in return, don't you have it? I do. Lumion laughed, took out Franca's mirror substitution, and pressed it into the glass mirror surface of the magic mirror Rhodes. At this special moment when the dream city was shaken and character images were blurred, the restrictions on his Beyonder powers also lessened. He had recovered to a level almost equivalent to Sequence 4, which was why he could use the mirror world to quickly send an item to the Star Dream Provision Store, which was clearly over 10 kilometers away. After doing this, Lumion glanced twice at Zhou Mingrui, who looked grave and was constantly moving away from those dark mirrors and mirror selves, then gripped the magic mirror Rhodes with his left palm. It's time. He unhesitatingly activated the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in the center of his right palm. The brand that had turned dark red due to the fusion with an unknown boon suddenly became prominent, seemingly showing signs of melting back into blood. However, that mad, violent, bloody aura didn't dissipate, being firmly suppressed by a deathly pale force. Of course, after Lumion's last use of the corpse wax V candle, the pale and dark red had shown extremely subtle signs of fusion. Now, at that point of fusion, it strangely darkened, caving in slightly, showing unusual changes. Lumion reached his right palm into the traveler's bag and took out the card of blasphemy he got from the Mirror Emperor Roselle, the Demoness card. He pressed this Demoness card tightly against his palm, against the mutated residual aura of the Blood Emperor and the Underworld Taoist seal, against the slight depression produced by the fusion of pale and dark red. Almost simultaneously, Lumion felt a bone-chilling coldness and horror in the center of his right palm. He didn't need to look with his eyes, an image naturally appeared in his mind. His palm had gained a pinhole formed by pure darkness. As expected, this Demoness card should be used here. If I didn't have it, I'd have to light the corpse wax candle, which would not only be rushed in terms of time, requiring the ritual to be held earlier and adding considerable risk, but the effect might not be as good. As these thoughts flashed through Lumion's mind, he extended his right hand holding the Demoness card towards the magic mirror Rhodes. His hand penetrated the surface of this ancient silver mirror, reaching into the area behind the mirror. But he didn't enter himself, it was more like using the magic mirror as a medium for casting spells. The next second, a scene appeared in Lumion's mind. The dark void around the area behind the mirror seemed to be covered by an invisible curtain, behind which pairs of eyes were watching the outside world, and nameless things were flowing silently. This was the area behind the mirror corresponding to the magic mirror Rhodes, which was clearly somewhat special compared to other mirrors. Then, Lumion saw that the curtain covering the dark void silently collapsed and peeled off as his right hand entered. The entire darkness was collapsing. What appeared in Lumion's mind wasn't the pairs of eyes he had imagined, nor was it a surging river, but a viscous liquid that was difficult to describe in words, seemingly containing all colors. These liquids seemed to form an illusory ocean. Although Lumian hadn't truly seen or touched it, just sensing it made him feel that his body and mind were beginning to fall, his spirit gradually becoming abnormal. Then, the illusory ocean was pushed aside by an invisible force, moving away from Lumian's mind. Following this path through the ocean, Lumian's consciousness quickly went forward, seeing the gray stone walls, seeing the blood flowing on the stone walls. Those crimson blood-formed sentences. To test out the correct plan, he finally decided to let the Red Priest and the Demoness from the same era meet, guiding them to combine together. This will bring about a destined accident. The scene froze here, and the magic mirror roads in Lumian's palm suddenly emitted an ancient, chaotic radiance. Yangdu High-Speed Rail Station, in the arrival hall. Zhou Mingrui had already turned and started running wildly, but no matter where he ran, the pillars, walls, floor, and ceiling would turn into mirrors, reflecting his figure. And him in the mirror always wore a cold, chilling smile. After running for a while, Zhou Mingrui suddenly stopped, because his head, feet, and surroundings had all become dark mirrors, all reflecting him. Give up. Give up. Every Zhou Mingrui in the mirrors persuaded. They were not only persuading, but also reaching their hands out of the mirror surfaces, grabbing at Zhou Mingrui, leaving him nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. Zhou Mingrui didn't give up. In the narrow space, he dodged left and right, barely avoiding the first round of grasps. At this moment, a pure darkness covered with grayish-white fog and hiding a vast city appeared prominently in all the mirrors on the scene. In the blink of an eye, the grayish-white fog in the vast city collapsed towards the depths of the darkness. That darkness came alive, surging towards the mirror surfaces, surging towards the mirror Zhou Mingrui behind each mirror. The mirror Zhou Mingrui tried hard to grab Zhou Mingrui, wanting to escape from the mirrors, but in such a short time, it was really difficult to succeed. Soon, the darkness surged to the area behind the mirrors, swallowing one mirror Zhou Mingrui after another, freezing the cold, chilling smiles on their faces. This all-engulfing darkness irresistibly filled all the areas behind the mirrors with an overwhelming momentum. All the mirrored Zhou Mingruis disappeared. The darkness continued forward, breaking through mirror after mirror, pouring into Yangdu High-Speed Rail Station. This high-speed rail station began to collapse, inch by inch, as if the dream was gradually shattering, the fragments falling into the deep darkness. At this time, Jenna found that the dream's rejecting force and the force of rapid marionetization had both weakened a lot. She hurriedly approached the blurry Luo Shan, trying to take her out of the high-speed rail station. As for whether the damage to the dream would continue after leaving the high-speed rail station, and what would happen to Luo Shan then, Jenna didn't think about it for the moment, nor could she think about it. Unfortunately, the distance between them was too far. Before Jenna could truly get close to Luo Shan, she saw that deep darkness swallow the corresponding area. Luo Shan's blurry figure rapidly faded, bursting like a soap bubble. The last scene she saw was Jian now rushing towards her with an anxious face. She smiled with relief. She opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. She completely disappeared. At the same time, Jenna seemed to hear Luo Shan saying, "Remember me, don't forget." Jenna stopped her steps, and before the deep darkness surged over, she left this city with the help of the remaining dream-rejecting force. She responded to Luo Shan's words in her heart, "I will remember you forever." Lumian, who was far from this deep darkness, silently sighed in relief after seeing Jenna's expression become confused and bewildered. Next, he watched expressionlessly as the dreamscape Jenna was dissolved by the deep darkness, as Zhou Mingrui ran wildly in the high-speed rail station, trying to get away from the deep darkness surging like seawater. The surge of that darkness gradually slowed down, as if suppressed and weakened by the dream's main consciousness. Finally, after swallowing more than half of the high-speed rail station, the deep darkness stopped just tens of centimeters away from Zhou Mingrui. The dream city stabilized again, and even the remaining passengers and those meeting them gradually became clear. Zhou Mingrui ran a few more steps, confirming that the danger had really eased. He then saw the handsome security guard Li Ming walking out from a corner not far away, walking towards him. "Is this upheaval over?" Zhou Mingrui asked urgently. Lumian had already put the magic mirror roads and the Demoness card back into the traveler's bag. He looked at Zhou Mingrui and calmly answered when they were still a few meters apart, "I'd like to say that things are over. But unfortunately, they aren't yet." Zhou Mingrui was stunned for a moment, his back gradually straightening, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, his expression no longer the same as before. He chuckled softly. "Yes, not yet." Chapter 1030, Face to Face. Yangdu high-speed rail station, half collapsed and fallen into deep darkness, as if swallowed by an abyss. The other half, though restored to stability and normalcy, remained dim with unlit lamps. Only a few paths leading to the outside world had light converging, forming brilliant and clear light gates. In this environment, Zhou Mingrui, with his back to the deep darkness, looked at Lumian and asked in a calm voice, "You know?" Lumian nodded lightly and said, "Yes. Theoretically, I should have waited for Anthony and Ludwig to wake up in Xiaotian, hear words like 'be careful of Zhou Mingrui' from his mouth, then be kicked out of the dream, and through the indirect influence of the major arcana cards, receive the corresponding information to know the corresponding truth. But Peng Deng's true hint has already given me the answer." On the surface, he was hinting to us that he was the childhood friend of both Mr. Fool and the celestial worthy, but the reverse is also true. Zhou Mingrui is both Peng Deng's childhood friend and the childhood friend of the original God Almighty. The two aspects of his identity are unified and merged together. In other words, Zhou Mingrui is both Mr. Fool and you, the celestial worthy. Zhou Mingrui, wearing a faint smile, slightly raised his chin, assuming a listening posture. Lumian further said, "This also aligns with the magic mirror Rhodes's hint to beware of the night. During the day, Mr. Fool's power takes the upper hand, and Zhou Mingrui equals Mr. Fool. At night, you, the celestial worthy, become active, and Zhou Mingrui will be closer to you. So, even just approaching, without any hints, there would be risks. Based on this judgment, any hints, help, or awakening given to Zhou Mingrui would benefit both Mr. Fool and you, the celestial worthy. And Peng Deng, as a symbol of the original God Almighty, doesn't meet Zhou Mingrui at night because if you two were to meet, there's a high probability that very unpleasant things and accidents would occur." Zhou Mingrui nodded and said, "He is formed from that bit of power left in the magic mirror and part of the spirit and consciousness that Grisha brought into the dream. He can't compare to me here. If we were to meet at night, it would be advantageous for me, but problematic for him." Zhou Mingrui didn't deny that his current self was the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Lumian showed an expression of understanding. "That individual's real name is Grisha?" Without waiting for Zhou Mingrui to respond, he continued, combining Peng Deng's true hint, Chief Yagit's state, the fundamental reason for the dream's restrictions, and other facts. I had roughly guessed what had happened before in your current situation when I entered the dream for the third time. Several years ago, shortly after Mr. Fool had just fallen asleep, he probably used himself as bait to lure you out and sealed you into the Zhou Mingrui manifestation formed from his spirit and consciousness. From a mystical perspective, this symbolizes the fusion and opposition of the both of you, while in reality, you are indeed within his body, indeed restricted by him. This is reflected in the dream with a similar symbolism. At this point, Lumian paused, as if observing Zhou Mingrui's reaction. Zhou Mingrui, with his smile unchanged, said, "Continue, I'm listening." Smiling, Lumian replied, "This also explains why only Peng Deng and Zhang Yujia from Zhou Mingrui's original character relationships appeared, while others came from the identities of Klein Moretti, Gehrman Sparrow, and so on. He doesn't want those feelings buried deep and is to be exploited by you. Of heart, the softest ones, to be coarse, for those you already know, there's nothing he can do." Zhou Mingrui nodded lightly and said, "Peng Deng and Zhang Yujia didn't originally exist either. They were created by Grisha using the Dreamweaver ability and Zhou Mingrui's subconscious cognition." "I see, no wonder Zhou Mingrui suddenly froze when mentioning other childhood friends. That might be the true reflection of Peng Deng." Lumian had a sudden realization. He continued, "Afterwards, Mr. Fool might have made a wish or used some other ability to remove Beyonder powers from the Dream City, allowing Zhou Mingrui to live as an ordinary human. During this process, he might have been fooled by you, forgetting who he really was, forgetting many things. Overall, this ordinary human state is very advantageous for Mr. Fool, because he became a great existence step by step from being an ordinary person. Even though he has inevitably been influenced and eroded by godhood, he still retains a part of his humanity, the part that is intense and fervent for him. But you, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, are naturally great and don't possess such humanity at all. When the battlefield between you two is fixed on an ordinary human with only humanity and in an urban environment without Beyonder powers, you are naturally suppressed, restricted, and weakened. Humanity temporarily triumphs over godhood. This can also be interpreted symbolically. The fact that Zhou Mingrui, who has merged Mr. Fool and you, the celestial worthy, is an ordinary person symbolizes that humanity has gained the upper hand, with godhood suppressed to a corner, temporarily negligible. Yes, at that time I was influenced by that drop of river water and couldn't do more. I could only accept this change, Zhou Mingrui frankly admitted. Lumion glanced at those dream figures running out of the high-speed rail station and said, "When you recovered, you started influencing this dream city, either with the help of other beings or by summoning your original believers, bringing items involving the supernatural, like automatic vending machines, onto the stage. One of their important meanings is to gradually guide Mr. Fool, letting him recognize that this is a world with supernatural abilities, recognizing from sequence 9 step by step to sequence 0. And as this recognition and sequence level changes, the godhood will gradually grow stronger, step by step suppressing humanity. According to this plan, the longer we linger in the Dream City, the more we use supernatural abilities, the more beneficial it actually is for you. This is something you didn't tell Zarathustra and other believers, fearing it might invite interference from other beings. Similarly, you don't want to wait that long, which is why you induced Zhou Mingrui to consume the assassin potion and let the mirrored Emperor Roselle enter here. You wanted to use the method of creating a stable mirror person to split Zhou Mingrui. This is equivalent to opening a gap in the seal that Mr. Fool constructed with himself. Once the mirror person is gradually mastered by you, you can walk out of the mirror, replace the original body, using truth as falsehood and turning falsehood into truth. As for the gender change affecting cognition, those are just smoke and mirrors. But unfortunately, the original God Almighty foresaw this scene before his fall and left arrangements spanning several eras, leaving behind the magic mirror roads. One of the functions of the great horror in the depths of the special mirror world is prepared for you. Zhou Mingrui said with a smile, "When I initially woke up and saw that magic mirror, I roughly guessed what kind of things would happen." Lumion nodded quite approvingly. "Yes, you should have made extra preparations for this." However, at this point, he smiled and said, "Of all the things Amon said, the one I agree with most is, filter out the interference of complex information and see the most fundamental facts." So, what is the most fundamental fact now? Lumion stared into Zhou Mingrui's deep brown eyes behind his plain glasses and said, "The most fundamental fact now is that I'm standing in front of you, saying so many words about your true situation, yet I haven't been kicked out of this dream, nor do I feel myself being marionetized." Lumion smiled again. "You had Zhou Sasa arrive in Yangdu early, not only to disrupt our rhythm and prevent the original God Almighty's arrangements from truly becoming reality, but also to prevent interference from other beings, wanting to create a stable, long-term mirror person for Zhou Mingruis before they were ready. This shows that you still attach great importance to and anticipate this matter. Extra preparations, if possible, are better left unused as they're not as convenient. I watched as things deteriorated step by step, as you truly found an opportunity to awaken, and had Anthony and Ludwig go to wake up in Xiaotian, which actually no longer had much significance. I asked Queen Mystic to help direct the dream's main consciousness's attention, asked Stiano and other gods to help confuse the information world and contain other places, all to attract your attention, to make you feel that you could win, to invest more power and stakes in this matter. This way, when the original God Almighty's arrangements erupted through the medium of the magic mirror roads, you would be weakened to the greatest extent. So, I, who entered the dream for the third time, came right before you, spoke the truth of the facts, and still wasn't kicked out on the spot. You temporarily don't have this ability. Zhou Mingrui laughed. Don't you think you're like bait right now? Lumian sighed and said, I know, you're waiting for your extra preparations to arrive. Otherwise, how could I have this opportunity to dialogue with you? But, I'm also waiting. At this point, a brilliant smile appeared on Lumian's face. Haven't you noticed that one of my companions is missing? So many things erupting simultaneously just now was also to distract your attention, to make you overlook her actions. Seeing Zhou Mingrui gazing at him, Lumian slightly raised his chin and said emphatically, the major arcana card holders' guesses weren't wrong, their attempts weren't wrong either. Dream City, inside a movie theater. Franca was sitting in the second row, watching the screen in front where The Great Pirate 3 was playing. At this moment, her body was faint and indistinct, as if a sketch had been erased with an eraser. Around her, the few spectators had all become blurry, but were slowly stabilizing, gradually becoming clear. Franca had checked earlier and found that due to The Great Pirate 3 about to end its run, only 2 theaters were showing it for the noon screening. So she specifically took a taxi to this one, the farthest from Yandu high-speed rail station. And her search information had been lost in the current chaos and disorder of the internet. Hearing the thunder in the sky quickly recede, seeing Gehrman Sparrow standing on the bow of the pirate ship appear on the screen, Franca suddenly stood up. She walked to the front of the projection room in a few steps, and before the few spectators could protest, she took a breath, stretched out her right palm, and pressed it against the screen. Her figure quickly became ethereal, leaning forward, entering that screen. Chapter 1031, Gehrman Sparrow. Just like when Lumian entered the surveillance world, after Franca's vision recovered, she found herself standing on the deck of a 3-masted sailing ship, surrounded by undulating azure waves and howling winds. In front of her, at the bow of the ship, stood a young man wearing a silk top hat, dressed in a long black coat, clean-shaven, with a lean but angular face, bright eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses. Gehrman Sparrow. The protagonist of The Great Pirate 3 movie, quite similar to Zhou Mingrui but more stern-looking. Gehrman Sparrow suddenly turned his gaze towards Franca, expressionless, his eyes cold and piercing. Franca instinctively stepped back twice, forcing herself to stand firm. Gehrman Sparrow observed her for a few seconds. Her high ponytail, white t-shirt, and loose gray pants, and asked in a calm voice, "Are you Tracy's elder?" Tracy was the name of the pirate admiral, Ailment Maiden. He recognizes me as a demoness? Franca glanced at Gehrman Sparrow's left palm hanging at his side, seemingly covered in a layer of human skin, and said sincerely, I'm a subordinate of the demoness of black. She is the child of the demoness of white. We are not on good terms. This was all the honest truth. According to Franca's understanding, lying in front of Gehrman Sparrow was a very low-yield behavior. Once exposed, one would immediately face an attack like a violent storm. Moreover, Franca wasn't clear about what souls were actually grazing inside the glove-shaped sealed artifact creeping hunger when the real Gehrman Sparrow met Ailment Maiden Tracy. She only knew that in Madame Magician's embellished story, the glove at this time could allow Gehrman Sparrow to use the mind-reading ability of a psychiatrist, so lying was indeed a high-risk behavior. Therefore, honesty was the best policy. The gold-rimmed glasses-wearing Gehrman Sparrow observed Franca for a few seconds and said, "What is your purpose?" Lumian had said that although the Gehrman Sparrow in the movie isn't exactly the same as the real Gehrman Sparrow, the original author of the movie was Madame Magician. When creating The Great Pirate 3, she would inevitably incorporate her own understanding of Gehrman Sparrow. At that time, she already knew that Gehrman Sparrow was an avatar of Mr. Fool, and driven by her subconscious, she would likely integrate some of Mr. Fool's personality and choices as well. So, to convince Gehrman Sparrow to accept such an absurd thing, one has to approach from this angle. Franca's thoughts raced, and she blurted out, "We are the same kind. We are both transmigrators." Gehrman Sparrow looked at Franca without speaking. He was holding a revolver in his right hand. Franca explained seriously, we are transmigrators in time. Actually, it's not transmigration, but being frozen in a special place by a great existence, only to be returned to reality after thousands or tens of thousands of years, or even longer. You are like this, and so am I. Before Gehrman Sparrow could refute or simply shoot her, Franca quickly added, the name Gehrman comes from Bloodborne, and Sparrow is the surname of Captain Jack from Pirates of the Caribbean. They are spliced together to form your name. After saying this, Franca felt that the pressure from Gehrman Sparrow's gaze had noticeably lessened. She let out an undisguised sigh of relief and continued, the reason I've come to find you is that the end of days will come early, and you have inherited the legacy of the great existence that froze us. You are a key part in facing the apocalypse. Are you willing to leave here with me to face the apocalypse? After making her request, Franca smiled awkwardly but politely. Do you believe what I've said? Gehrman Sparrow looked at Franca without saying a word, making her extremely nervous. After a moment, Gehrman Sparrow said in a low voice, I can give it a try. But if I find out you're lying? In a flash, he raised his revolver, aiming at Franca's head. Bang! A bullet flew out, grazing Franca's head and hitting the nearby cabin. Gehrman Sparrow lowered his revolver without saying anything more. I have a mirror substitution. Franca grumbled internally. She quickly approached Gehrman Sparrow and grabbed his arm. I'll take you to the gathering point right now. Yes, her assigned task was to find the currently playing The Great Pirate 3 movie, enter the screen when the dream appeared abnormal but was about to stabilize, and bring the Gehrman Sparrow character into the dream city. Wouldn't such a movie character dissipate quickly after leaving the screen and entering the dream city? Moreover, my despair potion hasn't been fully digested yet. What if the dream shatters because of this? At the crucial moment, Franca's heart pounded, feeling very uneasy. She didn't hesitate for long. Gritting her teeth, she silently said to herself, trust that guy. Trust that the major arcana card holders can still remedy this. At worst, I'll revert to a demoness of affliction level. As her inner voice echoed, Franca, holding Gehrman Sparrow's arm, moved towards the outside of the screen. Inside Yangdu high-speed rail station, half in deep darkness and half in dim light. Xiaoming looked at Lumian in front of him and said, you still chose the Gehrman Sparrow direction? His voice was steady, without a hint of fluctuation, like a teacher pointing out a student's mistake. Yes, Lumian smiled and said, but it's not in Xiaotian, nor Jiayu. These were all options meant to mislead us. My companion Franca went to watch The Great Pirate 3 movie. It should be one of the last screenings. She is the demoness of despair and can enter the screen to bring out the Gehrman Sparrow from the movie. Lumian emphasized the name Franca, as if wanting the celestial worthy to remember it. Xiaoming smiled slightly and said, a movie character can only maintain its form for 3 seconds after leaving the screen. What about adding the Gehrman Sparrow dream manifestation woven by a dreamweaver, the numerous Gehrman Sparrow anchors in reality, and the widely spread stories and poems about Gehrman Sparrow? Lumian asked as if in casual conversation. Trier, inside a luxurious villa. Madame Justice, who was monitoring the changes in the dream city, suddenly stood up and said to all the major arcana card holders, the anomaly has appeared. Let's begin. Her voice was a bit tense, her heart seemingly not as calm as her exterior. Madame Magician immediately rose from the sofa and half opened her arms. A brilliant, dreamlike starlight gate appeared in the bedroom where Franca was sleeping, appearing in the shadowless sunlight. This grand door opened heavily, revealing the faint grayish-white fog inside. Within the fog, a city of indeterminate size faintly appeared. Madame Magician didn't stop, forcibly opening another door, and opening, on that grayish-white fog. At this moment, her face became semi-transparent, with strange, brilliantly shimmering worms wriggling and crawling through her pores and hair. Madame Justice saw the movie theater where Franca was through that hole in the gray fog, then closed her emerald-like eyes, raised her right hand, and began to carefully weave the dream manifestation of Gehrman Sparrow. On the other side, Mr. Sun placed the fool's sacred emblem on the already prepared altar and began to pray to the angel of redemption Gehrman Sparrow as usual, praising him repeatedly. As a demigod of the sun pathway and the Pope of the Church of the Fool, his prayers and praises quickly brought changes to the altar. Points of holy light appeared, surrounding the giant sacred emblem of the Fool, making the surroundings seem more sacred and solemn. At this moment, Ma'am Hermit, who had arrived nearby, removed the thick glasses perched on her nose bridge. Imitating Gehrman Sparrow, she placed her hand on her chest and bowed. Instantly, a scene appeared above the altar. In the scene, Gehrman Sparrow, wearing a silk top hat and black coat, walked step by step across a desolate land in a dark environment illuminated by flashes of lightning, followed by a long line of people. This was mystical reenactment of the mystery prior pathway. Gehrman Sparrow's rescue of the citizens of the City of Silver and Moon City was also considered mystical knowledge, and could become a spell through mystical reenactment. However, because too many people knew about it, its corresponding power was very weak. But Ma'am Hermit's purpose in deliberately creating this Path of Salvation spell was not to deal with enemies or help herself. Her sole aim was to solidify the image of Gehrman Sparrow. As Gehrman Sparrow arrived on the altar due to mystical reenactment, the points of holy light immediately crowded around him, swelling slightly, and emitting ethereal voices. "Praise you, great angel of redemption. Praise you, herald of Mr. Fool. Please save me from suffering, great Gehrman Sparrow. I confess to you, seeking redemption. My idol is Gehrman Sparrow. I want to become a great adventurer." Voices related to Gehrman Sparrow echoed in layers, seemingly stabilizing and materializing the image of Gehrman Sparrow on the altar platform to some degree. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Dream City opened by Madam Magician, Madam Justice successfully wove a Gehrman Sparrow wearing a silk top hat and long black coat inside the movie theater where Franca's figure had already entered the screen. Throughout the process, she didn't feel strong rejection from the dream. However, as soon as Gehrman Sparrow's dream manifestation took shape, it only lasted for 3 seconds before uncontrollably and silently collapsing and dissipating. Seeing this, the few spectators present instinctively applauded. They increasingly believed that the beautiful young lady entering the screen earlier was part of a magic performance. Chapter 1032, The Power of Many. Madam Justice didn't give up, once again weaving a new Gehrman Sparrow identity. At this time, silhouettes appeared in the thin gray fog surrounding the Dream City. They quickly swam towards the passage opened by Madam Magician, bringing violent tremors and self-contraction to the door. Madam Magician struggled against this, not letting the dream door close, not letting Madam Justice's attempt to weave Gehrman Sparrow's dream manifestation be interrupted. Mr. Hanged Man, who had already put down his liquor, turned his gaze towards this direction, his hand already holding a blasphemous card. The Tyrant card. Boom! Thunder crashed, and layers of intertwining silvery white lightning struck the black silhouettes in the thin gray fog, making them writhe and struggle before dissipating, unable to approach the passage opened by Madam Magician. Madam Justice remained unaffected, continuing to weave Gehrman Sparrow's dream manifestation. In the altar, once the Gehrman Sparrow image created by mystical reenactment was temporarily stabilized put by countless anchors, Mr. Star, who had been standing by the window, walked step by step towards this area. As he walked, he recited, like a storm petrel, soaring without yield, knowing the tempest, mastering the field, compelling them to peace, brewing calm into rich release. 1. As the poem echoed, the sunlight in the room suddenly dimmed, as if clouds had drifted in. Gehrman Sparrow on the altar closed his eyes in response, entering a deep slumber. Now, he too was dreaming. It was a nightmare, but also hope. Seeing this scene, Mr. Moon, who had been quietly enduring the scorching sunlight, let his black cloak rise up behind him, like a giant bat spreading its wings. He flew to the starlight gate opened by Madam Magician, entered that illusory passage, and arrived outside the hole leading into the Dream City. He didn't try to enter again, but turned around, reached out his hands, and created an illusory, hazy door inscribed with numerous mystical symbols out of thin air. This was the Door of Summoning. Door of Summoning from Sequence 3 High Summoner of the Moon Pathway. Mr. Moon wanted to summon Gehrman Sparrow, the current Gehrman Sparrow on the altar. The next second, he opened his mouth and began to chant the corresponding honorific names and specific summoning incantations in ancient Hermes, the blessed of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle, the mystery stemming from ancient times, the witness of an extended history, angel who redeems mankind, protector of all impoverished children, the great Gehrman Sparrow. In this kind of summoning directed at the false, the entire honorific name had to be recited. As the subsequent incantations also echoed, that illusory, hazy door suddenly opened wide, revealing a boundless darkness dotted with stars and fluttering shadows. But to Mr. Moon's slight disappointment, the Gehrman Sparrow image on the altar only turned to the side, with no other movement. The power of reality seemed to be preventing this false event. In the Yondu high-speed rail station, half in deep darkness, Lumian looked at Zhou Mingrui and said to himself, "These all come from Mr. Fool's arrangements, all guided by fate. Since Mr. Fool sealed you, the celestial worthy, with this self-image of Zhou Mingrui, before he truly gains a significant advantage, awakening Mr. Fool would be equivalent to awakening you, the celestial worthy. So what we need is not awakening, but creating the world Gehrman Sparrow out of thin air in the dream. Only in this way will he not be a product of the merged consciousness of Mr. Fool and you, the celestial worthy, but pure and uncontaminated. His source is the believer anchors of Gehrman Sparrow, the cognition of Gehrman Sparrow by a large number of humans in the real world and the dream city, and the understanding of Mr. Fool by the major arcana card holders of the Tarot Club, not involving you, the celestial worthy. This is equivalent to Mr. Fool dragging you into slumber together, then creating a highly related identity that can stably exist with the help of others to wield authority on his behalf. The gradual strengthening of this identity will help him gain an advantage using the corresponding authority, ultimately truly sealing you and awakening himself. This is the correct interpretation of the prophecy. The awakening of the world spells the Fool's return. This is also what you've been wary of all along, which is why you replaced the dream manifestations related to Gehrman Sparrow and had your subordinates infiltrate the Church of the Fool, trying to make the final formed Gehrman Sparrow point to you instead of Mr. Fool. In that case, it would become the awakening of the world spells the celestial worthy's return. Zhou Mingrui calmly laughed twice. What if your judgment and choices are all wrong? Lumian shrugged and said, if they're wrong, then they're wrong. I never thought I would succeed in everything I do. On the contrary, I've always considered myself a failure. Failure is not scary. The failures of the major arcana card holders have paved the way for us, and our failures will also eliminate wrong answers for the future lucky coin holders and point out the correct direction. This attempt will certainly delay the time for you, the celestial worthy, to achieve victory. In the time to come, there will be batch after batch of lucky coin holders arriving, standing on our shoulders, continuing to climb, looking further, until the true apocalypse arrives. At this point, Lumian smiled at Zhou Mingrui. This is very similar to a saying I learned in the Dream City. Success doesn't have to be achieved by me, but I must contribute to its achievement. Zhou Mingrui fell silent. In Trier, inside the luxurious villa, in Franca's bedroom, as Madame Justice suffered another failure and began weaving Gehrman Sparrow's dream manifestation for the third time, while Mr. Hanged Man continued using lightning to prevent those black shadows and the gray fog from approaching the door, Mr. Moon repeated the summoning incantation once more. The Gehrman Sparrow on the altar, with his eyes closed, swayed, wanting to respond to the summoning in his dream, but unable to overcome the power of reality. At this moment, around Mr. Star's emerald eyes, transparent worms seemingly with 12 segments crawled out. They quickly formed a complex mystical symbol. The symbol representing deception. Almost simultaneously, Madame Judgment approached the altar and said in ancient Hermes, "Truth recedes here, while illusion grows stronger." Suddenly, the air in the bedroom solidified. Gehrman Sparrow's figure first disappeared from the altar, then crossed that mysterious hazy summoning door, appearing in front of Mr. Moon, appearing in the passage opened by Madame Magician, appearing outside the hole leading into the Dream City. Then, Gehrman Sparrow's destination was also deceived. This character image created jointly by mystical reenactment, numerous anchors, and nightmare power flickered as it flew towards the Dream City. Suddenly, in the dark void outside the gray fog, silhouettes of people emerged. They bypassed the lightning storm, charging one after another towards the door opened by Madame Magician, towards Gehrman Sparrow. At this critical moment, no major arcana card holder could spare a hand or stop them in time. Madame Judgment couldn't help but look out the window. Madame Tinker and Madame Sharon had also arrived, guarding against accidents. Would they be able to act in time? A moment later, Madame Magician saw a lighter-colored mist spreading outside the gray fog. Within the mist, there seemed to be a wilderness, a river. Those figures flying towards Gehrman Sparrow crashed into the mist and suddenly disappeared. Finally, Gehrman Sparrow, carrying numerous anchors, arrived inside the movie theater in the Dream City. At this time, Madame Justice had woven Gehrman Sparrow's dream manifestation for the third time. The two Gehrman Sparrows attracted each other and merged together. Gehrman Sparrow! Gehrman Sparrow! The audience in the movie theater started shouting loudly. With these shouts, the newly appeared Gehrman Sparrow became clearer, noticeably more stable. But he still kept his eyes tightly closed, as if he didn't have a soul yet. The repulsive force of the dream descended. At this moment, Franca, pulling the Gehrman Sparrow from the movie, ran out of the screen. Then, she saw another Gehrman Sparrow in front of her, also wearing a silk top hat and long black coat. This is... Franca had no time to think about anything else, as she caught a glimpse of the Gehrman Sparrow behind her starting to rapidly dissipate. She gritted her teeth and, following the guidance of her Demoness of Despair's spiritual intuition, pulled the Gehrman Sparrow from the movie towards the one in front. The next second, she let go of the arm of the Gehrman Sparrow from the movie, watching as he was attracted and drawn by mystical forces, actively approaching the other Gehrman Sparrow and merging into him. Rumble! Terrifying noises came from midair again. This time, it didn't sound like thunder rumbling, but closer to the collapse of the dream. Oh! Franca suddenly made a surprised sound. Inside Yondu high-speed rail station, the collapsed half remained in deep darkness. Lumion looked up at the rumbling sky, then smiled at Zhou Mingrui, who was standing at the edge, just one step away from falling into darkness. Their attempt seems to have succeeded. Using countless anchors, mystery prior powers, and nightmare powers to create a Gehrman Sparrow image in reality, then finding a way to send him into the Dream City to combine with the Gehrman Sparrow dream manifestation woven by the Dreamweaver wasn't a plan I came up with. It was a plan the major arcana card holders had long ago, but hadn't had the chance to implement. My contribution was to suggest that the Gehrman Sparrow manifestation from the movie was the earliest to appear, produced out of thin air, and that a Demoness of Despair could bring him out of the screen. Why not try combining all three? Well, I had another contribution, creating such an opportunity. Zhou Mingrui listened calmly, without any emotional change. Suddenly, Lumion's smile became radiant, and he said softly to Zhou Mingrui, "My despair potion has been fully digested." 1. The last two lines are adapted from Rilke's Day in Autumn. Chapter 1033, Worth It. Inside the movie theater. Franca let out a surprised "oh," because she felt her despair potion fully digested. Has Lumion's plan succeeded? This thought suddenly occurred to Franca. Although she wasn't clear on exactly what Lumion intended to do or how, she remembered Lumion saying that once her despair potion was digested, it would mean this operation had achieved its expected purpose. Mr. Fool would awaken to some degree, and the dream would completely collapse in a few minutes. Franca instinctively looked towards Gehrman Sparrow to her side, and saw the roof of the movie theater collapsing inch by inch. But the corresponding heavy objects didn't crash onto the seats and floor, instead falling into the void and disappearing completely. At the same time, white light emanated from the few audience members present, flying into Gehrman Sparrow's body. Franca suddenly realized what these white lights were. They were the impressions, cognitions, and understandings of Gehrman Sparrow from different audience members. As the dream approached collapse, these audience members revealed their illusory nature, and their corresponding memories split off on their own, becoming anchors and information to nourish and enrich Gehrman Sparrow's image. From different parts of the Dream City, more similar white lights rushed over. It really worked. Franca joyfully raised her head, looking up to the heights no longer obscured by movie theater's roof. The originally dark sky had collapsed in large patches, revealing terrifying deep blackness and thin grayish-white fog. It was like a building whose walls had crumbled in an earthquake, but with the beams and pillars still standing, the skeleton still intact. Inside Yandu high-speed rail station. After hearing Lumian say his despair potion had been fully digested, Zhou Mingrui, standing at the edge of the deep darkness, smiled gently. "That's good." Lumian was stunned for a moment. "Mr. Fool?" Zhou Mingrui nodded slightly. "It's me now." He smiled and said, "You all did very well." Smiling, Lumian replied, "If you hadn't sealed away most of the celestial worthy's power, including his thinking ability, we would have had no chance of success." Lumian was still carefully using sealed to describe Zhou Mingrui's original state, but the truth might not be so. He had been saying this all along, mixing a bit of falsehood into his truth as he told the celestial worthy his guesses, judgments, and plans. Besides wanting to delay time, there was also an intention to reinforce the celestial worthy's cognition in this regard. Of course, whether this was true or false, after today, it would become true. Zhou Mingrui shook his head and smiled. Relying on myself alone, it was already extremely difficult to restrain the celestial worthy. Without your help, the outcome might have been completely different. For example, if you hadn't driven out Zerdal in advance, today's operation would definitely have had setbacks, and the awakened world might have pointed towards the celestial worthy. And if it weren't for the help of those friends in the Western continent, the celestial worthy might have had a chance to turn the tables in the end. So the celestial worthy's backup plan, the preparations made for the arrangements left by the original God Almighty, was intercepted and prevented by certain existences in the Western continent. My original plan was just to race against time, using the concealment of the Evernight Goddess to complete the fusion of the 3 Gehrman Sparrow images before the celestial worthy's backup plan could truly take effect. The celestial master, or the underworld Taoist. Lumian made a sound of agreement and said with feeling, "Indeed, without the efforts and groundwork laid by the major arcana card holders before, even if we had deciphered the true meaning of all the symbols today, we wouldn't have had time to create the character of Gehrman Sparrow. We could only have watched helplessly as the situation tilted towards the celestial worthy's side. Similarly, without the hints from Peng Deng and Aman, we might still be exploring directions now, with the celestial worthy's fatal blow about to arrive." Seeing that Lumian was very clear-headed and rational in recognizing this point, Zhou Mingrui nodded with satisfaction. Lumian didn't go on to talk about the contributions of gods and people like Stiano, Leotaro, and Anderson, but asked eagerly, "Mr. Fool, can Aurora, my sister, really be resurrected?" Zhou Mingrui looked at Lumian and said in a calm voice, "With her soul fragments sealed inside you and not dissipated, if you were a Beyonder of the Seer pathway and had advanced to Miracle Invoker, then with my help, you could graft one of your resurrections onto your sister's soul fragments, allowing her to truly return. But now, you can only rely on the resurrection of the Demoness pathway to separate your sister in the future." Seeing Lumian fall into thought, Zhou Mingrui added, "You can no longer change pathways, and after your advancement to Demoness of Despair, Aurora's soul fragments have already fused with you to some extent. If you were to regress back to the beginning using the Sun pathway, her soul fragments wouldn't be able to withstand it and would completely dissipate." Lumian was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Will the resurrection achieved through the Demoness pathway in the future be an essential resurrection, a true resurrection?" "Yes," Zhou Mingrui sighed and said, "but wishes are often distorted, and the way they are realized may not be what you want. Just like when you saved my believer back then, I noticed you and foresaw that you would play an important role in the matter of dreams in the future, so I gave you the aura of the gray fog in my imprint. But I didn't expect this prophecy would be fulfilled in such a warped manner, and my actions were also part of the prophecy. So that old man was your believer." Lumian suddenly realized. He laughed calmly. "Without the aura of the gray fog, perhaps I would never have met Aurora, never had that life in Cordu, and Aurora would still have been noticed by April's Fool, still been troubled by Roche Louise Sanson, and maybe wouldn't even have had a chance at resurrection. At this point, Lumion took a breath and said, I understand. As long as it's an essential, true resurrection, I can accept any form of realization. Zhou Mingrui nodded slightly and extended his right palm. You can give me that bottle of Samaritan women's spring water processed by Mr. Azek now. As Lumion took out the small golden bottle from his traveler's bag, he asked puzzledly, Mr. Fool, now that Gehrman Sparrow has been born, you don't need to drink this spring water anymore, right? The celestial worthy is sealed within you, so him drinking is equivalent to you drinking, and besides, this only has a very weak effect on sequence 0 true gods. The small golden bottle suddenly appeared in Zhou Mingrui's right hand, while Lumion's hand was now empty. I still need to sleep for a while longer. Zhou Mingrui said with a smile. Now is the opportunity to fuse with the celestial worthy and better resist him, and this bottle of spring water is the medium. Gehrman Sparrow will become the fool, embodying a bit of my will, until I fully awaken. Still need to fuse with the celestial worthy? Lumion asked in confusion. Zhou Mingrui nodded. Yes, both fusing and resisting, this is currently the only path. Doesn't that mean? Lumion suddenly closed his mouth, remembering a certain mystical knowledge he knew. The spiritual imprint of the original creator within the Beyonder characteristics was indestructible, including those of the original God Almighty and the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Zhou Mingrui smiled and said, no matter how I clinch victory, no matter how much you help me, in the long run, the one who will ultimately win this confrontation will inevitably be the celestial worthy. Seeing Lumion fall silent, Zhou Mingrui continued with a gentle expression, most humans know they only have a few decades of life and are destined to pass away in the not-too-distant future, but this doesn't prevent them from enjoying their lives, from doing meaningful things, from being happy, suffering, sad, moved, satisfied, and missing others. You've also seen from Roselle's experience during this time that there is a lot of truth within dreams, that hope lies hidden at the end of despair, and that a moment's brilliance might point towards eternity. Lumion was speechless for a moment. After about 10 seconds, he sighed. Resisting every day, being eroded, trying to fuse, continuing for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer, wouldn't it be very tiring? Wouldn't it be like before, when you still maintained self-awareness, but suddenly found yourself smiling strangely in the mirror? It would. Zhou Mingrui sighed with a smile. When I fully awaken this time, except for the strongest and most intense parts of Zhou Mingrui and Klein Moretti's emotions and humanity, everything else might no longer be the me of now. This wasn't said in a speculative tone. As for whether it's tiring, Zhou Mingrui's tone became a little more animated. Of course it's very tiring, but there's no choice, someone has to do this, right? Lumion's thoughts were jumbled and chaotic. He opened his mouth and said, is it worth it? Zhou Mingrui looked at him, suddenly took a step back, and fell into that deep darkness. He didn't dissolve quickly like other dream characters falling into this darkness, but sank slowly as if in seawater. Zhou Mingrui raised his right hand, brought that bottle of Samaritan women's spring water to his mouth, and drank it. Then, as he slowly sank, he looked at Lumion outside the deep darkness, showed a gentle smile similar to before, and answered in a calm voice. It's worth it. After saying this, he suddenly winked his left eye at Lumion, not at all steady or serious, and not at all like the lofty Mr. Fool. Lumion watched Zhou Mingrui sink into the depths of darkness until even his blurry silhouette disappeared. He muttered to himself, worth it. In the movie theater, as those streams of white light merged, as Zhou Mingrui disappeared into the deep darkness, Gehrman Sparrow, who had been standing still as if asleep, suddenly raised his head. He opened his eyes, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through his gold-rimmed glasses. With this, the sky of the dream city completely peeled away, all buildings collapsed with a rumble, and the images of characters like Grimm and Zhangqing blurred until they completely dissipated. Franca was confused for a moment, then woke up. She saw a room full of people, saw the bright smile on Madame Justice's face that came from the heart, saw Madame Magician drinking red wine, saw clear and brilliant radiance. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right. Chapter 1034, Tarot Club. As the dream rapidly collapsed, Lumion withdrew his gaze, leaving the edge of that deep darkness and walking towards the disintegrating Yangdu high-speed rail station outside. He wanted to take one last look at this city. Suddenly, he noticed a figure leaning against the wall at the position where the radiance converged into an exit, standing quietly. That figure wore black armor stained with what looked like fresh blood, with fiery red long hair. The face was young and handsome, with 2 faint scars on either cheek, and a vivid red banner mark prominently displayed between his brows. Unlike other dream manifestations that were blurry and nearly dissipating, this figure was not as clear as Lumion but had an illusory quality, like a spirit. Lumion didn't need to ask to know who this figure was, Red Angel Medici. "Did you come to wait for me?" Lumion asked with a smile. He was prepared to leave this place along with the collapse of the dream. Medici left the wall and stood up straight, letting out a sneer. "If you're too stupid to understand the hint, I'd have been the one to replace you on stage." He looked into Lumion's eyes and shook his head. "Too weak, you're still too weak right now." After this remark, the Red Angel slightly raised his chin and said, "I already know your experiences. I'll give you a chance. I'll come to hunt you down after you become an angel. No need to thank me. This has nothing to do with pride. The pride of the war pathway isn't used against enemies." Medici didn't give Lumion a chance to respond. He turned and walked into the passage, leaving Yangdu high-speed rail station and the collapsing dream. "You waited until the very end just to say these few words to me? You must have also achieved some unknown goals by entering this dream, right?" Lumion turned to the side, once again casting his gaze towards that deep darkness. His biggest question now was where the deity, the primordial demoness, was. The fact that Franca advanced in the basement of Mushu Hospital indicated that the primordial demoness indeed had a corresponding manifestation in the Dream City. But in matters involving the special mirror world's great horror, the original God Almighty and the demoness card, and the major event of the dream's end, she hadn't appeared or intervened at all. Before Lumion could think further, Yangdu high-speed rail station collapsed silently. He first felt a sense of weightlessness as if falling off a cliff, then opened his eyes and woke up. He immediately saw some sunlight penetrating the curtains, with a large amount of dust floating in the air. At the same time, faint sounds of singing, praising, and conversation came from next door, entering his ears. Lumion lay quietly in bed, feeling the springiness of the mattress and the soft warmth of the covers, not wanting to move at all. Half an hour later, in the living room on the first floor, Madame Magician said to Lumion, "Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig, who was having afternoon tea, all who had gathered again, Mr. Fool has achieved an initial state of awakening. We will fulfill our promise. You've done very well this time, deserving the most generous reward. The result of our discussion is to do our utmost to help you advance one sequence." Jenna nodded without hiding her desire. "Thank you." Lumion, Franca, and company had no objections and were quite anticipatory. Madame Magician looked around and said, "Of course, this may need to wait a few days, because Mr. Fool's initial awakening will inevitably cause many changes that need to be dealt with promptly. The other major arcana cards are already busy at present. Moreover, you also need some time to adjust, shake off the influence of the dream, and regain your perception of reality." At this point, Madame Magician looked at Lumion and asked as if to confirm, "Do you want to become a demoness of Unaging or a war bishop?" Lumion didn't hesitate. Demoness of Unaging. Hearing Lumion's answer, Franca suddenly remembered the demoness card's description of a demoness of Unaging, bizarrely difficult to kill, skilled at resurrection. Skilled at resurrection. You really don't want to wait even one more day, even if it's just taking the first step. Franca sighed inwardly. At this moment, Lumion raised his right hand, palm facing the ceiling. There, in addition to several dark red brands and a patch of pale skin, there was now a pitch-black pinhole. He said to Madame Magician and his companions, After using the Demoness card this time, with the magic mirror as a medium, invoking the great horror from the depths of the special mirror world to deal with the mirror person created by the celestial worthy, the residual aura of the Blood Emperor and the seal of the underworld Taoist have changed a bit again. I can now use a War Bishop's power that was previously bestowed to a limited extent through this pinhole. There's no need to advance again. Madam Magician nodded slightly and said, in a few days, go to the treasury of the Blue Avenger. There might be items related to the Demoness of Unaging there. If not, we'll ask Mr. Azek for help and go to the depths of the underworld again. There must be Demoness of Unaging beyond her characteristics there. Lumion and Franca had no objections. After Madam Magician left, Lumion, in his Demoness of Despair state, leaned back against the sofa and smiled at Franca and the others. Now it's time to sunbathe. Jenna was silent for a few seconds before saying, I want to go see the real Luoshan. Okay. Franca nodded heavily in agreement. All right. Lumion had originally planned to go tomorrow. In the evening, Lowen Kingdom, Tingen City, Red Moonlight Street. Jenna, Franca, and Lumion sat in a roadside cafe, watching two figures, one big and one small, approaching from a distance. The larger one was about 30 years old, with brown hair tied up in a high bun, wearing a thin gauze-brimmed hat. She wore a green long dress that was somewhat girlish but leaning towards maturity, with flowing ruffles at the sleeves and beautiful lace adorning the neckline. She had a pretty face, holding a paper bag of white bread in one hand and holding the hand of a 3- or 4-year-old girl who looked like a little princess with the other. This was Roseanne, a civilian staff member of the Nighthawks team of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Compared to the Luoshan in the dream, she was noticeably older, and her demeanor was more stable, but her style of dress revealed that she still had a lively side hidden inside. Jenna and Franca's vision immediately blurred. Lumion, in his female state, focused intently on Roseanne and her daughter as they passed by, chatting and laughing, becoming as still as a statue. After Roseanne and her daughter passed the cafe, the three demonesses' gazes shifted, following the two figures from behind. The golden red glow of dusk fell upon Roseanne and her daughter, and the evening breeze carried their laughter and conversation to Jenna, Franca, and Lumion's ears. Mommy, what's a hero? A hero is someone who protects others. Why do others need protection? Why protect others? Why? Why? Mommy, why? A few days later, Monday noon. Lumion and the others met Madam Magician again. The Major Arcana card holder sat down in the chair opposite the tea table and said to Lumion and Franca, You're both demigods now and have made great contributions. You're qualified to draw a Major Arcana card. Mr. Fool allowed it? Lumion asked. Madam Magician's entire being exuded a sense of relaxation. Yes, but as a team, you can only draw one Major Arcana card for now. Who will draw? Franca looked at Lumion, hesitated for a few seconds, and said, You draw. She really wanted to see what she could draw and thought the identity of a Tarot Club Major Arcana card was very impressive. But thinking about having to take responsibility for a bunch of affairs as a Major Arcana card holder from now on, often having to brainstorm, she got a headache and decided to let Lumion take the lead first to see what it would be like. Are you willing to draw? Madam Magician asked Lumion. Lumion thought for a moment and said, I'll draw. Madam Magician said seriously, after becoming a Major Arcana card holder, 2 of Cups, 7 of Cups, and 4 of Swords will all transfer under your jurisdiction. A Major Arcana card symbolizes not just you personally, but also the forces you represent. I understand. Lumion nodded slowly. Only then did Madam Magician take out a deck of tarot cards containing only Major Arcana cards and spread them out on the tea table. You can draw now. Won't we draw a duplicate? Franca asked curiously. Madam Magician chuckled. Spirituality will provide guidance. Lumion glanced at the tarot cards on the tea table, extended his right hand, and casually took one, turning it over in front of him. What met Franca and the others' eyes was a large wreath of green plants intertwined and a woman standing inside the wreath. The world card. Franca and Jenna both looked at Lumion in his female state with slight astonishment. He actually drew the world card? Why? Although Gehrman Sparrow now points to Mr. Fool, the legend of the world hasn't disappeared yet. Lumion didn't speak, showing a thoughtful expression. Madam Magician pondered for a few seconds before saying, "Draw again." Lumion nodded in agreement. This time, he drew 2 cards and placed them on his left and right. After staring at these 2 tarot cards for a while, he suddenly smiled with his beautiful face. Left for male, right for female. I'll take the one on the left. With that, he unhesitatingly turned over the tarot card on his left. On the card face was a king standing on a chariot, with 2 lions, one black and one white, pulling the chariot. The chariot card. Not bad. Madam Magician stood up. "Welcome, the chariot, Mr. Chariot." After Lumion responded, Franca curiously said, "Can I see what the card on the right is?" "You may." Madam Magician nodded to her. Franca quickly turned it over and saw a woman wearing a crown sitting on a chair. The Empress card. As expected. Madam Magician sighed, then turned to Lumion and said, "Wait in your room at 3 p.m. today." At 3 p.m., in a bedroom of the luxurious villa. Lumion, holding the chariot card, sat in an armchair, patiently waiting. Suddenly, chaotic and terrifying sounds rang in his ears, and a thin grayish-white fog appeared before his eyes. Just a second or two later, he found himself by bronze long table, with a vast and magnificent dome above, surrounded by tall and majestic stone pillars. Lumion immediately saw Madam Justice, Madam Magician, Madam Judgment, Ma'am Hermit, and the lady from the Temperance faction wearing a black court long dress and a small soft hat of the same color, sitting opposite him. They all appeared blurry, but not too blurry. Lumion also noticed that Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Sun, Mr. Star, and Mr. Moon, whom he hadn't met before but could deduce the identity of, were on the same side as him. At this time, no one was seated at the head and foot of the bronze long table. "This is Madam Temperance, and this is Mr. Chariot." Madam Justice calmly introduced the obviously female Lumion as Mr. Just then, at the huge chair at the top of the bronze long table, a figure gradually took shape. He was within the gray fog, his figure quite blurry, allowing Lumion and the others to only clearly see a silk top hat and a black long coat. Looking at this both familiar and unfamiliar figure, Madam Justice took a breath, stood up, curtsied with a slight bend of her knees, saying, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." End of Volume 6. Dreamweaver. Chapter 1035, Revelation. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. As Lumion walked down the stairs, the sunlight was still bright, and Franca, Jenna, and Anthony were leisurely enjoying their afternoon tea. Ludwig was also there, though not as relaxed. "Is the major arcana meeting over?" Franca turned and asked curiously. Lumion suddenly recalled various scenes from the majestic palace above the gray fog, nodded and said, "It's over." "What can you tell us about it?" "Don't mention anything you're not supposed to." Franca had an expression that implied that she just wanted to broaden her horizons. Lumion sat down in an armchair and said, using language he had learned in the Dream City, "There's not much to say. Today's meeting was quite ordinary. The major arcana cards mainly reported to Mr. Fool about their respective responsibilities, and Mr. Fool gave corresponding instructions." "You seem to respect Mr. Fool quite a bit," Franca suddenly remarked. "Why do you say that?" Lumion asked, somewhat surprised. Franca snorted and glanced first at Jenna, then at Anthony. "Do I really need to answer such a simple question?" Jenna, in sync with Franca, helped explain with a slight smile, "If it weren't for Mr. Fool, you would definitely add more adjectives before instructions, like high-level or all-encompassing. This added a hint of teasing and playfulness. "I've always been quite respectful towards deities, except for a few," Lumion said with a knowing smile. He then said, as someone attending a divine meeting for the first time. I had nothing to report. I only raised questions about Madame Pualis and her daughter Olmabella, hoping to get answers from Mr. Fool. What did Mr. Fool say? Jenna and Franca asked in unison. Before Lumion could answer, points of starlight suddenly appeared in the void. These starlight quickly sketched out the figure of Madame Magician. She said to Lumion, Franca, and Jenna, "You can now go to the Blue Avenger to explore the treasury left by the Blood Emperor. I'll go with you to provide necessary assistance. Do you need to postpone for a while to make some preparations?" The Tudor dynasty's treasure obviously consisted of items mainly related to the Hunter pathway, supplemented by those of the Demoness pathway. And then some items from the Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder pathways. It was very suitable for the three demonesses to explore and obtain the Beyonder characteristics needed for normal advancement or pathway switching. As for Anthony's advancement, other arrangements had been made. And the further recovery of Ludwig's strength would have to wait until either Lumion or Franca reached Sequence 3, to avoid accidents. No need, let's go now. Lumion had already discussed this with Franca and Jenna. Madame Magician said no more, creating a dazzling, dreamlike double door and bringing the three demonesses to the Blue Avenger, which was sailing through fierce winds and huge waves. Mr. Hanged Man, dressed as the captain, was already waiting at the cabin entrance. "Can you still sense the mirror imprint you left in the treasury?" Madame Magician asked Lumion. Yes, Lumion half closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. He didn't try to reach the full-length mirror with the imprint using mirror traversal, because the corresponding area behind the mirror or mirror world contained Blood Emperor Alista Tudor's backup plan for resurrection. For him, the main function of that mirror imprint was currently to provide necessary positioning so that his companions could also enter the treasury. In the future, it would serve as a trap marker to take down powerful enemies at the cost of mutual destruction. After sensing, Lumlan walked towards the depths of the ship's cabin while deliberately continuing the previous topic. He turned his head to look at Franca and Jenna and said, "Mr. Fool's revelation was that after becoming a Demoness of Unaging, go to the new city of Silver to borrow the gift of the land and bring it to the city of exiles, in front of Han Bro." Indeed, one knows Olmabella, one shouted out Zetus. Let them meet, maybe they'll really spark something. Franca suddenly realized. At this moment, Mr. Hanged Man, walking in front as the captain of the Blue Avenger, suddenly half-turned his body and said thoughtfully, "I think in Mr. Fool's revelation, not only is the latter part important, but the prerequisite is equally important." Lumion mentioned Mr. Fool's revelation in front of Madame Magician and Mr. Hanged Man precisely to hear their views and opinions. He immediately asked, "The prerequisite of becoming a Demoness of Unaging?" Mr. Hanged Man, with his rugged face and unkempt appearance, chuckled deeply. "Can't you borrow the gift of the land and bring it to the abscessed hand now? The only help you might need is communication with the Church of Knowledge." That's right, Jenna agreed with Mr. Hanged Man's statement. Lumion already had all the conditions to briefly use the gift of the land, could get the new City of Silver's permission through Mr. Sun, and was the proxy of 0-01. He didn't need to wait until reaching the Demoness of Unaging level to let Olmabella's remains meet the abscessed hand. Are certain changes brought by becoming a Demoness of Unaging the catalyst for this whole thing? Or is it that only by reaching Sequence 3 can one deal with the inevitable accidents after the gift of the land meets the abscessed hand? No, the latter scenario can basically be ruled out. Lumion, in his Demoness of Despair state, slowed his pace and said thoughtfully. As the proxy of 0-01, he had considerable authority in front of the mountain of corpses, and there wasn't much difference between being Sequence 4 or Sequence 3. Moreover, he could briefly borrow the boon beneath the underworld Taoist seal to become a Sequence 3 war bishop. In other words, the power increase from advancing to Demoness of Unaging wasn't necessary. It should be some change brought about by the inherent qualities of the Demoness of Unaging. Madame Magician gave her judgment. Franca, who had been listening quietly, mumbled, "Why doesn't Mr. Fool speak more clearly, just giving revelations for us to interpret ourselves?" Mr. Hanged Man glanced at Franca. I learned a phrase in the Dream City words, once given, become reality. Every action and word of great existences profoundly influences fate and the world. Back then, in the process of Mr. Fool becoming a great existence in just 3 years, many of the things he said were later verified one by one, becoming facts. In this situation, speaking very clearly and not speaking clearly will be part of the whole thing, and the interference with fate will be different, and the final result will also deviate because of this. As Lumion nodded in agreement, he felt slightly surprised inwardly. He felt that Mr. Hangman was much more enthusiastic than in their previous encounters. Previously, Mr. Hangman wouldn't be stingy with his judgments and explanations, but he only did and said what was within his duties. This time, he actually took the initiative to talk about many things outside the topic. Is it because I've become a major arcana card holder? Mr. Hangman seems to value hierarchy quite a bit. Lumion withdrew his gaze thoughtfully. Madam Magician then added, moreover, this matter involves the Great Mother. Even Mr. Fool can't see it very clearly and can only receive certain revelations. Hearing this, Franca looked around and lowered her voice. Now that Mr. Fool has initially awakened, I don't mean to disrespect Mr. Fool, I'm just more concerned about his current state. Maybe there's still something I can help with. After all, I'm a transmigrator. What I want to ask is, what level has Mr. Fool recovered to now, and how is the Fool identity you guys have woven running? After exchanging glances with Madam Magician and Mr. Hangman, Lumion said, we're not clear about the specific level of recovery, we can only be sure that in terms of level, it's not a complete the Fool. This Fool without the Mr. referred to the sequence 0, the Fool of the Seer pathway. The basis for the judgment of the major arcana card holders, including Lumion, was, if the identity of Gehrman Sparrow was already a complete Fool, it would mean that he had fully grasped all the authorities of the Seer pathway, and the true Mr. Fool would soon gain sufficient advantage in the matter of fusion and confrontation, fully awakening. Lumion continued, in my personal opinion, the current Mr. Fool is not agile enough, or rather, he's colder and more indifferent, closer to Gehrman Sparrow. After thinking for a while, Franca said, I think, in my personal understanding, Gehrman Sparrow is currently more like an AI artificial intelligence that has integrated some of Mr. Fool's will and ideas. Think about it, one of the foundations of Gehrman Sparrow's stable existence is a large number of faith anchors, and different people's perceptions of him are different. This is like one of the foundations of AI's existence is data. A large amount of data and the data collected from the internet, fed to AI, may be incorrect, fabricated, self-imagined. This will bring corruption to it, very similar to the corruption of faith anchors you mentioned. The current AI stands out in that as long as you dare to believe, it dares to fabricate, and the reactions presented by Gehrman Sparrow will also be affected by the corruption of faith anchors. While not affecting the transmission of Mr. Fool's core will and ideas, there will be personalized, even contradictory manifestations. Well, he's equivalent to Mr. Fool's AI assistant. The better he iterates, the faster he evolves, the more authorities and powers Mr. Fool can grasp and mobilize, ultimately helping him defeat the celestial worthy. Interpreting from the perspective of AI was something the major arcana card holders had never thought of. Fortunately, everyone present had been to the Dream City and could barely understand what Franca was saying. Madam Magician, who had a very deep understanding of faith anchors, nodded slowly and said, what we need to do next is to purify Gehrman Sparrow's anchors and adjust people's perceptions of Gehrman Sparrow to varying degrees. That includes our perception of Gehrman Sparrow, Mr. Hangman added. As they spoke, the group arrived at the stairs leading to the lower deck of the ship. Chapter 1036, Wedding Dress. Glancing at the dark, bottomless end of the staircase, Lumion took out a mirror and activated the contractability on his body. He immediately sensed the imprint on the full-length mirror in the Tudor treasury, ready to dive into the mirror and traverse through at any moment. Maintaining this sense, Lumion reminded Franca and Jenna, walk close to the sides later, very close. From his experience, walking down the stairs this way would bring them into the reflection range of that full-length mirror. For beyonders of other pathways, they only needed to guard against being affected by the resulting illusions, scaring themselves crazy or to death. But if hunters and demonesses let their shadows be reflected on that full-length mirror, they might have their bodies snatched by the long-fallen Alista tutor through prearranged setups, allowing him to resurrect and return. Lumion thought that given Alista tutor's level of madness, he probably wouldn't care whether it was a blood emperor or a blood empress who returned, so the demonesses should also be careful. Okay. Franca and Jenna had long ago heard Lumion explain what dangers were in the tutor treasury. Even if they didn't know, in the current situation, they would heed the advice first and find an opportunity to ask why later. Lumion maintained the activation of the mirror imprint and let the residual aura of the Blood Emperor on his right palm intensify from faint to strong, covering it with pallor. He hadn't yet started descending the stairs step by step when he suddenly heard Madame Magician's voice. "I've located your mirror imprint." Along with the voice's response, points of dazzling starlight lit up, enveloping Lumion and the others. When vision was restored, Franca found herself in a corridor that seemed to be formed of condensed starlight. On both sides of this corridor were star-bright doors standing in the darkness. The bottom was semi-transparent, revealing endless darkness, while above there was no dome, with illusory stars dotting the distant heights. At the end of this deep and spacious corridor sat a silver full-length mirror with a classic design and intricate patterns around its frame. Almost simultaneously, Franca and Jenna noticed Madame Magician raise her right hand and gently grasp towards the front. Around that silver full-length mirror, space suddenly bent, forming a sealed sphere in the state of deep shadows, blocking all light from entering. Lumion and the others could no longer see that silver full-length mirror, and that mirror could no longer reflect them. "This way we can be a bit freer," Madame Magician said with a smile. Wearing a black robe with silver patterns, she turned to Lumion, Franca, and Jenna and said, "You can choose the treasure rooms now. I'll handle the dangers inside." Franca and Jenna instantly looked towards Lumion, waiting for him to demonstrate for the two of them. Lumion looked left and right, slowly moving forward along the deep and spacious corridor while casually saying, "In the area above the gray fog, when I mentioned Madame Pualis and Olmabella, I also talked about a concern." "What concern?" Franca asked cooperatively. She and Jenna could both roughly guess that Lumion wanted to use casual chat to distract his own mind, choosing treasure rooms purely based on spiritual intuition and the characteristics, auras, and corruption on his body. Lumion, in his demoness of despair state with black hair cascading, glanced at Madame Magician and Mr. Hanged Man and said, "At the end of the awakening operation, there were two things I couldn't understand. First, why was there no movement from the primordial demoness, and second, why didn't the Great Mother's side try to stop it, even though she had made many arrangements in the Dream City?" The lack of interference from other existences was expected. The celestial worthy wouldn't wait until they were ready and could effectively interfere with the internal situation of the dream before letting Josas succumb. If that happened, what might be suppressed could be his hope for success. Moreover, Anderson's side would burn down the colorful hostel and the mute art studio, not giving the deity worshipped by the Fantasy Association a chance to intervene, and there was also true god suppression at Mushu Hospital. But the Great Mother had sent Madame Pualis with baby Olmabella to be the dean of Mushu Hospital. How did they not create even a ripple? Her forces in the Dream City are not limited to Mushu Hospital. Whether it's Grimm, who was originally active outside the hospital, or Liu Yeoman, who can freely enter and exit the hospital, they could effectively avoid the true god suppression of Mushu Hospital and do something. Maybe Peng Dang, Grisha, and Amon's side, who didn't appear in the final stage, were blocking them. Jenna speculated. That's one possibility. Madame Magician began to give her speech at the Tarot Club, but I have a bad feeling that perhaps the Great Mother has already achieved her goal, in a way that's in our cognitive blind spot. My experience is also that abnormal calmness is always problematic, Mr. Hanged Man followed up with emphasis. Franca took a breath and turned her gaze to Lumion. Lumion understood her meaning and smiled, saying, "The only revelation Mr. Fool gave about matters related to the Great Mother was, become a demoness of unaging, borrow the gift of the land, face the abscessed hand." After saying this, Lumion suddenly had a spiritual perception. He turned to the right and pushed open a semi-transparent large door condensed from starlight. The light behind the door was dim, with no attack appearing. Lumion waited for 2 seconds before passing through the door and entering the room. What met his eyes was a black coffin. This coffin was different from the rectangular coffins Trier used daily, with obvious curves, one end larger and one end smaller, its surface carved with many bird and tree patterns. Franca's head peeked out from Lumion's shoulder position. Isn't this a Western continent-style coffin? Where did the Blood Emperor get it from? She already knew that the Western continent had evolved from her pre-transmigration country over thousands or tens of thousands of years or even longer. And judging from the fact that she could barely understand the language of armored Shadowchan II and its attire, Franca felt that the civilization of the Western continent might not have experienced a break in continuity like the southern and northern continents, still maintaining a certain continuity. The coffin style before her eyes seemed to be another piece of evidence. As for why, in a situation where civilization had not been interrupted, the language and style of the Western continent had regressed to what she remembered as ancient, she couldn't think of a reason for the time being. All the known transmigrators were in the southern and northern continents and the former eastern continent. No, Queen Mystic had said that the ancient sun god was not the kind of cocoon person like us, and there was another transmigrator who hasn't revealed their identity. As Franca's thoughts gradually diverged, Lumion and Madame Magician had already walked to the front of that Western continent-style black coffin, with the latter causing the lid to slide to one side on its own, falling onto the semi-transparent ground. Franca looked over and saw a beautiful face with tightly closed eyes, pale and cold, saw a gorgeous phoenix crown and rosy clouds cape, and saw bright red Chinese wedding dress. Bride's corpse. Damn it, what the hell is the Blood Emperor up to? Franca blurted out. Before her words fell, that black coffin with patterns of pine, cypress, and cranes began to shake violently. A pale, delicate hand with long, gray nails that were sharp and cold silently pressed on the edge of the coffin. With this action, Franca and Jenna's lips suddenly became dry, as if they were being roasted. Outside the treasury, the Blue Avenger sailing through fierce winds and huge waves suddenly plunged downward. The wind stopped, the waves calmed, and water vapor rose from the azure sea, evaporating rapidly. On the surface of the Blue Avenger, the deck began to crack at a visible speed. Even though the consciousness of this ghost ship was constantly trying to repair it, it couldn't stop the trend from deepening. Inside the Tudor treasury, in the corresponding room, before Madame Magician could deliver a barrage of attacks on the female corpse in the coffin, Lumion stretched out his right palm. His palm was darkly red and mottled, covered with pallor, a deep black pinhole emitting an indescribable aura. The female corpse wearing what Franca called a bright red wedding dress and a golden phoenix crown stopped shaking, no longer giving the feeling that it might crawl up at any moment. That delicate but pale hand slowly slid down, returning to the side of the corpse. All the abnormalities disappeared with it. The power of a demoness of catastrophe, Madame Magician said after a few seconds of looking with eyes as brilliant as the starry sky. And, the power of an undying. Can the boons of these two pathways be put together? As she spoke, both she and Mr. Hangman looked towards Lumion. Lumion looked at the dark pinhole in his palm, musing to himself, maybe they can. This thing seemed to be a fusion of the residual aura of the Blood Emperor, the boon of a war bishop, the seal of the underworld Taoist, and the grade and knowledge of the Demoness card. If such a hodgepodge could be put together, the separately picked out powers of the Demoness and death pathways should be able to as well. Madame Magician and Mr. Hangman fell into deep thought, while Franca associated the terms Demoness of catastrophe and undying with the state and recent behavior of the female corpse. She said in astonishment, this couldn't be a drought demon, could it? Did the Blood Emperor bring a drought demon to the northern continent? How did he manage that? Isn't it said that the western continent was sealed by the power of the celestial worthy, and that the barrier can only be opened for free entry and exit after Mr. Fool truly gains the upper hand? Before that, shouldn't only some secret deed rituals be possible? Even if the Blood Emperor really opened a passage before his death, attempting to drag down all the gods with him, that passage was sealed in fourth epic Trier, right? The Blood Emperor shouldn't have had time to send this drought demon to the Blue Avenger. Hearing Franca's words, Madame Magician turned to the side and began to explain, the power doesn't come from beyond her characteristics, it might originate from the Western continent or somewhere else, but the person is from the Northern continent. Franca looked carefully and found that the hair of the female corpse in the coffin was pale yellow, and her facial features were quite pronounced. An artificial drought demon? Franca said with some understanding. The Blood Emperor made a secret deed for some strange knowledge, and this is the product of an experiment? The phoenix crown, rosy cloud's cape, and coffin are part of the knowledge, part of the ritual? Lumion nodded slightly, looking at the female corpse and said, if we let her wake up, can we help her regain her sanity? Madame Magician slowly shook her head. She was probably born a monster. Chapter 1037, Spring of Temptation. Madame Magician meant, the girl in the coffin underwent a transformation the instant she simultaneously received the powers of a demoness of catastrophe and an undying through a strange ritual. This corpse, now possessing angel-level power, was a monster from the moment it came into being. Lumion, in his demoness state, frowned and said, aren't boons supposed to not affect the spirit, only gradually causing mental and physical alterations? Surely it shouldn't directly create a monster? Moreover, from what he could see, the powers of the demoness and death pathways weren't so contradictory and could be integrated to some degree. What I explained before was only about boons under normal circumstances, Madame Magician said after some consideration. The essence of boons is actually closer to controlled, retrievable corruption. Higher beings who grant boons generally try to suppress the spiritual, conscious, and emotional aspects of their power that belong to themselves, to prevent the recipient from being overwhelmed immediately in developing problems, as that would go against the original intention of the boon and fail to achieve the expected purpose. Mr. Hangman added, in the cases of evil god boons that we know of, if there weren't enough sacrifices, especially human sacrifices, even if a channel was open through ritual, some of the recipients at the scene would be unable to bear the power, their bodies collapsing on the spot, either dying or becoming monsters. Jenna confirmed with newfound understanding. When the higher being that the Blood Emperor's strange ritual was directed at granted the boon, they didn't control or suppress the spiritual, conscious, and emotional aspects within the power, letting them exist as usual, so this girl as the recipient naturally couldn't bear it and became a monster? Mr. Hangman nodded slightly and said meaningfully, it might not have been a boon, but rather theft. Did Amon play a role in this ritual? Lumion's own boon power came from theft. Mr. Hangman smiled, theft in another sense. Let me give an example. We can utilize the power of many sealed artifacts to some degree, but we must be careful to avoid the corresponding dangers and find the most suitable method, because they lack intelligence. You can't negotiate with them or make them obey to prevent them from harming you. In such cases, suitable methods of utilization are equivalent to relatively safe means of theft. Lumion recalled his experience after lighting the corpse wax candle and nodded thoughtfully. If he hadn't possessed both male and female forms in the Dream City at that time, his physical body might have collapsed and become a monster. The Blood Emperor was indeed bloodthirsty and mad. Jenna couldn't help but sigh. The girl in the coffin most likely didn't voluntarily participate in such a special ritual. Not necessarily, Franca said quietly. Seeing everyone look at her, she cleared her throat and said, based on my pre-transmigration experience, if this is related to the Western continent, the whole ritual might not be what you imagine. They might have pre-selected a girl born on a specific year, month, day, and time, killed her in a specific way at a specific moment, performed special treatment, then placed her in this pre-made coffin, made other arrangements, and finally conducted the ritual to let her gain power and open her eyes in an undying state. Why do it this way? Jenna asked puzzledly. Franca smiled and said, it's just my guess, but maybe this was the only way to please the corresponding higher being, or maybe this was the only way to avoid the influence of the spiritual and conscious aspects within the boon power. But for some reason, perhaps because the Blood Emperor and others made mistakes in interpreting the secret deed they obtained, missing some key points, the ritual seems to have failed in the end. Maybe, it wasn't even a ritual seeking boons, but rather a method of corpse refinement. Jenna was silent for 2 seconds. Then you still say the Blood Emperor wasn't necessarily bloodthirsty and mad? This was more cruel than their previous speculation. Franca explained, I'm not saying the Blood Emperor wasn't necessarily bloodthirsty and mad, but rather that it might not have been ordinary bloodiness and madness, it was probably extremely so. Madam Magician turned to look at the female corpse wearing the phoenix crown and rosy clouds cape, and said, she has no beyonder characteristics. Let's go to the next room. All right. Lumion had no objections. After Madam Magician made the coffin lid fly up and cover it again, they returned to that deep and spacious corridor. Lumion raised his right palm, looked at the dimmed dark red spots, dark pinhole and pale skin, then put his hand into his traveler's bag. Maintaining this posture, Lumion started walking forward again. He felt that encountering that female corpse was likely due to the effect of his right palm, so now he needed to try to eliminate its influence. After about 10 seconds, Lumion opened another door condensed from starlight. At the same time, he saw a spring, its bubbling source. The spring water had a sacred feeling, emitting an alluring aura, clear and pure, making Franca and the others, whose mouths had dried from the female corpse's influence, suddenly feel thirsty. Voices then echoed in their minds, drink, drink and regain your youth. Drink, drink and gain tremendous power. Drink, drink and extend your life by thousands of years. Drink, drink and become irresistibly charming. Drink, drink and achieve immortality. Lumion, who was also tempted in hearing the whispers, smiled, don't worry, I will drink, I came here to drink you. Before he could emphasize that he was a person who valued ceremony, Madam Magician had already acted. Layer upon layer of void peeled away, the clear and pure spring water suddenly receded, revealing what was inside the spring source. There was a highly decomposed but not yet skeletal female corpse, with pale yellow-greenish pus constantly seeping from its disgusting flesh, combining with the air to become sacred, alluring, and pure. This was the source of the spring water. Madam Magician immediately raised both hands. Glass-like fragments and blood tinged with pale yellow immediately flew out from the female corpse, falling into 2 containers that had been floating in mid-air at some unknown time. After doing this, Madam Magician made the 2 containers fly toward Lumion. They can replace the mirror god fragments and Medusa blood as supplementary ingredients, enough for 4 advancements. After Lumion put away the containers, the points of starlight condensed from the void suddenly pressed down, completely crushing the highly decomposed female corpse, making the charming, sacred grayish-white light quickly separate out and condense into a fist-sized, spring-like crystal. Illusory water constantly flowed out from the crystal surface, then fell back in. With a push of Madam Magician's right hand, this demoness of unaging beyond her characteristic quickly came before Lumion, already preliminarily sealed. The light emanating from the female corpse hadn't completely dispersed, the remaining portion recombined to form a transparent eye brimming with tears. Your demoness of despair beyond her characteristic, Madam Magician gave that beautiful but sorrowful eye to Jenna. As for supplementary ingredients, the chariot and 2 of cups should still have some left. Thank you. Jenna quietly let out a breath and quickly put the sealed beyond her characteristic into her traveler's bag. Madam Magician nodded slightly and walked out of the current room. Let's go find the next ingredient. This time, 2 of cups, you're in charge of opening doors. Just as Franca was eagerly about to step forward, she suddenly saw Lumion hand over a piece of parchment. On the parchment were words in rust-colored ancient Fasak, potion name, war bishop, sequence, 3, main ingredients, heart of a bipolar centaur, core of a war comet, supplementary ingredients, 100 milliliters of bipolar centaur blood, war comet fragments, 1 blood tutor iris, 8G of flame giant tree bark, advancement ritual, lead your own team to defeat a powerful enemy force in a war. Note 1. The imminent atmosphere of war will attract comets symbolizing war through the spirit world. They will streak across the night sky bringing revelations, but among such comets, those with corporeal substance that can enter the real world are limited in number. Note 2, in the advancement ritual, the stronger the enemy force, the better the ritual effect. Seeing this parchment, Franca was stunned and said, "Where did this come from?" The advancement was promised by the major arcana. And Mr. Fool gave me an extra reward. Lumion smiled and said, "I asked for the War Bishop potion formula." Before Franca could respond, Lumion smiled and added, "I wanted you to have the right to choose." Franca opened her mouth, then closed it, her emotions seeming somewhat turbulent. After a moment, she glanced to the side and said quietly, "I didn't say I want to become a War Bishop, I still have my mission." Lumion didn't try to persuade her and put the parchment back into his traveler's bag. Jenna's expression was slightly complex as she secretly sighed in relief. Things are good as they are now, things are good as they are now. She didn't want change, she feared change. Because Madam Magician and Mr. Hanged Man were present, Franca didn't dare tell Lumion, "You usually just make people's grit their teeth, I didn't expect you to be so considerate sometimes," to ease her emotions. She could only quickly walk forward and casually push open a door condensed from starlight. As soon as the door opened, an exquisite, beautiful human skin suddenly fell from above. This human skin violently enveloped toward Franca. Franca's body surface subsequently emanated a grayish-white color, her whole person seeming to turn into a stone statue, unable to dodge in time. At this moment, the surrounding darkness instantly bent and folded, quickly sealing that fair and elastic human skin within. Immediately after, Madam Magician's hand clenched. That dark sphere suddenly collapsed, the corresponding void completely disintegrated, and the human skin inside was quickly torn into pieces by the space-time storm. This is also a demoness of unaging beyond her characteristic. The Blood Emperor and Primordial Demoness' secret cooperation was indeed tight back then. Madam Magician smiled at Franca, Lumion, and Jenna while crushing the characteristic. Franca was stunned for a moment, then revealed a brilliant smile. "Heh, I sure have good luck today. I succeeded in one try." Chapter 1038, The Team. After Franca put away the demoness of unaging beyond her characteristic that had coalesced after being shattered, Madam Magician said to the three of them, "Apart from some easier-to-find materials that are merely symbolic, we should have everything else. What remains is preparing for the ritual. I can help any time." "Thank you," Lumion thought for a moment and asked, "Should we leave now?" Madam Magician smiled and said, "Angel level beyond her characteristics, especially Sequence 1, are not only limited but very rare, and their locations are relatively certain. If there were anything similar in this treasure trove, it could only be Sequence 2, and most likely from the Hunter pathway." Lumion pointed to the end of the deep corridor. As one of the Blood Emperor's resurrection arrangements, the corresponding beyond her characteristic is behind that mirror, together with his mirror person, perhaps even already absorbed and merged by his mirror person. In other words, it was almost impossible to find angel-level beyond her characteristics, including Grade 0 sealed artifacts, in other rooms along the corridor, so Lumion and the others had no need to continue exploring. Of course, this was just one reason. More importantly, the Blue Avenger belonged to Mr. Hanged Man, and theoretically this treasure vault was also his equivalent to his private property. He had only allowed Lumion and the others to take the corresponding materials earlier based on a promise. If Lumion and the others were to open other rooms and take other items, it would be too disrespectful to the owner. Though Madam Magician didn't explicitly say this, all three demonesses understood and expressed their wish to leave now and think about how to arrange the ritual. Mr. Hanged Man nodded without any change in expression. "You can return through the mirror world. Madam Magician and I still have some matters to attend to." "All right," Lumion replied with a smile. He could roughly guess what Mr. Hanged Man wanted to do. As captain of the Blue Avenger, Mr. Hanged Man had no tutor remnant aura, no corresponding bloodline, and wasn't on either the Hunter or Demoness pathway. Though guarding a treasure vault, he had difficulty entering it and could only wait for Lumion to open the access control. Only with Madam Magician's positioning and help could he enter. Of course, he couldn't miss this opportunity and had to explore a bit and take some useful items. These might be Grade 1 sealed artifacts that could help improve his strength, or beyond or characteristic-related items that could help him cultivate more and stronger subordinates, or special items that could either be useful at critical moments or point to certain secrets of the Tudor Empire. How others explored their own vault was none of Lumien's business. He took out a mirror and led Franca and Jenna out of the vault, then used teleportation to return to the luxurious villa in Trier. Since the matters of Madame Pualis and Infant Omabella were still under investigation, Lumien hadn't returned to his originally rented apartment to meet with his subordinate Lugano. He was still wary of potential issues related to the Great Mother that might exist with him. "Where's Ludwig?" Jenna looked around the living room and asked Anthony, who was focused on reading the newspaper. Anthony pointed toward the villa's annex. "In the kitchen. After eating Trier's food for several days, he misses the food from the Dream City and wants to try making some himself." Suddenly, an image appeared in Lumien and the others' minds, Ludwig moving a chair into the kitchen. Then standing on it, struggling to handle kitchen utensils that didn't quite match his size and height. "I miss it too," Franca said excitedly. Look, this is what a professional chef is like, just 8 years old." Jenna nodded and said to Lumien and the others, "I'm going to the telegraph office nearby to send a telegram to Julian. He's coming back to Trier next week, and I need to ask about the specific time and whether he's taking a boat or steam locomotive." She wasn't in a rush to discuss her own ritual, as there was already a preliminary plan. Once Lumien became a demoness of Unaging and borrowed the gift of the land, after communicating well with the Tarot Club and the Church of Knowledge, they would take her to the City of Exiles to advance using the criminals there. The only problem with this plan was that once Jenna successfully advanced, she would become a Sequence 4 demigod, which conflicted with Maurora's rules and would cause negative changes to 0-01. The current solution was to ask the Church of Knowledge for help, assisting Madame Magician, so this door pathway angel could transfer the newly advanced Jenna away directly using pre-left marks without entering Maurora. Lumien had privately asked Jenna if she wanted to consider using the Sword of Courage to switch to becoming an iron-blooded knight. With the current team's composition and rapport, the corresponding ritual wouldn't be difficult after some time adjusting. But Jenna still hoped to continue on the path of pure female demonesses. She told Lumien this was currently her only special trait, and once she switched to Hunter, she would lose it. Special traits represented both unknown, huge risks in potential encounters and significant gains. With the apocalypse seemingly approaching early, she was willing to take the corresponding risks in exchange for rapid sequence and power growth to better protect those she wanted to protect. Lumien didn't try to persuade her further at the time. Only sighing and quoting a Dream City saying, "Fortune favors the bold." After Jenna put on her sun hat and lowered her black veil to cover her face, leaving the luxurious villa, Lumien said to Anthony, "Do you want to continue with the Psychology Alchemist's mission?" Anthony had already been assigned to Lumien, the new Mr. Chariot, and could completely stop the original mission given by Madame Justice. Before Anthony could respond, Lumien laughed. "You're about to become a Sequence 4 manipulator. Those people who play with people's minds won't let a demigod not cultivated by their own organization enter their core levels." Anthony had digested the Sequence 5 potion Dreamwalker faster than Lumien and the others because during this time, he had been active, walking, and working in a great existence's true dream. "About to?" Anthony asked puzzlingly. Had the major arcana card holders found the corresponding Beyonder ingredients? That couldn't be so easy, right? If it were that easy, Madame Susie would have become a demigod long ago. Lumien tucked his falling hair behind his ear and smiled. "Madame Justice has been searching for an ancient dragon. She's had some results but kept missing it. After Mr. Fool initially awoke, he gave her a revelation that should be very useful. We might see results soon." Anthony nodded and after considering for a few seconds said, "I want to continue my contact with the Psychology Alchemists, but no longer seek to enter their core levels. After becoming a demigod, I'll also hide my sequence and deal with them in my current state. This is a very good intelligence channel, and I don't want to give it up." All right, Lumion indeed needed such intelligence channels. After exchanging a few more words, he and Franco went upstairs. Walking on the thick carpet in the corridor, Lumion turned his head toward Franca. You no longer need to do the Demoness Sex mission. This was a mission from Madame Justice, and since Franca was now subordinate to the chariot, Lumion had full authority to help her stop this matter. Franca was silent for a moment, then sighed. Since you've chosen this current path, I think figuring out the situation with the primordial Demoness and the secrets of the special mirror world are inevitable tasks, and none of these can bypass the Demoness sect. Whether or not I've been exposed, even if they use me or set traps through this, it's still a good entry point. Having connections means having opportunities. Lumion looked at Franca without speaking. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, Franca could only ask with a smile. Are you moved? Yes. Lumion nodded. Oh. Why aren't you being stubborn this time? Now I don't know how to respond. Franca mumbled. Actually, Jenna continuing on the Demoness pathway also involves this kind of thinking. Before Lumion could speak again, she forcefully changed the topic. Let me ask a question, purely out of curiosity. If you briefly use the War Bishop power within the seal, will your body change? Normally, physical changes brought by a boon's power, as long as they didn't cause immediate collapse, occurred gradually and subtly over time. However, the boon powers of both Hunter and Demoness pathways inherently possess the quality of changing the body. Yes, the body will, but the spirit won't, Lumion explained simply. Taking potions to change gender would affect the spirit as well. Like Franca, when her astral projection roamed the spirit world, her form was also female. But changes brought by boons were limited to body and mind, meaning that even if Lumion returned to a male state using the War Bishop powers within the seal, his spirit would still appear as Lumina. Franca immediately became excited. Can you try it? Let me see? If this worked, she could seek corresponding boons in the future. Then she could be a man when she wanted to be a man, a woman when she wanted to be a woman, and neither if she preferred. After all, Lumion's goal was to resurrect Aurora, which meant he would reach very high levels, and seeking temporary boons from him wouldn't have any hidden dangers. Before Lumion could respond, Franca shook her head. Never mind, never mind. The Lie earring uses corresponding beyonder power to change the body without any pain, but changes brought by this kind of boon powers come with the power itself. They're forced, uncontrollable, and must be very painful. Never mind. You've been both a Demoness of affliction and a Demoness of despair. What pain are you afraid of? Lumion teased, as his body suddenly changed. There was both the writhing of flesh and the creaking of bones. Lumion's face contorted for several seconds before settling into his original male appearance, but more handsome, with more of that masculine charm. Franca watched with both concern and curiosity, then said, "It really works." Her eyes moved slightly, and she added, "Can you close your eyes?" Lumion didn't refuse. Then, he heard Franca sigh and say, "We all know you see your female body as your sister's, and unless she agrees, you won't do anything suggestive with it. We respect your thoughts and Aurora herself, but sometimes we still want to see Lumion, to hug Lumion." Just as Lumion was about to speak, a warmth pressed against his lips. After a peaceful, serene, and sweet moment of entanglement, Franca pulled back. Lumion opened his eyes to see she was suddenly slightly taller than him. Instinctively, Lumion looked down and discovered that several layers of ice crystal steps had formed beneath Franca's feet at some point. Franca opened her eyes wide and said, "This time I took the initiative, and I thought kissing you from above felt more appropriate for the current mood." "Whatever you like," Lumion said noncommittally. Franca jumped down from the ice crystal steps and sighed again. Change back now, minimize the influence of the boon. She then pressed her lips together, clapped her hands once, and said with a smile, "With the apocalypse approaching and everyone in this situation, let's just make do for now." Chapter 1039, Every beginning is difficult. At the telegraph office in the Arts District. Still wearing her sun hat and black veil, Jenna paid the telegram fee and gazed at the constant tinkling sounds next door, muttering to herself, "What are they renovating?" A male telegraph operator looked up and said with a mixture of disdain and worry, "The telephone office. They say they want to develop wired telephones extensively. Can they really lay lines to so many places? In the end, they'll have to rely on wireless. Yes, mobile phones should also be a type of wireless." Jenna suddenly felt nostalgic. She was also looking forward to the development of telephone networks in Intis. That way they could communicate in real time instead of going through the trouble of sending and receiving telegrams. Walking out of the telegraph office, before Jenna could decide whether to take a carriage back to the luxurious villa or browse around the neighborhood, she heard a newspaper boy shouting at the intersection, "Extra! Extra! Miss Force promises to finalize the Great Adventurer 7 within 2 weeks. Extra! Extra!" The large generator manufactured by the Church of Steam's Deep Valley Cloister has entered the factory production stage. Large generator. Jenna paused for a moment, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the horse-drawn trams on the road, women wearing different styles of sun hats, men carrying canes and wearing top hats, classical-style gas street lamps, luxurious theaters and nearby cafes, and various shops. This hardly looked like a scene approaching the apocalypse. Jenna gazed greedily at everything, worried it would suddenly dissipate like the dream city. In the luxurious villa, Lumion stood before the full-length mirror, staring motionlessly at his beautiful face that was both familiar and strange. He was waiting for the reflection to smile on its own or show some other expression. One of the major difficulties in the demoness of Unaging advancement ritual was finding one's mirror person. This wasn't something one could encounter just by wanting to. The mystical connection between a demoness and their mirror person served both as a locating aid and as an alarm that allowed the other party to detect danger early and constantly relocate. Moreover, according to the actual experiences and daily observations of the 3 demonesses, Lumion, Franca, and Jenna, the stable mirror people born from becoming demonesses were different from those mirror people in special mirror worlds. Under normal circumstances, the demonesses' mirror people could not leave the mirror world. Once these mirror people entered reality, it meant there was a major problem with the demoness' own state. We'll still need to ask Madame Magician for help with positioning and containment. Lumion, who had been watching the mirror image for an hour, withdrew his gaze and muttered to himself. At that moment, Madame Magician appeared in the bedroom, surrounded by twinkling starlight. She looked around and asked, "Where's 2 of Cups?" She went to meet with her subordinate, preparing for tomorrow's meeting with the demoness of Black, Lumion answered simply. Madame Magician frowned and said, "Is she still going to continue with the demoness sex missions?" At the Sequence 4 demigod stage, the demoness of Despair only provides potions and helps prepare rituals. How will 2 of Cups explain how she was able to advance to demoness of Despair, where the potion formula and corresponding ingredients came from, and how the ritual was completed? No explanation is needed. Her advancement to Sequence 4 was completed under the primordial demoness watch. In these past few days, she often takes out that white bone figurine and places it beside her, with no abnormalities or dangers arising, Lumion explained on Franca's behalf. This situation makes her feel she still has value to the demoness sect, or rather, to the primordial demoness. When the time comes, she can make up a convincing reason that the demoness of Black should believe, such as divine bestowal or divine favor. She can also take this opportunity to learn more mystical knowledge about mirror people from the demoness of Black, which might prove useful in the upcoming demoness of Unaging ritual. Madame Magician looked at Lumion for several seconds. "This is dangerous." "We know," Lumion replied in a low voice. Madame Magician sighed and said, "When she goes to meet the demoness of Black tomorrow, remember to notify me in advance. I'll provide necessary protection nearby." "Thank you," Lumion then asked, "Why did you suddenly come over? Is something wrong? Weren't we supposed to wait until we gathered all the information before setting a time for the ritual?" Madame Magician made no attempt to hide it, her expression becoming quite complex. "To have a small meeting." "Small meeting?" Lumion raised an eyebrow. A small meeting means a private gathering without Mr. Fool present, but still held in the palace above the gray fog, Madam Magician explained briefly. Previously it was fixed at once a month, but now that formal meetings have resumed and are fixed for 3 p.m. on the first Monday of each month, we obviously can't continue with the small meetings in the same way. They might become more impromptu in nature, specifically convened for special matters. This discussion, Lumion asked thoughtfully, is it to unify the major arcana's understanding of Gehrman Sparrow? Yes, Madam Magician nodded slightly. In half an hour, recite Mr. Fool's honorific name. After speaking, her figure transformed into countless starlight and flew into the illusory door. Half an hour later, Lumion recited Mr. Fool's honorific name and once again arrived above the gray fog, sitting at one side of the bronze long table. In his eyes, streaks of light were rising up, condensing into slightly blurred figures in different seats. In less than a minute, all the major arcana card holders were present. After glancing at Madam Justice, the magician began speaking. I just returned from Two of Cups. She compared the current Mr. Fool, or rather Gehrman Sparrow's image, to an AI. After roughly repeating Franca's original words, this lady said, I think it makes sense. We must quickly unify our understanding of Gehrman Sparrow to minimize the corruption of the faith anchors. Madam Justice picked up the thread. The most fundamental and widespread public perceptions of Gehrman Sparrow don't need to be changed, and can't be changed in the short term. These themselves don't contain contradictions. What we need to do is make the Gehrman Sparrow beneath this shell closer to Mr. Fool's true self, and ensure there are no contradictions. Since we want to unify this understanding, we must start with ourselves. If our own understandings still differ and contain major contradictions, it will certainly affect later corrections and dissemination. Seeing all the major arcana card holders nodding slightly in agreement, Madam Justice said, then let's first share our impressions of Mr. Fool and Gehrman Sparrow, record them, and then discuss which ones are correct and which can be unified. Who wants to start? Madam Justice first looked toward Madam Magician and Mr. Star. She found that the former showed hints of fear, seemingly afraid to speak or listen, while the latter kept his mouth shut, appearing quite hesitant, as if unsure which things should be said, which shouldn't, and whether to say everything. The chariot Lumion clicked his tongue imperceptibly and shook his head. What are you thinking about? Mr. Moon, who was sitting not far from him, tilted his head curiously to ask. Lumion chuckled and said, I'm imagining how I would feel if a group of people were discussing what kind of person I am behind my back, each with different impressions. Embarrassed? Mr. Moon couldn't help but consider it too. The chariot Mr. Lumion smiled and said, I don't know if others would be embarrassed, but for myself, I'd probably be excited, find it fun, and wish I could sneak in to listen. Mr. Moon raised his right hand and touched his face. He instinctively looked at the huge chair at the head of the table, then glanced at the position at the bottom, confirming that neither Mr. Fool nor the world was present, truly not present. If it were the Sherlock Moriarty in my impression, he would genuinely be embarrassed, but if it were Gehrman Sparrow, he would maintain a cold expression, making it impossible to tell what he's thinking. Mr. Moon responded to Lumion's words. After speaking, he found that the other major arcana card holders were all looking at him. Seeing this, Lumion inwardly chuckled and muttered to himself, see, someone to kick things off has volunteered themselves. Mr. Moon froze for a moment, and seeing everyone waiting for him to continue, he had no choice but to maintain outward composure and continue. I haven't had much interaction with Gehrman Sparrow, it was mainly above the gray fog. Many of my impressions come from rumors, centered around words like cold, powerful, and quick to action. Comparatively, I know Sherlock Moriarty better. He's quite perceptive, fairly vigilant, very concerned with money, but judging from his behavior at the Harvest Church and other places, he's actually quite caring and possesses a true gentleman's sense of humor. After speaking in one breath, Mr. Moon slightly raised his chin, looked around, and said, you guys turn. Madam Justice didn't wait for other major arcana cards, deciding to follow Mr. Moon's example and set a model for everyone. I'll go. I was once Mr. World's psychiatrist, provided him with corresponding treatment, and even entered the Hall of Truth with him. hearing many of his inner thoughts. Upon catching the term Hall of Truth, Mr. Starr unconsciously adjusted his sitting position, with his right side more forward and his left side slightly withdrawn. After all the major arcana card holders, including the Chariot Lumion, turned to look at her, Madam Justice spoke in a steady voice, "My deepest impression of Mr. World is that he was very lonely. He had many things piled up in his heart and weighing on his shoulders. But he could still control himself, not indulging, not despairing, not acting willfully, not becoming distorted. What Mr. Moon just said is correct. He was indeed a very caring person, his heart was actually very gentle, and his cold and tough exterior was just a facade he had put on." Miss Justice's gentle voice slowly echoed above the bronze long table. Chapter 1040, Individual Impressions. Though outwardly quiet and reserved, he actually likes to joke and tease in his mind, and occasionally even rambles. Madam Magician listened with inexplicable tension, thoughts instinctively flashing through her mind. Am I allowed to hear this? Should I be hearing this? If Gehrman Sparrow finds out I'm listening to what he's really like inside, that he's even somewhat lively, would he blow my head off with a gun? Those are my impressions, Madam Justice concluded her recollections in summary. Madam Magician quietly let out a breath. After calming down, she thought carefully and felt that if Gehrman Sparrow was really as Miss Justice described, then probably, perhaps, he wouldn't use violent means to eliminate people who knew his true nature. Seeing that Madam Justice had said so much, Mr. Starr, sitting next to Lumion, leaned back against his chair, as if trying to enter a relaxed state. In a rich timbre, he intoned, "He is a learned person, and this is reflected in more than just his being a university history graduate. In supernatural events, he was very green at first, but quickly became skilled, becoming someone people could rely on. He's not comfortable getting too close to others, always maintaining a certain distance, appearing as if he fears loss and doesn't want to gain anything, but in reality, he's someone who values relationships deeply, and inevitably relaxes. Over time, gradually integrating and carefully building friendships with others, he's calm but not introverted, can take jokes and has a sense of humor, values life and is willing to enjoy it, but doesn't like waste. He's cautious. Perhaps due to the influence of the seer pathway, completely deserving to be called very cautious. When encountering matters that aren't urgent and won't cause immediate harm, he chooses the most conservative response, leaving first or waiting for backup. But if a disaster is very pressing and will affect many people, even if he's not powerful enough himself, he's willing to step forward and try to resolve it despite the risks. He deeply values his brother and sister, is more relaxed around them, and shows some of the personality traits Madam Justice just described. He is the best brother, both younger and older, and also the best colleague. After Mr. Starr finished speaking, the majestic palace remained silent for quite a while, until all the major arcana card holders except Madam Magician turned their gaze toward her. Madam Magician cleared her throat and said, "My impressions of Gehrman Sparrow can be read in the Great Adventurer novel series. If I really have to summarize." This angel of the door pathway paused, her voice unconsciously becoming softer. "Cold, powerful, mysterious, and will kill people on the spot if they say one wrong word. But very reliable. When you're with him, you only need to worry about whether he might eliminate you. There's no need to worry about anything else." You're closer to teasing than stating facts with that last part. I can clearly hear that you're somewhat afraid, yet you still insist on teasing both Gehrman Sparrow and yourself. Is this the nature of writers? Well, from the Great Adventurer series, it's clear that you respect, fear, and somewhat admire Gehrman Sparrow, yet you persistently write gossip about him. The Chariot Lumion, listening quietly, couldn't help but think to himself. After speaking quickly, Madam Magician turned her gaze to Mr. Hanged Man sitting diagonally across from her, meaning it was his turn. Mr. Hanged Man had already prepared his thoughts. I haven't had much contact with any of Mr. Fool's identities, and some I haven't met at all, so I can only say briefly. An experienced, very intelligent, and powerful adventurer. His luck seems quite good too. Not actually as cold and hard as his exterior suggests. Willing to listen to others' opinions and respect their experience. After Mr. Hangman finished, Madam Judgment, who appeared small compared to her chair, shared her understanding. Most of my impressions of Gehrman Sparrow come from Madam Magician, so there's no need to repeat them. I've had the most contact with the identity of Dwayne Dantes. He's a mature, cultured, wealthy gentleman, but very mysterious, with unusual things always happening around him. He's said to be romantic, fond of beautiful women with different characteristics, but I haven't noticed him having any truly deep relationships with any women. Well, he also has a kind heart, does charity work with genuine desire to help others, and treats his male and female servants not just with surface politeness, but actually without arrogance or hidden discrimination. This is also one side of Mr. Fool, especially certain details that really reflect his inner nature. Madam Justice carefully memorized what the other major arcana card holders were saying, to summarize and distill it later. Mr. Sun, tall and wearing a plain white robe, followed by saying, powerful but not arrogant, cold but not heartless. He practices all that is righteous, he's willing to take great risks to help people who are actually of no use to him, he is light in the darkness, a guide walking ahead, an angel sheltering everyone. A more religious description, with more extreme and pure emotions. As expected of the Pope of the Church of the Fool and member of the New City of Silver's 6-member council. Lumion could clearly hear some differences. Ma'am Hermit pushed up her glasses and said, a very capable adventurer who can always respond most appropriately to unexpected situations. He also yearns for something, he also gazes at the setting sun, and at such times, I can truly feel his loneliness. What he wants to grasp seems to be in a very distant, unreachable place. Also, a mysterious, powerful, and reliable companion. The original major arcana card holders of the Tarot Club had finished speaking, leaving only the 2 new members. The Chariot Lumion, whose figure was blurred but still recognizably female, thought for a moment before calmly saying, I've never had any real contact with any of Mr. Fool's identities in the real world, my impressions of them all come from the materials you provided. I can only speak from my interactions with Mr. Fool through certain dream images in the Dream City. He was silent for a second before stating his first impression, Guardian. Mr. Star, sitting beside him, suddenly spoke, as if sighing and supplementing, a guardian fighting against threats and madness. Lumion nodded. He strongly agreed with this description, especially after learning that the celestial worthy's spiritual imprint was indelible and eternal. This addition also resonated with the other major arcana card holders, and everyone fell into a new silence. After a brief moment, Lumion shared his other impressions, gentle, kind, elder brother, teacher, friend, a person with stories, a deity with humanity. After a pause, Lumion continued, he values family and friends greatly, he probably very much wants to return to the era he truly belongs to, return to his homeland buried in history. He is lonely because of this, often sad and in pain, and only family and friends he acknowledges can help him find meaning in life. On the one hand detachment, on the other a deeper appreciation for life experiences, willing to experience beauty. As he spoke, Lumion stopped, because he felt that the more he said, the more he was thinking about how Aurora was the same way, and he worried he might mix up some of Aurora's characteristics with Mr. Fool's, affecting the major arcana card holder's summary of Gehrman Sparrow's image. So it is indeed like this. Madam Justice felt that some of her private speculations and judgments made after understanding the truth about transmigration were confirmed. While memorizing, she felt that Gehrman Sparrow's image had become more grounded, more detailed, and more well-rounded. At this point, Madame Temperance, who couldn't easily speak due to her sequence limitations, displayed the paper she had been writing on. On the paper were words in ancient Fasak. My impressions are, brave, decisive, extremely fast growth, increasingly reliable, increasingly capable. Also, gentle, cultured, kind, rational, has a sense of justice, pursues fairness, has sufficient sympathy for those in suffering and poverty, and is willing to help, has a heart of mercy. After reading the contents of Madame Temperance's paper, Madame Justice thought quickly. After a while, she spoke slowly. Currently, the public's mainstream impression of Gehrman Sparrow focuses on several labels: great adventurer, cold and powerful, angel of redemption, Mr. Fool's proxy, pirate killer. We don't need to change these for now. What we need to do is make these labels richer, more detailed, and also show the complexity of human nature. The early impression that Gehrman Sparrow was a lunatic had basically faded after the Church of the Fool widely publicized the matter of redemption, and was no longer believed by most people. Madam Justice continued, let's now start summarizing and unifying our understanding. The first word I want to propose is guardian. All the major arcana card holders, including Lumion, had no objections to this. Thus, after multiple discussions, those present reached a unified understanding of Gehrman Sparrow's image: powerful, cautious, mysterious background, loves money but also generous, gentle at heart, shows mercy to people, redeems suffering, values family and relationships, always misses his homeland, is Mr. Fool's proxy. The major arcana card holders didn't add all the details to make the description richer, as that would both make it difficult to spread and easy to misinterpret. It was enough that they themselves had the corresponding impressions. Madam Magician thought for a moment and said, I think we can add that he has rich inner thoughts, likes to ramble, joke, and tease in his mind. For the novel's text, this would be very interesting, and this is also the true Gehrman Sparrow. That works. Madam Justice looked toward Madam Magician and smiled, saying, then I'll trouble you to complete the Great Adventurer 7 within 2 weeks. All right. Madam Magician's body stiffened for a second, then she forced a smile and said, I've even thought of the promotional tagline, want to see a more vivid and humane Gehrman Sparrow? Chapter 1041, Different Accounts. Whether or not the demoness of black provided the corresponding mystical knowledge, you should perform the ritual in the next 2 days. I will help you forcefully locate and lock onto the mirror person. After this is done, I'll need to focus on meeting my deadline, Madam Magician said to Lumion as she floated in the East Lawns forest near Chalet Town. Don't tell me you haven't even started writing yet, not a single word? When you said above the gray fog that you'd even thought of the promotional tagline, did you make that up on the spot? In that case, completing the Great Adventurer 7 in 2 weeks would be very difficult, unless you don't care about quality. Lumion pondered thoughtfully. At the end of yesterday's small meeting, Madam Magician had promised in front of all the major arcana card holders that she would deliver the manuscript for the Great Adventurer 7 within 2 weeks. The other major arcana card holders also expressed that they would quickly adjust Gehrman Sparrow's image within their own spheres of influence. The most important among these was the action to be taken by the Church of the Fool. Mr. Sun would gather bishops from each parish in batches to undergo intensive theological training, adding corresponding interpretations and descriptions to their sermons while making minimal changes to the scripture. Before Lumion could respond, Madam Magician added, if you're really not ready to perform the ritual yet, then we can wait until 2 weeks later. I'm ready, Lumion calmly replied, standing atop a large tree, concealing himself in the shadows of the canopy. At this time, Franca arrived at the estate that primarily grew grapes. She once again saw brown Sauron, with her orange-red long hair, clean and pure face, and hint of wildness. Long time no see, Franca smiled in greeting. Browns looked at her and suddenly froze. You seem to have become more beautiful. You've become more beautiful too, Franca observed Browns, noticing that her orange-red hair had become slightly darker, her features more delicate, and the touch of wildness in her demeanor made one unconsciously think of young girls who could participate in hunting in primitive tribes. Browns withdrew her gaze and said with slight pride in a soft voice, I'm now a demoness of affliction. If this were at sea, you'd have a chance to be called an admiral, Franca politely complimented. What do you call that? That's called having class. Browns strongly agreed with this, but said, I feel like in recent years, Sequence 5 has become increasingly less valuable. When the apocalypse comes, except for a few special saints, perhaps only angels will be able to make a difference. Franca suddenly felt somewhat melancholic. The two demonesses chatted casually as they went deeper into the estate, arriving at the round pavilion situated among numerous grapevines and creepers. The demoness of black, wearing a deep blue hat, her face partially obscured by a veil which only made her more alluring, was sitting inside. Teacher, Franca is here, Brown stepped forward and said softly. The Demoness of Black turned to the side and cast her gaze upon Franca. "Good morning, madam," Franca first greeted with a smile, then said seriously and devoutly, "I have become a Demoness of Despair, under God's watch." Demoness of Despair? Sequence 4 demigod? She became a demigod? Brown's beautiful eyes suddenly grew round. When she and Franca first met, they were both just demonesses of pleasure, and in just over half a year, the other party had reached Sequence 4. This was a qualitative change point, the gateway to godhood, the initial line separating humans from gods. How could it be so easy to cross and push open? A Sequence 4 Demoness of Despair, even within the entire Demoness sect, their numbers were quite limited, worthy of being called high-ranking, though not yet able to enter the core layer. I thought my advancement speed was already fast enough. Brown's momentarily felt dazed, unable to help questioning life. The Demoness of Black showed no obvious emotional fluctuation, and only nodded after Franca finished speaking. Thank God for her favor, thank the Primordial One's grace. She accepted it just like that? Has the Primordial Demoness given corresponding revelations? Franca, who was already prepared to flee the Demoness sect at any time and wanted to get whatever benefits she could, quickly said, "After becoming a Demoness of Despair, I feel my connection with the mirror person has deepened, and it has undergone some sort of mutation. Could you teach me in detail about the mystical knowledge related to the mirror person?" The Demoness of Black glanced at Franca and said with a slight smile, "After gaining godhood, you indeed should pay attention to such matters." Her gaze swept over Brown's as she continued, "The mirror people of demonesses always believe they are the original body, that they are the original who was separated after drinking the witch potion, imprisoned in the mirror world, serving as a mirror substitute and mirror magic medium. If you with your godhood believe this point, your soul, personality, and spirit will become incomplete because of it. Not only will you never have hope of reaching higher sequences, but you'll also have many problems in daily life, and the risk of losing control will also become very high. A Demoness mirror person is essentially a product of the combination of potion power and mirror world rules, closer to a spiritual imprint and soul projection. This is completely different from Unaging saying that a Demoness true self dwells within the mirror. Although I prefer this explanation and am willing to accept it, the Demoness of Black probably hasn't revealed the whole truth. For example, why is the spiritual imprint and soul projection in a male state? After becoming a witch, both body and soul have changed. Well, Unaging, as a mirror person, his viewpoints and perspectives must also be biased. Combine the two? Franca listened quietly, thinking instinctively, without interrupting the Demoness of Black's explanation. The Demoness of Black's voice took on several layers of complexity, with various emotions difficult to distinguish. This is also one of the reasons why males are more suited to the Demoness pathway. To further utilize the mirror world, one must inevitably face their own mirror person, and male Demoness's mirror person is male, extreme, vengeful, hateful, males in pain who will be better attracted by a Demoness charm, thereby becoming infatuated with us, both hating and obeying. Female Demoness's mirror people have stronger replacement desires and are harder to control. Can it work like that? You were able to become a Demoness of Unaging because you charmed your mirror self and made him fall in love with you? What does tasting yourself feel like? Franca pondered internally. Aren't demonesses too twisted? She thought for a moment and said sincerely, "Eventually we have to face our own mirror person. Will he be willing to meet with me? I feel he will deliberately avoid me using our mystical connection." The Demoness of Black answered, "They will indeed avoid you. Although our mirror person will continuously grow stronger as our strength increases, being equivalent to a copy of our abilities, but as a Demoness mirror person, they are naturally restricted, constrained, and weakened by the mirror world, like prisoners wearing shackles unable to perform normally. They're unlikely to be our match, so they will inevitably choose to avoid us. Only when you are weak enough, and there are no traps around, will you see him, face him. Remember, what you know, he knows. Let the mirror person think there's an opportunity. And we share memories and abilities?" Franca pondered for a few seconds and said, "In Underground Trier, I entered a special mirror world and encountered my own mirror person. That time, he faced me directly, without avoiding me in advance. The mirror person in the special mirror worlds is different from a demoness mirror person in the broader mirror world. What's useful to us is the latter, the demoness of black explained briefly. Franca asked about some more details until the demoness of black no longer gave detailed answers. She had to report other matters. Louis from the Emperor Party was very frustrated for a while earlier, seemingly unable to contact some important figure, but recently he's back to normal, showing no similar behavior. Very good, keep watching them, the demoness of black nodded slightly. Franca received permission after taking her leave. The demoness of black quietly watched her silhouette until she and Browns disappeared into the grape grove. In the luxurious villa, Franca detailed the mystical knowledge taught by the demoness of black to Lumion and Jenna. Are we performing the ritual today? After they finished their discussion, Madame Magician asked. We can try. We'll only know what problems there are after we try. Lumion stood up, his black hair falling loose. Madame Magician smiled and said, no need to rush, wait for me. As soon as she finished speaking, this major arcana card holder opened an illusory door of starlight and walked through it. Soon after, she returned to this luxurious villa. She had changed her clothes, wearing a deep black warlock's robe embroidered with silver stars. Look in the mirror, then use mirror substitution. Madame Magician's speech quickened slightly, as if she couldn't maintain her current state for too long. Under Franca and Jenna's watchful eyes, Lumion walked to the full-length mirror in the bedroom. Looking at the enchanting demoness reflected in the mirror, he maintained a cold expression and actively used mirror substitution. When the cracking sound rang out, the silver stars on Madame Magician's warlock robe began to glow, becoming increasingly numerous. The surrounding darkness spread accordingly, and an illusory starry sky descended upon this room. The brilliant stars moved rapidly, forming a directional, extremely complex key. This was forcefully locating by borrowing the mystical connection between Lumion and his mirror person, utilizing the characteristic that the mirror person was the corresponding medium for mirror magic. In just a second or two, Madame Magician's voice echoed ethereally, found him. Countless starlight then fell, disappearing into the full-length mirror. I've briefly confined the target, you can go now, Madame Magician then said to Lumion. Her voice had returned to normal. Lumion nodded once, stepped into the full-length mirror, and following the starlight's guidance, traversed into the depths of the mirror world. Chapter 1042, A Common Goal. The endless darkness around seemed frozen, with points of starlight moving through it like liquid flowing through blood vessels in an illusory tunnel, helping Lumion traverse without losing his way. In just about 10 seconds, Lumion arrived at an area where the void was dark and heavy, forming a giant eggshell. With his arrival, the guiding starlight ahead coalesced into a dreamlike door upon the eggshell. As soon as Lumion passed through this door, he saw a familiar figure. It was himself, his male state. That handsome face was covered in bloodstains, and his blue eyes revealed undisguised hatred and pain. Well, having an angel's help does make a difference. Lumion's mirror person gave a thumbs up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If an angel promises to help and you don't use her power, wouldn't that make you a fool? Lumion let out his habitual scoff. Lumion's mirror person stared fixedly at his female self, and after a few seconds said, "What are you here for?" Lumion responded calmly. "To reconcile with you. If you're unwilling, I'll beat you into submission, charm you until you are." Lumion's mirror person gave a self-mocking laugh, then said, "Okay. That simple?" Lumion raised an eyebrow that was much softer than his mirror person's. His mirror person chuckled. "I'd rather replace you, but that would require your agreement too. If there's no other way, that could be considered." Lumion's lips curved into a smile, his face seeming to reflect a hint of starlight. His mirror person froze for a moment and said, "We are essentially the same, the current me." The current me? Lumion was partly concerned his mirror self had other schemes, and partly wanted to explore more knowledge about mirror people to help Franca with the upcoming ritual, so he didn't rush forward to reconcile. After consuming the witch or higher potions and stabilizing the birth of a mirror person, essentially a split of the self occurs during advancement, dividing into the me in the mirror and the me outside the mirror, the me of the original gender and the me of the current gender. When you became a demoness of despair, you still had Inevitability's boon, which caused a slight change in the split. The me in the mirror is the me of the original gender, also the past me, while the me outside is the me of the current gender, also the present me. The mirrored Lumian's face showed slight distortion. This is my personal experience and feeling, it might not be entirely correct. If we reconcile, will we together form the future me? Lumian asked thoughtfully. Perhaps. The mirrored Lumian sneered. Who could have experience with this? Let's hurry up, don't waste time. Seeing Lumian watching him without speaking, the mirrored Lumian smacked his lips and said, if I replaced you, the ritual would definitely fall because the soul gender would be different. Then we'd forever remain at the Demoness of Despair sequence unless we switched to War Bishop. That's one path, but given the current situation, it would waste too much time. Gal, time waits for no one. Becoming a Demoness of Unaging is a crucial step to reviving Aurora. The sooner we take it, the better. Lumian was silent for a few seconds before saying, you want to reconcile because reviving Aurora is more important? Otherwise? Because of your charming personality, the mirrored Lumian mocked. He paused, composed his expression, and said in a deep voice, we are the same person. Apart from hating you, cursing you, wanting to replace you, I have no other differences from you. And none of that matters. Indeed, none of that matters. Lumian finally smiled and walked toward his mirror self. He extended his fair, slender hand with skin like congealed cream. His mirror self also smiled. Since replacing you isn't the most important thing. Between reconciliation, being enslaved, and being infatuated with you, I'll definitely choose reconciliation. As he spoke, he also extended his right palm. A broad, strong hand with bronze-colored skin. The two hands, noticeably different in size, clasped together. Lumian instantly felt the mystical connection between them become almost tangible, as if forming ropes, forming a spider web that enclosed them both. In his eyes, his mirror self's face suddenly twisted. The mirror person burst out cursing. Son of a sow! Do you know that every time you use mirror substitution, I die once and then split off from you again? You piece of shit, let's switch places once, let you experience how painful it is. Trapped in this pitch-black place every day, no one to talk to, no one to interact with, I've nearly gone crazy. Might as well die, but Aurora hasn't been revived yet. Ha, I'm always happy when you're suffering, so you have times like that too. Damn it, but I suffer while being happy, because what causes you pain makes me feel pain too. When you're in despair, I'm in despair too. Sometimes I think, letting me replace you to face all this. I'd rather die a few more times. My little cabbage, why can't you be happier, enjoy more, make me jealous, make me strongly want to replace you? Lumian listened to his mirror self's angry curses without suppressing the emotional waves in his heart, as if he too was howling and venting similarly. The two people in their handshake hadn't moved forward, yet they seemed to be getting closer and closer. At this point, the mirrored Lumian stopped cursing. He looked at Lumian, his expression serious, and said in a low voice, we must revive Aurora. He paused, then gritted his teeth and shouted. Otherwise I won't let you off even as a ghost. I won't let myself off either, Lumian responded in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his perspective change. He saw his female self with eyes as clear as a highland lake, features bright and dignified, carrying a peculiar sharpness, and he saw himself with a blood-stained face, expression no longer so twisted. At this moment, Lumian had an understanding. Using the help of the Demoness spider silk, he took out with one hand from the traveler's bag the Demoness of Unaging's beyonder characteristic that resembled a transparent spring eye, different parts of corpses to replace mirror god fragments and gorgon blood, drops of water from drowned people's lungs collected over these 2 days, and an antique mirror from the early 5th epoch. Under the guidance of invisible spider silk, first a slightly yellow-tinted blood was poured into a glass cup, a full 80 milliliters, then the spring-like crystal, glass shard-like objects, blackened drops with pus, and the copper mirror with damaged decorations around its edges were successively placed into that cup of blood. In an instant, the glass cup took on a grayish-white color, and all items inside quickly merged, gradually becoming illusory. Soon, a glass of grayish-white liquid that clearly reflected the surrounding mirror world appeared before Lumien's eyes. The Unaging Potion. Lumien, simultaneously having two perspectives, raised his left hand and brought the transparent grayish-white cup to his lips, drinking the potion inside. He first tasted a mixture of soil and stone, then his senses were numbed. Wherever the potion passed, his tongue, mouth, esophagus, and stomach lost sensation, turning grayish-white. This grayish-white was still seeping into his soul. At this moment, Lumien felt his spirit float into the air, arriving at his mirror self's side, watching as his demoness form gradually turned to stone, seemingly becoming a statue. His mirror self also underwent corresponding changes, just much more slowly, much more gradually. Lumien's spirit quickly descended, using his mirror self to maintain consciousness and avoid complete petrification. He suddenly understood why the demoness of Unaging's ritual involved enslaving one's mirror person, or making him infatuated, or reconciling with him, because otherwise, after taking the potion, as the body petrified and the spirit wandered toward the mirror self, it would meet the mirror person's strong resistance, and at this time one's strength could only be exerted to a limited degree, making the situation very precarious. When the mirror person was also severely petrified, Lumien's spirit floated up again, returning to his body. By now, his body had adapted to the potion and, under returning consciousness's drive, gradually shed its petrified state. Then, he saw his mirror self changing, transforming toward femininity, and not far away, one after another version of himself emerged from the darkness. Him when he had just become a demoness of despair, him when he was still in pyromaniac, him when he had just arrived at Corda village, him when he was still wandering, him in childhood. Every time he looked in a mirror, it left certain traces in the mirror world, and now they all appeared. You can choose one of these selves, fixing that state. This is the secret of how the demoness of Unaging can restore youth. No matter which state is chosen, it will inevitably feminize. My mirror self has actually become a woman too. Is this because I chose reconciliation rather than enslavement or making him infatuated? So it can work like this. Lumien, still gradually relieving his petrified state, watched as his mirror self became increasingly beautiful, becoming more and more like himself, but vaguely carrying some of Aurora's qualities. Just as feelings of joy began to arise, a scene suddenly appeared before his eyes. In endless darkness, an indistinct figure suddenly turned toward this direction. In just the blink of an eye, this figure arrived at the edge of that darkness, quietly looking down at Lumien. This was similar to the primordial demoness gaze when Lumien advanced to demoness of despair, but somewhat different. Under this gaze, Lumien instantly lost most sensation, left with only a hazy consciousness struggling not to sink. Shortly after, he opened his eyes to find himself wrapped in layers of grayish-white spider webs, like prey stored by a spider, or like a newborn in an egg. The next second, the spider web silently collapsed, falling to the ground. Lumien's ordinary clothes, weakened by the earlier petrification and current recovery, quickly turned to powder and drifted away, revealing lustrous, delicate white skin. While taking out and changing into clothes from the traveler's bag, Lumien looked around. He then saw his demoness state mirror self. He smiled, and that mirror person smiled too. They were no longer separate. Lumien was both the self outside the mirror and the self inside the mirror, both the past self and the present self. This was a demoness of Unaging. Chapter 1043, Unaging. While changing clothes, Lumien examined the changes in himself after becoming a demoness of Unaging. Because of the reconciliation, his mirror person's consciousness had returned to his body. Whether it was his reflection in the mirror or himself outside it, they were now both him, different parts sharing a single consciousness. In other words, he had the sensation of being both outside and within the mirror simultaneously. Even walking in sunlight, he would partially experience another self moving hesitantly forward in darkness. This also allowed him to see both the reality and the changes within mirrors simultaneously. Furthermore, in the past, when a mirror person died, it would split off from the body again to revive. Now, the body had the same privilege. If it died, it would revive through the mirror person. Simply put, the death of either the body or the mirror person alone was no longer true death for a demoness of unaging, it was more like a partial injury that could be healed. Additionally, a demoness of unaging could have multiple mirror persons. Lumion could use environments with multiple mirrors to temporarily multiply his mirror persons. As long as one survived, he wouldn't truly die. He could also use blood, hair, skin, or other media to create a mirror person sleeping within a mirror, hiding that mirror in a secret place under anti-divination conditions, cutting off corresponding mystical connections to prevent curses and other harm from affecting the sleeping mirror person. This way, even if his body and other mirror persons were killed, as long as this hidden mirror remained unfound, Lumion could revive through the sleeping mirror person. This was the source of the demoness of unaging's bizarre resistance to death and skill at revival. The self in the mirror and the self outside are both me. Without this special characteristic, revival through this method would be impossible, which was why Lumion couldn't help others create sleeping mirror persons. Does reconciliation mean both inside and outside the mirror are me? While enslavement and infatuation mean the mirror self is either not me or just my appendage. Just as Lumion thought this, an illusory starfield suddenly appeared before his eyes, revealing countless brilliant stars. Some of these stars were very bright and large, hidden in the depths of darkness, while others seemed nearby yet remained untouchable. While Lumion's pupils, clear and dreamy like a highland lake, suddenly dilated. He felt his unaging potion had been completely digested. What's going on? How had it been fully digested right after drinking it and completing the advancement? He hadn't even begun acting the role of a demoness of unaging yet. Amid confusion, bewilderment, and perplexity, various thoughts flashed through Lumion's mind until he arrived at an extraordinarily joyful speculation. This was brought about by the further awakening of Aurora's soul fragment. Has Aurora further awakened through this state of being both inside and outside the mirror, through me and my mirror person? She's now effectively part of me, and any part of me can eventually be revived through the mirror person, so has she gained this characteristic too? Given the name, surely the act of a demoness of unaging doesn't require maintaining an unaging mentality and appearance over hundreds or thousands of years? The unaging appearance is easily solved. A demoness of unaging naturally maintains their appearance. But an unaging mentality is much more difficult and would take a very long time. Yet Aurora is from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago, or even longer, and has been sleeping the whole time. Upon returning to reality in the current era, her mentality is indeed still quite young, completely unaging. Aurora is now part of me, one of my aspects. If her mental, spiritual, and soul state perfectly matches the requirements of the unaging potion, it's as if I matched them too, so the potion naturally digested quickly. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. What made him happiest wasn't that the unaging potion had been completely digested in such a short time, but that he had truly seen and felt Aurora's awakening. This was indeed the first step in reviving Aurora. Lumion continued examining the changes in his state. I can separate out mirror persons for special hiding, and since the potion is fully digested, it's increased to 2. I've truly gained the petrification ability, no longer requiring hair contact. However, petrification still can't take effect on targets across thin air. Either it must spread inch by inch from nearby until it reaches and covers the enemy, or it must use the demoness spider silk to transmit the corresponding power. My eyes are now equivalent to mirrors. Whatever I see can become a target for curses, and I can use my eyes as a medium along with my mirror person transformation to directly enter the mirror world. If I manifest an incomplete mythical creature form, my hair will become serpents, each with a clear black and white eye on its head. Whatever these eyes see can be petrified from thin air. My utilization of the mirror world has clearly strengthened. I can forcibly pull people of lower standing into the mirror world without them noticing. For saints and angels of equal or higher standing, success and detection depend on their state. I can even pull an entire house or street into the mirror world. What exactly gets pulled in is up to me, it doesn't have to be done as a whole. I can now directly transmit power through the mirror world. Combined with mirror projection, I can sit at home and manifest power anywhere and try or using position mirrors. The power attached to this mirror projection cannot exceed sequence 4. The Hunter pathway is still only at sequence 5, with no new fusion abilities, but precision can help me manifest power in 3 different places. All mirror projections cannot leave their corresponding mirror's reflection range. At the Demoness of Unaging level, I can control mirrors within a 15-kilometer range, and those I've visited before this can cover an entire small city. The plague range has reached 10 kilometers and can spread outward on its own, though the types of plagues haven't increased. Each spider silk is now like my arm. I can perfectly display the charm of women at every age, with skin condition and facial features either matching or contrasting. As long as there's a physical medium, curses can not only affect the target but also their direct relatives. With large-scale, special black magic, crucial media, and arrangements, curses might even harm angels. Other aspects haven't changed much. Other Demoness abilities have also improved accordingly. That bizarre state of the Demoness of Black earlier really had nothing to do with the Demoness of Unaging itself, or perhaps it depends on which ritual was chosen during advancement. After this examination, Lumion looked around, then traversed back to his bedroom. By this time, Madam Magician was gone. Madam Magician said that the magic robe couldn't be worn too long. After confirming you were fine, she left to get some rest and will return later, Jenna explained upon seeing him. Franca asked eagerly, did the ritual succeed? Are you now a Demoness of Unaging? Her spiritual intuition told her this was the case. Lumion nodded and smiled, yes, we reconciled. Before Franca could ask more, he casually said, the Unaging potion has also been completely digested. Huh? What? Jenna and Franca exclaimed in surprise. Lumion smiled at Franca. If you became a Demoness of Unaging, you'd be able to digest the potion quickly too. Ah, me? Franca paused, pointing at herself, then asked with some speculation, does the acting of a Demoness of Unaging focus on time scale and the unaging state? She thought carefully. She really was an ancient relic. And she truly wasn't aging now, in any aspect. With a nod, Lumion replied, I believe the most important acting principle is maintaining an unaging mentality over the erosion of time, over hundreds or thousands of years. It's true then. Franca nodded slowly. Did the celestial worthy make us hang on that light gate for thousands or tens of thousands of years, causing us to perfectly match such acting? His intentions were bad, but the outcome was good? Understanding what they were talking about, Jenna looked at Lumion and asked, you relied on Aurora? I now truly feel that Aurora is one of my aspects, a part of me. Lumion didn't hide it. Jenna smiled with complex emotions and empathy. That's wonderful. She thought of her mother and father. She also had people she wanted to revive, but there was no hope now. Lumion then told Franca and Jenna in great detail about his dialogue with his mirror person and his feelings during advancement, finally saying, reconciliation brings unity between the self in and outside the mirror. The other 2 methods probably don't work. The mirror person would remain one's male self. I think the prerequisite for reconciliation is that both parties have a common goal for which one is willing to sacrifice themselves, and the mirror person has no better options. Then negotiations become possible. Franca fell into deep thought. Lumion looked at Jenna and after some consideration said, if earlier my mirror person had deceived me, instigated me, replaced me, since his core is male, the advancement ritual would have failed. From this, you could have determined that the one who came out of the mirror was the mirror person and responded accordingly. But for purely female demonesses, there isn't this restriction. If your mirror person replaced you, they could still perform the ritual and become a Demoness of Unaging. This would make it impossible for anyone to notice that the real you had been silently replaced. You think this might be related to the potential horrifying experiences pure female demonesses might face when advancing to demoness of Unaging? Jenna understood what Lumion was really trying to warn about. Lumion nodded. This surely isn't everything, but it might be part of it. After talking further, Lumion asked Franca, "Do you want to perform the ritual today, or prepare for a while longer?" Franca ruminated for a few seconds before saying, "I want to try. If my mirror person has my memories from before transmigrating, rather than being dominated by the original body's residual consciousness, I think I might be able to persuade him." Chapter 1044, Lingering Thoughts. When Madame Magician returned, Franca, like Lumion before her, entered deep into the mirror world with the help of the angel of the door pathway's positioning and containment, and saw her mirror person sitting cross-legged on the ground. Her mirror person bore the original body's appearance, his face stained with blood, his eyes filled with contempt, disdain, and resentment. "You dare show your face to me?" the mirror person shouted before Franca could speak. Franca's mouth half opened as she said, both angry and amused, "What do I have to be ashamed of? I didn't cause all this. You're a part of me, split from my soul. When we drank the witch potion back then, can you say you didn't agree, that it wasn't with your permission? Why blame each other when we're both responsible? I'll admit to that." The mirror person was silent for 2 seconds. "But you clearly had a chance to become a man again, yet you refused. Have you become addicted to being a woman? What right do you have to face me? Have you forgotten your original appearance and conviction?" Franca was momentarily speechless, and only after about 10 seconds said, "I feel that gender isn't important, what's important is a person's character, spirit, morals. Don't try to pacify me with that instigator rhetoric, know you too well." "We're the same person," the mirror person interrupted Franca. "Being able to talk is good, being able to talk means there's room for discussion." Franca sighed and said, "After knowing we can't go back, I only care about certain people and things now. I don't want to lose any more, to have any more major upheavals. Besides, you're right, you're not wrong. Maybe I've been a woman for too long, I've gotten somewhat used to it. Since I fear change, staying unchanged is acceptable too." The mirror person sneered, "You admit it then? You can fool others, but you can't fool yourself." Franca said self-mockingly, "Besides, it's almost the apocalypse, even the deities and angels think so. Let's do meaningful things first, leave other matters for after the apocalypse. We can make changes then, maybe we'll have new ideas by then. If we can't survive the apocalypse, everyone's finished anyway, so thinking about these things is meaningless." She paused, then said softly, "And we can't avoid the demoness sect matters, someone has to help him after all." The mirror person shot Franca a glance. "Don't you know how dangerous it is?" "I know, but I'm the only suitable one." Franca suddenly smiled. "If I were in a similar situation, needing someone to take a great risk to do something, I believe both Lumion and Jenna would do it." Her voice was soft, but without a trace of doubt. The mirror person looked at Franca, his eyes gleaming with envy. After a moment, he sat cross-legged and sneered, "Whatever. Whether you become a man or court death, it's all the same to me now, it has nothing to do with me." As he spoke, his eyes grew dim, his whole person becoming dejected. "After knowing we can't go back, nothing matters anymore." Franca recalled her emotions when learning the truth and said empathetically, "We can only gradually accept our current life, accept this reality. At least there are still people we care about, people who care about us, life still has some meaning." "That's you," the mirror person cursed, "what does that have to do with me? If I were to turn the tables and replace you, do you think Jenna and Lumion would maintain the current relationship, or eliminate me on the spot?" The mirror person looked up at Franca, his expression suddenly turning sad. "I have nothing left." Franca fell silent, her mouth slightly closed, saying nothing. The mirror person sighed again and said, "My greatest wish originally was to find a chance to replace you, to lock you in this dark prison while I lived the good life in the real world, searching for ways to become a man again and return home. In the end, I would return home with a handsome face, strong masculine physique, and many superpowers, becoming an urban hero like Batman, admired by many, pursued by girls I liked. As he spoke, the mirror person's voice gradually lowered. After several seconds, he said quietly, "Now, I have nothing left." As Franca listened to the mirror person's fantasies, she suddenly truly recognized that he was indeed a part of herself. Those fantasies, except for the reversed roles of inside and outside the mirror, were all things she had once imagined, the thoughts that had helped her persist in this world. At this moment, Franca had a sudden realization. There was one more prerequisite for reconciliation that Lumion hadn't summarized. The host had to truly acknowledge that the mirror person is a part of themselves, another aspect of themselves, rather than harboring deceptive intentions and using the instigator's abilities to persuade. Recognition should be mutual, only then can reconciliation occur, only then can consciousness be unified. Moved by this understanding, she said, "You are me, and I am you. What I have is also yours. Let's reconcile, let's merge." The mirror person, still sitting cross-legged on the ground, was stunned for a moment before once again speaking mockingly, "Forget it, we can't go back anyway, what's the point of saying these things?" Franca walked toward the mirror person, crouched before him, and extended her hand. She smiled and said, "Let me help you up." The mirror person stared at her steadily, and after a long while smiled and said, "You probably thought you could charm me, make me fall for you. You know, I'm most vulnerable to feminine wiles. Actually, thinking about it, if I really replaced you, leaving aside whether Jenna and Lumion would accept it, I couldn't continue being a woman either. I'd definitely switch to War Bishop, then live a life of debauchery, sleeping with women everywhere, cursing while sacrificing myself when the apocalypse comes. Thinking about it, it's all rather pointless." The mirror person fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly extended his right hand, grasped Franca's hand, and stood up following her pull. He looked at Franca's beautiful lake-colored eyes and slightly darkened flaxen hair, clicking his tongue as he smiled. "I haven't forgiven you. And I don't accept your reasoning." Suddenly, his whole person relaxed, and he said in a low, gentle voice, "I just have no more lingering thoughts." "I still have some." Franca smiled bitterly. That mirror person also chuckled. "So, you continue on. I won't be joining you." Hearing these words, Franca truly felt the distance between them closing, their mystical connection transforming into something substantial. A phrase suddenly flashed through her mind: yesterday's matters die with yesterday, today's matters live with today. This too was a way of reconciling with oneself. The ritual succeeded, the primordial demoness just watched for a moment, who knows what she's waiting for. In a bedroom of the luxury villa, Madame Magician said to Lumion and Jenna, "I'll change clothes and come back." With that, she opened an illusory door and walked through. By the time she had changed back into her orange dress and returned to Lumion and Jenna's side, Franca, who had finished examining her own state, walked out of the full-length mirror. Seeing that Franca's eyes had become slightly bluer and her hair slightly darker and thicker, Jenna asked expectantly, "Have you also fully digested the Unaging potion?" Franca smiled, seemingly brightening the entire room. Yes, Lumion's analysis of the demoness of Unaging's acting principles should be correct. Her current bearing was that of someone 27 or 28, someone with both life experience and sophistication. Madame Magician chuckled. "Your advancement speed and digestion rate would make many of the major arcana card holders envious. But not you?" Lumion thought privately. Madame Magician continued, "But don't think about rushing to the angel level yet. At sequence 3, you still have many things to do. Most importantly, anchors faith anchors. Without proper preparation in this aspect, even if you have the potion formula and are lucky enough to collect the corresponding materials, the probability of losing control during advancement will still far exceed the probability of success. The apocalypse is approaching, many of the earlier sequences have become easier, but becoming a true mythical creature remains difficult and dangerous. Faith anchors? We need to establish our own faith and spread it?" Franca, well-read as she was, immediately understood Madame Magician's meaning. but establishing a new faith in lands that worship true gods could only be done secretly, or in the southern continent. Seeing Lumion also looking at her, Madame Magician pondered before saying, "If you don't mind, the Church of the Fool can list you as saints, assign corresponding parishes, and make you the patron saints of those areas. This way, you can quickly gain followers through the Church of the Fool's influence and Mr. Fool's authority, followers who are subsidiary to Mr. Fool. All Orthodox churches help their angels and saints this way." After exchanging glances, Lumion and Franca said, "We have no objections." Madame Magician smiled again. "Then quickly design honorific names that point to you, 5 passages, and send them through a messenger to Judgment. Also, you're planning to stay in Trier, right? I'll have the Church of the Fool assign 2 cathedrals in Trier to you. There's another one now, in the suburban area. This way, when followers pray, you'll be able to respond, and the more miracles there are, the more believers there will be. That's one aspect. You'll also need to do things to increase your own anchors. Well, you've just advanced, rest first, and seriously consider these matters tomorrow." With that, Madame Magician hurriedly left. "Let's rest first," Lumion then said to Franca. Although the potion had been fully digested, advancement was a battle, and his body, mind, and spirit were still exhausted. "All right," Franca agreed. Without waiting for nightfall, they both fell asleep in their respective bedrooms. Lumion had a dream where he returned to Cordu. In that house in Cordu village, Aurora was waiting for him, and had even prepared a guest room for Franca and Jenna. The mountain pastures were green as carpets, the sunlight abundant, and Lumion was reluctant to wake up. The mountain pastures were green as carpets, the sunlight abundant, and Lumion was reluctant to wake up. Lumion got out of bed and walked toward the door when suddenly, he saw a white paper on the desk, with an ink bottle pressing down one corner. "It wasn't like this before I slept." Lumion was stunned for a moment as he looked carefully. His gaze suddenly froze. There was a line of words on the white paper, in handwriting he knew very well. That was Aurora's handwriting. Aurora's handwriting. Did she become active while I was asleep? She wrote this note. Was she trying to remind me of something? Lumion approached the desk with dilated pupils and read the paper's contents. It was a short line in intis, some in white paper. Chapter 1045, White Paper. Some in white paper? When Lumion saw the words on the paper, he was clearly stunned. A strange trembling, surprise, and fear immediately welled up from the depths of his heart. Had Aurora, whose soul fragment had further awakened and merged with me, struggled to control my body while I slept, just to leave this reminder? Theoretically, this should be very important. But why white paper? Lumion certainly remembered what white paper was. It was Aurora's contract creature, very weak, from the spirit world. Besides being spiritually connected to Aurora, its only function was to temporarily carry one beyond her ability of the contractor, and even then, it was limited to simple and weak types. What was there to care about with such a contract creature? The real reason for Lumion's intense emotional reaction was, he had originally thought everything about Cordu village was very clear, that every important symbol had been interpreted, that who all the participants were and what roles they played were sufficiently clear, with no more questions, lacking only some specific details that didn't affect the overall truth. But now, after Aurora's soul fragment had further wakened, the first thing she did was tell him to summon the contract creature white paper. Are there still important symbols in the Cordu village incident that haven't been interpreted? Is the current truth not the complete truth? Are there still crucial secrets hidden? Lumion forcefully suppressed the turmoil in his heart and quickly reviewed the key points of the Cordu village incident. Initially, Madame Pualis followed her husband, the local administrator, Beast, to Cordu, secretly planning to develop Cordu into her territory to establish her own Permitha. Madame Pualis began an affair with the Padre and became pregnant. Aurora, influenced by members of April's Fool, attempted a soul summoning and ran into problems. Aurora sought treatment from I Know Someone, her mental state fluctuating until ultimately allowing Roche Louise Sanson to return. Some villagers who were close to Aurora were influenced by Roche and believed in the Constellation heresy. gradually spreading it outward. The Padre, while dealing with those involved in the Constellation heresy, was bewitched by Roche and became a believer in inevitability. At this time, or perhaps later, the deity worshipped by the Aurora Order noticed Aurora's abnormality and the problems in Corda village, and began plotting Amon's return. Several shepherds began bringing sacrifices into the village, secretly conducting several ritual. Raimund, Ava, and others discovered the village's abnormalities and were subsequently silenced. I stumbled upon this matter and was nearly killed by the Padres group, fortunately saved by Aurora. She also discovered something was wrong. We began seeking help from the outside world, but the truly useful approach was blocked by the tiny lizards. Aurora was increasingly becoming Roche Louise Sanson. They raided Madame Pualis's castle, and the Padre killed his own child. Madame Pualis left Cordu with her husband, butler, and maid, but left behind that empty cradle and other hidden arrangements. Achieving some purpose through the final ritual, the ritual officially began. Aurora pushed me off the altar, and Cordu was subsequently destroyed. Lumion carefully recalled everything but couldn't find where white paper had played any important role or key part in these events. It had only served as eyes for Aurora or Roche at certain moments, helping them observe corresponding targets and specific battlefields. Among all the key points, the only unclear one is what role Madame Pualis's empty cradle and hidden arrangements played, but preliminarily it can be linked to the true birth of the mother's child of God Omabella, which isn't very questionable. This was confirmed by both Mr. Starr's previous interpretation and the later scene of Madame Pualis appearing with baby Omabella. Did white paper observe some detail then that Aurora found useful, or rather, strange? Just as Lumion thought this, he heard a knock at the door. "Come in." His emotions had largely calmed down. Franca and Jenna opened the door and entered. The former looked around and said, "We sensed you were awake but hadn't opened the door, so we came to check on you." Lumion pointed to the paper on the desk and said, "While I was asleep, Aurora might have briefly awakened and used my body to leave this message." Both Franca and Jenna were startled and quickly came to the desk, looking at the paper pressed down by the ink bottle. "White paper, your sister's contract creature." Jenna recalled Lumion's previous accounts. "Why did Aurora want you to summon white paper?" Franca asked, puzzled. Lumion shook his head slowly. "I don't know either. I thought everything about Corda village was already clear, but now." Franca suddenly had an inspiration and said thoughtfully, "Could this be the useful change that would appear after becoming a demoness of unaging in Mr. Fool's revelation? Is this the correct interpretation of that prerequisite?" After thinking for a while, Lumion said, "Very likely. I had previously examined the characteristics and abilities of a demoness of unaging and hadn't found anything that could play a key role in subsequent events. I thought something would only emerge when I brought the gift of the land to meet the Hand Bro in the City of Exiles. Now it seems Mr. Fool required me to advance to a demoness of unaging before borrowing the gift of the land, because once I became a demoness of unaging, Aurora's soul fragment would further awaken and better merge with me, able to provide very important reminders." "So you're saying white paper might have recorded key information about Madame Pualis and her baby Omabella?" Jenna made this conjecture based on Lumion and Franca's words. Lumion nodded. "Go get Anthony and Ludwig upstairs. I'm preparing to summon white paper now. Since Aurora hasn't completely died, her contract with white paper still exists, and since Aurora is now part of me, I can summon white paper in her name." Lumion wanted Anthony and Ludwig present because he wasn't sure what state white paper would be in. Perhaps they would need a spectator or gourmet to interpret the corresponding information. "All right." Franca and Jenna easily understood Lumion's intentions. After Anthony and Ludwig arrived in the bedroom and found their positions, Lumion quickly set up the altar. Finally, he took out his major arcana card, the Chariot. While placing the Chariot card at one corner of the altar, he took out the Fool's sacred emblem and pressed it on top of the Chariot card. This matter might involve the Great Mother, so he had to be careful. After completing all preparations, Lumion watched the quietly burning candle flame and, within the wall of spirituality, stepped back twice and called out in ancient Hermes, "I." Then, Lumion switched to Hermes. I summon in my name, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be subordinated, a contract companion that belongs solely to me. After reciting the incantation, Lumion saw the candle flame gently start to flicker, taking on a ghostly blue tinge. A cold wind suddenly swept through, and a transparent, blurry sphere like a soap bubble appeared above the candle flame. It quietly faced Lumion, giving him a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. This was indeed white paper, just as he remembered it, yet there was also an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. As I remembered. Lumion suddenly felt a pain in his head. He slightly furrowed his brow as images flashed through his mind. He remembered now that he had never actually seen white paper because before Cordu's destruction, he wasn't yet a Beyonder, and even with Aurora's guidance, he hadn't successfully activated spirit vision, and at low to middle sequences, one couldn't see white paper without spirit vision. His memories of white paper's appearance all came from Aurora's soul fragment. As scene after scene flashed by, Lumion, through the further awakened soul fragment of Aurora, barely recalled the circumstances of her first summoning of white paper. At that time, white paper was also such a fragile, soap bubble-like sphere, but there seemed to be liquid inside the sphere, clear liquid with hints of pale yellow and milky white. And as time passed, those liquids gradually disappeared, and white paper eventually settled into its current form. Why had there been such a change? Lumion looked at white paper, feeling it was indeed spiritually connected to him. But spiritual connection didn't mean white paper had enough intelligence to understand the meaning of words. It could only accept simple commands and couldn't answer Lumion's questions. There's nothing abnormal, nothing noteworthy. Franca frowned, turning her gaze to Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig. Jenna and Anthony shook their heads in turn, indicating they also hadn't seen any important information contained in white paper. Ludwig licked his lips and said softly, "It used to have a very tempting scent, but now it's gone." Used to have a very tempting scent. Franca fell into thought. Jenna muttered to herself, "This indicates there was indeed a problem. There used to be a problem?" The knowledge Aurora used to summon white paper came from the infusion of that evil god-hidden sage. An intentional infusion? Franca nodded slowly and solemnly. What was the problem that used to exist? She looked at Ludwig again. "Don't know." Ludwig shook his head. At this point, Lumion, who had been watching white paper and listening to his companion's dialogue, spoke in a deep voice. "If we treat the Cordu village disaster as a story, what does white paper symbolize in this story?" Franca and the others looked at each other, each lost in thought. After a few seconds, Franca carefully said, "I don't know what the contract creature white paper symbolizes, but when the concept of white paper is connected to the story, it symbolizes." She paused, her throat inexplicably tight, her voice unconsciously becoming deeper. "It symbolizes the state before a story is written. It symbolizes the beginning of everything." Chapter 1046, Hidden Sage. The beginning of everything. Lumion softly repeated Franca's interpretation. Jenna listened with inexplicable terror. Did the Cordu village disaster actually start when Aurora summoned white paper rather than when April Fools set their sights on her? Lumion stared at white paper for a while, then dismissed the summoning. Then, he muttered to himself, from Aurora's memory fragments and grimoires, she was first infused with knowledge about white paper, and it was only several months later that Madame Pualis followed her husband to Cordu. I originally thought Madame Pualis was simply looking for a rural village with weak church and government influence to develop her own territory and prepare for the formation of Permitha and obtain higher boons, which is why she targeted Beast, who was about to become the administrative officer and territorial judge of Cordu. Now it seems this may not have been a coincidence. She came specifically for Cordu village, though she may not have known why she needed to do this. She likely just received divine revelation from the Great Mother. Yes, that's right. At this point, Lumion's lips curled into a slightly grotesque smile. This answers why Omabella's first incarnation was in Cordu. A flash of insight struck both Jenna and Franca. The former blurted out, Madame Puali's affair with the Padre and her pregnancy happened before Aurora used soul summoning, or before her condition worsened due to the treatment from I Know Someone, which led to the spread of the Inevitability faith. Unless someone had prophesied the development and outcome of the entire incident, Madame Puali's probably hadn't thought about using the Inevitability believers' ritual sacrifices at that time. Cordu didn't even have any Inevitability believers then. Franca followed up, and the Cordu incident involves very high levels, so even the Great Mother probably couldn't see the specific shape of the results in the initial stages. Lumion nodded. Simply seducing the Padre of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, having an affair near the cathedral altar, becoming pregnant, and obtaining the corresponding symbolism. Couldn't this have been accomplished in any remote village? Why did only Madame Puali's in Cordu succeed? When she successfully became pregnant with Omabella, there wasn't even any power of inevitability to utilize. Thinking about it in reverse, we can reach a conclusion. When Aurora summoned white paper, certain things related to Omabella secretly arrived in Cordu, nurturing power invisibly, and then Madame Puali's received divine revelation to come to Cordu. Reflecting on the changes in white paper's state before and after, Lumion thoughtfully said, amniotic fluid? Did white paper once carry the amniotic fluid that nurtured Omabella? After the amniotic fluid came into reality, did it quickly merge into Cordu's overall environment? Amniotic fluid. Franca and Jenna were momentarily bewildered. Lumion briefly described white paper's appearance when first summoned and its subsequent changes, then gave a cold laugh. If this is true, that infusion from the hidden sage was definitely not random, but intentional. Jenna quickly nodded. That's what she had said earlier. Franca spoke with confusion, but the hidden sage didn't gain any benefits from this whole incident. So far, we haven't seen how he benefited from it. Pure harm without self-benefit? Also, wasn't April Fool's targeting of Aurora also a coincidence? They weren't aiming for Omabella's incarnation. We need to reassess what we know about April Fools now. We can't fully trust it. Lumion scoffed. After experiencing the Dream City, don't you have a deeper understanding of foolery? What April Fools believes may not be the truth, just like in the sea prayer ritual. They overlooked some key issues, being presumptuous and ultimately becoming the jester. Is the celestial worthy secretly helping the Great Mother? Franca suddenly realized. Lumion gave a sound of agreement. As for why Hidden Sage deliberately infused that knowledge, I can't think of a reason right now, but I'll ask him eventually. As he spoke, Lumion paused. I remember Mam Hermit's main task was to investigate Hidden Sage's condition, and the reason his mutation back then caused the one from the Church of Steam to leave the Moss Ascetic Order. Did his coming to life, his abnormality, come from the Great Mother's influence? How was it accomplished? The barrier was still quite solid at that time. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony exchanged glances, with the former reminding. Should we report this to Mr. Fool? I'll pray now. Lumion nodded slightly. After Mr. Fool had initially awakened through the image of Gehrman's Sparrow, praying to him wasn't as troublesome as before when they needed to leave long intervals between two prayers. Soon, Lumion completed his prayer, reporting everything about the changes brought by Aurora's soul fragments further awakening after he became a demoness of Unaging, white paper's symbolism, the new interpretation of the Cordu village incident, and his speculations about Hidden Sage. Mr. Fool only said he knows. Lumion told Franca and the others, it seems we'll have to wait until I bring the gift of the land to the City of Exiles and meet with Hand Bro before getting new revelations. All right. Franca sighed. Lumion thought for a moment and said, I'll also synchronize my speculations about Hidden Sage with Mam Hermit later, hoping it might give her some inspiration. After Anthony took Ludwig downstairs to prepare dinner, Lumion looked at Franca and thoughtfully asked, do you plan to tell all members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society the truth about the transmigration? Franca appeared troubled. I'm afraid the shock would be too great. Some people might not be able to accept it and lose control on the spot. As she spoke, she mocked herself. If I still hadn't digested half of the despair potion, saying this much is about all that's needed. She made a sound of agreement and continued, I plan to meet with Madame Hele first, give her a hint of it. She's emotionally stable and should be able to accept it, then we can discuss how to proceed. After pondering for a moment, Lumion said. By the way, help me ask when the next gathering will be. Do you have something in mind? Franca asked curiously. Smiling, Lumion replied. I want to clarify one question. Why Aurora? Why Aurora? Jenna pondered. Why did Hidden Sage specifically choose Aurora as the target for infusing that knowledge? Lumion clicked his tongue and continued. The conditions of being a transmigrator, having the Grey Fog's aura, being female, and being a warlock. Almost no one in the outside world could satisfy all of these simultaneously, but within the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, there are several who do. Why did the Hidden Sage pick Aurora? Was there something else about Aurora herself? Was Cordu already harboring abnormalities, or was she simply unlucky and randomly chosen by Hidden Sage? Indeed. Franca nodded in agreement. We should investigate this. After discussing these matters, Jenna intentionally changed the topic to keep the atmosphere from becoming too heavy. She said to Franca and Lumion, you need to design your honorific names now. Lumion and Franca, both with relevant mystical knowledge, looked at each other, feeling inexplicably awkward. Of course, besides feeling awkward, Franca was also a bit excited. I'm going to have an honorific name, this is unprecedented. I'll go first, she volunteered. Seeing both Lumion and Jenna looking at her, she took paper and pen from the table, saying with a smile, the phrase the great Franca Roland needs to be there, but how embarrassing as an ending. As she spoke, she wrote down this phrase. The other descriptions should reflect your abilities and characteristics. Lumion reminded her. Franca thought for a moment and spoke, should the first line be Demoness of Unaging? No, wouldn't that affect Mr. Fool's reputation? As his saint, I should lean towards the positive side. One who never ages. Should the second line be Spreader of Diseases and Plagues? That sounds like a villain. Need to rephrase it, Keeper of Diseases and Plagues. What do you think? This implies both the containment of plagues and the authority to bestow illness as punishment. I think that works, Jenna expressed agreement, and Lumion had no objections. Franca pondered for another while. I think the description of Demonist should be included, as that's my current essence, but it needs to sound better. The Demonist accompanied by strife and catastrophe? I'm not the one creating the strife and catastrophe, they just follow me around. Good, that's the third line. For the fourth line, should we showcase a Demonist's charm or my personal characteristics? But if we add pleasure to the description, what if people start praying to me for pleasure? As a saint of the Church of the Fool, we should indicate your relationship with the Church. Lumion helped think. Also, don't use pleasure, that's too suggestive. Use joy, it encompasses more meanings, and you do bring joy, it's your characteristic. Lumion paused and said, fourth line, the cup bearing joy and pain. The cup refers to the cup card, indicating I'm Mr. Fool's minor arcana card, using his status. The cup card also symbolizes emotions and feelings, which perfectly matches the joy and pain brought by a Demoness. Perfect, let's use that. Franca clapped her hands and smiled brightly. She quickly wrote down the complete honorific name, the one who never ages, Keeper of Diseases and Plagues, the Demoness accompanied by strife and catastrophe, the cup bearing joy and pain, the great Franca Roland. After reading it several times, Franca said with lingering interest, I see many sequenced 3 saints have protector of something in their honorific names, should I add that too? But I don't have anything to protect right now. I still lack accumulation and have been a saint for too short a time. I can't be the protector of Lumion and Jenna. Can I? Protector of human trials and spirit of adventure? Lumion joked. Franca rolled her eyes at him. Your turn. Chapter 1047, Honorific Name. Lumion took the paper and pen from in front of Franca and said with a smile, we can always add descriptions about being someone or something's protector later when it actually happens. After all, every demigod can have many descriptions, though they don't use all of them. He then wrote down the last line of his honorific name with the pen, the Great Lumion Lee. Then he smiled at Franca and Jenna. The first line should leverage Mr. Fool's status. As he spoke, he wrote down his first honorific line, the chariot of Mr. Fool. Before Jenna and Franca could speak, he made a self-deprecating comment. The second line will continue to leverage, this time from 0-01. Proxy of the god of war? Franca blurted out. No good, Lumion shook his head. Lady Magician mentioned before that the title God of War refers to both 0-01 and Red Angel Medici. If I call myself the agent of the God of War, he might laugh uncontrollably. Wouldn't that be like giving him a free gift? Try something else, like Proxy of the Lord of War. These will all point to 0-01 anyway, Jenna suggested. I think it should be more conceptual, to minimize Red Angel's influence as much as possible. Lumion thought for a few seconds and wrote, Proxy of Chaos and War. Seeing this description, Franca suddenly laughed. If you really want to leverage, you should continue. Let me do a count. Heir of the Blood Emperor, divine child of the Great Mother, friend of the underworld Taoist, one who serves the peak beings of both calamity and sacrifice pathways. TSK, better forget those. If you really added them as your honorific name, you might drop dead on the spot. A room can't hold that many people. Lumion glanced at Franca, responding with an old joke. Holding the pen, Lumion continued, I thought of the third line before going to bed. What is it? Franca asked curiously. Instead of answering her, Lumion directly wrote down a description, the dual-bodied one forged by fire and frost. Dual-bodied one. Jenna read the latter part aloud. Suddenly understanding this was preparation for Aurora's further resurrections, allowing the corresponding anchors to point to her as well. Dual-bodied one refers to both you and Aurora, and also to the female demoness and male hunter, as well as the me outside the mirror and the me inside it. Brilliant. Franca sincerely praised. Fire and frost correspond to the hunter and demoness abilities, and being forged by fire and frost would inevitably bring intense pain. Only sufficient obsession and strong will could endure it. This also represents your journey to become who you are now. As she spoke, Franca shut her mouth. Then, feigning world weariness, she sighed and patted Lumion's shoulder. Things will get better. Indeed, Jenna said hopefully. After reconciling with myself, my condition has actually improved quite a bit. Lumion laughed, looking at the paper on the table. For the fourth line, I want to show both my current highest sequence characteristics and point out how I differ from most Beyonders on the Demoness and Hunter pathways. You have abilities merged from two pathways, most notably the Fire of Destruction. And the most obvious trait of the Demoness of Unaging sequence is eternal youth, Franca pondered. Lumion nodded slightly and wrote carefully, Unaging Saint holding destruction? Make it bearing. Although holding makes me imagine a beautiful demoness extending both hands holding black flames of destruction. Unaging saint bearing destruction sounds better. Franca imagined the corresponding scene. That works too, Lumion accepted Franca's suggestion. Finally, his honorific name was determined as, the Chariot of Mr. Fool, Proxy of Chaos and War, the dual-bodied one forged by fire and frost, Unaging saint bearing destruction, the great Lumion Lee. Putting down the pen, Lumion made a self-deprecating comment. Just thought of a hellish joke, I could also add Protector of Cordu to my honorific name. Jenna and Franca exchanged glances, both feeling that Lumion's mental and spiritual state had indeed improved somewhat. All right, we can now summon Madame Judgment's messenger to inform her of both our honorific names, and ask her to contact the Church of Knowledge on our behalf, hopefully getting an opportunity to visit the City of Exiles soon. Only after the time is confirmed can I go borrow Gift of the Land. That sealed artifact is too dangerous, I can only use it briefly. The latter half of Lumion's words were meant for Jenna. He knew that although Jenna appeared calm on the surface, she was quite anxious inside. Obviously, Jenna hoped to become a Demoness of Despair before Julian returned to Trier, which was only a week away. All right. Franca didn't delay. After sending letters to both Madame Judgment and Ma'am Hermit through their respective messengers, the three demonesses waited for Madame Judgment's possible reply. Franca looked out the window at the early evening lights and said somewhat emotionally, "The scenery here is beautiful and the environment is nice, but it feels somewhat stuffy living here." This luxurious villa had just been gifted to them yesterday by Madame Justice, as additional compensation for awakening Mr. Fool. Franca had also moved her belongings, especially that small analyzer machine, and announced her return to the Telegraph Group last night. Stuffy? Jenna was a bit confused. Franca smacked her lips and said, "Maybe I'm just not the type who likes living in villa districts. I prefer having lots of shops downstairs, street vendors gathering in the morning, but sleeping in a room away from the street to avoid being disturbed. Whatever I want to eat, I can go down and buy it any time. When there's nothing to do, I can stand by the living room window and watch children chase and play, see how vendors do business, watch what stories passers-by might act out, and sometimes, with a non-ordinary one's hearing, faintly catch some gossip and rumors." Franca's voice grew softer, as if immersed in such scenes. After a few seconds, she sighed and said with self-mockery, "Living here is good too, at least we don't have to worry about affecting innocent people when fighting." With saint-level abilities, that would be difficult, Lumion reminded her. To this, Franca could only respond with a brief interjection, "Ah." Soon after, Madame Judgment replied through her jellyfish-like messenger Angla, "Results from communication with the Church of Knowledge will come tomorrow at the earliest, or the day after tomorrow at the latest." Tomorrow or the day after. Lumion nodded and smiled, "Then there's nothing urgent for now, we have some leisure time." He then left the bedroom and went downstairs. Then, he went to the study, took several popular novels and a pile of recent newspapers and magazines, came to the living room, and started reading under the bright crystal gas chandelier, appearing very relaxed. "Why are you reading these?" Franca asked curiously. Lumion didn't hide anything and said with a slight sigh and smile, "The conversations with Mr. Fool and the exchange during self-reconciliation helped me understand some things. Since the end of the path is already determined whether it's the apocalypse or resurrecting Aurora, then during this journey, if there really isn't anything urgent, I might as well be a bit kinder to myself. Yes, Lumion Lee deserves to enjoy life too." A smile gradually bloomed on Jenna's face. She extended her right hand to Lumion. "May I invite you to watch a play or opera tonight?" "Sure." Lumion reached out and touched hands with Jenna. Jenna then turned to Franca. "May I invite you too?" "Of course, I thought I was going by default." Franca tried to smile lightly, but it turned out quite radiant. Jenna then looked at Anthony, who was also reading newspapers in the living room. Anthony put down his newspaper and cleared his throat. "I'll pass. After staying in the Dream City for half a month, I haven't contacted many of my intelligence sources in reality for a long time. I already have appointments tonight." "All right." Jenna then said to Ludwig, who was waiting for the stew to finish cooking in the kitchen, "You must come. Otherwise, no one would watch him." Ludwig only raised one question, "Does the theater have food?" "We can get you candy-like food, the kind that doesn't make noise when you eat it," Jenna smiled and said. Franca then said to Ludwig, "You really should experience more things, life isn't just about eating." Ludwig looked at her, his gaze full of "I don't think so." Speaking of eating, Franca suddenly got excited. "How about hot pot tomorrow? Does Trier have all the ingredients for a hot pot base?" Jenna looked toward Ludwig. Before Ludwig could respond, Franca said quite happily, "We can have another version of hot pot, with bone broth. It's not as complicated, and we can use garlic, pot or chili, salt and such for dipping sauce. It's equally delicious. Those who want spicy can add spice, those who don't want it don't have to, everyone chooses for themselves. We can use pork bones or beef bones for the broth, add some common spices, plus mushrooms." Hearing this, Lumion, Anthony, and Jenna said in unison, "Skip the mushrooms." After discovering their very unanimous opinion, the three immediately burst into laughter. Gulp. Ludwig, who had been made hungry by the talk, swallowed his saliva. This made Franca laugh too. Laughter echoed in the living room. When they returned from the opera, it was already late at night. Franca walked back to her bedroom with light steps. In one corner of the bedroom sat that small analyzer machine connected to a mechanical typewriter and wireless telegraph transceiver. "I'll chat a bit before sleeping." Franca walked to the complex machine and said silently to herself, "How should I tell 007 and others tactfully and without showing off that I'm now someone with an honorific name? Oh right, first summon Madame Hellas Messenger to request a meeting in reality." Chapter 1048, Information revealed by 007. After sending the meeting request through the skull-headed messenger, Franca turned on the wireless telegraph transceiver and small analyzer machine. Click-clack, messages were typed onto paper by the mechanical typewriter one after another. Franca read for a while before joining the group chat. "I'm the group's early sleep assistant. Those members who haven't gone to rest yet must pay a fine, only gold accepted." As she sent out the telegraph, she recalled life in the dream city. Group chatting over long distances in the real world is so difficult. Franca felt inexplicably melancholic and nostalgic, suddenly losing the desire to show off her honorific name. What about Sequence 3? Even Sequence 3 can't solve the problem of real-time long-distance group chat. If we ultimately survive the apocalypse, I hope the god of steam and machinery, no, the god of electric power and information technology, will bring about a new industrial revolution. I am a demoness of Unaging, I can wait. Moon King was the first to reply to Franca. "Look at my nickname, obviously the type who's only active late at night. By the way, Hidden Blade, you haven't been online for almost a month. What kind of mission doesn't even leave you time in the evenings? Look at you, not even knowing that secret missions require turning off phones and cutting off all contact with the outside world. You clearly haven't dealt with such things before, 007, am I right?" Franca suspected Moon King was joking with her, but had no proof. 007 replied, "I was also locked away for a while." Franca immediately perked up. "You advanced to Sequence 4? "Yes, I got the qualification." 007 didn't hide it. The other group members exploded. "The demigod? The first saint among us. Besides Hela and Gandalf, this is the Research Society's third demigod, right? 007, didn't you say that even with the qualifications, you'd have to queue and wait for a long time?" After the rapidly spitting paper slowed down, 007 explained, "I also thought I'd have to wait longer, but recently, the Church not only brought out many stored Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 beyond their characteristics, but also crushed some Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Most candidates who currently qualify and meet all prerequisites have been scheduled for advancement, though some failed. This situation makes me suspect major events will occur within the next year or two, which is why the Church is mass-producing demigods regardless of consequences and costs. This matches the speculation about the apocalypse coming early. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church thinks so too." Franca noticed the other group members suddenly fell silent, clearly also thinking about the major crisis, wondering if they would be affected and whether they could handle it. Franca could tell that 007 probably knew part of why the Eternal Blazing Sun Church was doing this, given that he was now a saint, but he couldn't say directly and could only hint at it. "Did you become an unshadowed?" France changed the subject. She actually didn't want 007 to continue advancing on the sun pathway, feeling that the unshadowed were too pure, and being within the Church, would inevitably become fanatical. If so, the 007 who would complain about her always finding things to keep him too busy to rest might never speak such words again. This gave Franca the feeling of watching a friend gradually slip away before her eyes. However, she had never tried to persuade 007, only pointing out the possible changes that becoming an unshadowed might bring, letting 007 make his own decision with full knowledge. Everyone's life should be their own to control. She had always believed this. She was also grateful that when she was hesitating between becoming a war bishop or advancing to Demoness of Unaging, Lumion and Jenna only presented options without trying to persuade her. Although they probably had their own thoughts and preferences, they never showed them, never manipulated, never pressured. Judge actions, not thoughts. That was very, very good, since everyone inevitably had dark and selfish thoughts, but ultimately not acting on them showed they'd overcome themselves, proving they're not that kind of person. An unshadowed might not have dark, selfish thoughts, but I actually hope 007 does. Franca silently sighed. 007 quickly replied to her, yes. Staring at this word on the telegraph paper, Franca let out a long sigh. Ah. 007 continued, some colleagues have switched to other pathways, and some colleagues not in neighboring pathways have also gained advancement. At this point, Franca quickly adjusted her mindset. She kept telling herself, 007 just deliberately hinted and reminded everyone to prepare for major events and disasters, showing he still retains his positive emotions and humanity. As people age, everyone changes and becomes somewhat different from before. 007 has just changed a bit more, but in terms of friendship, he's still that same 007. What major events will happen in the next year or two? Another Telegraph Group member Win sound pressed. I'm not sure, 007 answered concisely. Stop asking, stop asking. Franca forcefully inserted herself into the conversation to prevent 007 from being put in a difficult position. What we can do is take opportunities to improve ourselves and enjoy life in the meantime. Hidden Blade, you seem to know something? Moon King telegraphed. Franca wasn't bound by secrecy restrictions, but she didn't dare speak too clearly, fearing some group members might become too desperate and turn to extremes. After careful consideration, she said, if I tell you that the apocalypse is approaching, but there's hope of surviving if tall figures shield us and everyone is prepared, would you believe me? The previously constant incoming telegraphs suddenly stopped. After a long while, 007 replied, I believe you. Damn it, I'm panicking. Great Lord Hidden Blade, introduce me to a demoness, I'm going all in. Damn, I hope it won't be a case of dying before spending all my money. I need to buy land and dig a bunker. With 007's endorsement, Wind Sound and others truly believed Franca's words. Those who could join this telegraph group were either laid back, good-natured, or decent people. Although they were all quite nervous and worried at the moment, they could still express their inner emotions in rather lively and playful language, with no one particularly depressed or desperate. Seeing her initial purpose achieved, Franca seized the opportunity to say, I've actually become a demigod too. Now I really believe something big is going to happen. Good heavens, Hidden Blade has become a demigod? Still a demoness, or did you switch to the hunter pathway? The group members immediately burst into chatter. Don't you know to chat? Franca snorted and responded, still a demoness. Demoness of despair? 007 suddenly inquired. What does 007 mean? Right, he's already an unshadowed, a church higher up, and while demonesses mainly operate in Intis and the southern continent, even if he doesn't know the exact despair potion formula, he must know all the corresponding advancement ritual to detect anomalies and stamp out plague outbreaks early. Franca replied with understanding, don't worry, I didn't harm any innocent people and I used a shortcut method. Shortcut? Rituals can have shortcuts? Moon King's words revealed surprise. Wind Sound sighed, Hidden Blade, how can you advance so quickly, are you even human anymore? Oh right, not human, half god half human. Franca considered carefully before saying, actually. We transmigrators all possess certain special qualities. When conditions are met and the pathway is suitable, these qualities manifest, helping us make tremendous progress at certain stages. In a sense, we are chosen ones. Chosen by the celestial worthy. Afraid the group members would become arrogant. She quickly added, this isn't entirely a good thing. What special qualities? 007, Moon King, and others telegraphed almost simultaneously. Franca chuckled and typed quickly, can't say, if you know, you know. You'll know when you encounter it. Not giving the group members a chance to ask follow-up questions, she quickly changed the subject, 007, are you still in Trier? Now that he was an unshadowed, an archbishop or senior deacon, he would need to guard a diocese, and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had sufficient forces in Trier, even with angels hidden there. Still in Trier, 007 replied. Many of the saints who advanced this time have stayed in Trier as mobile forces. Many stayed in Trier? Franca suddenly became alert. Does the Eternal Blazing Sun Church think Trier is where problems are most likely to erupt? Franca couldn't help but lower her head to look at the floor. What she was really looking at was the fourth epic Trier and the special mirror world sealed beneath Trier. Will the apocalypse's outbreak start from beneath Trier rather than the high-altitude barrier? Franca slightly furrowed her brows as this thought flashed through her mind. At this moment, Madame Hella's silver skull-headed messenger returned, letting a paper held between its teeth float down before her. Franca caught and read it. Tomorrow morning at 10, Rue Ancienne, Little Dairy Cow Café. Quartier d'Observatoire, Rue Ancienne. Franca, who only dared go out after using lie to lower her looks and suppress her charm, arrived at the Little Dairy Cow Café 15 minutes early. She sat by the window, watching with interest as people came and went outside, as bicycles, bionic mechanical devices, and steam robots hurried past. Soon after, Hella, dressed as a black widow, appeared at the door. The moment she saw this lady, Franca suddenly had a strange feeling that she walked between darkness and sunlight, death and life. Hella's complexion had grown slightly paler, the sense of being alive seemingly fainter. Has Madame Hella advanced again? Indeed, if the Eternal Blazing Sun Church is mass-producing demigods, how could the Evernight Goddess Church not do the same? She switched back to the death pathway, sequence 3 ferryman. Wonder what special abilities come from combining the darkness and death pathways. Franca now had very rich mystical knowledge. Good morning. She stood up, smiling in greeting. After Hella replied, she said to the café welter, a glass of absinthe, and a triple espresso shot. After they both sat down, Franca fiddled with the veiled hat placed beside her and said with a smile, I went to a place recently with skyscrapers, electric cars, mobile phones, and the internet. Unfortunately, it was just a dream. Madame Helle listened carefully before nodding slightly. I know you went there. Franca was stunned. Chapter 1049, Patron Saint. After being stunned, Franca's first reaction was, how does she know? Although Franca had long suspected that the one at the Star Dream Provision store was the Evernight Goddess, and believed that Madame Hella was highly valued by this deity, otherwise, that ancient palace in the nation of the Evernight wouldn't have been offered as a meeting place for the curly-haired baboons research society. She never imagined that the Evernight Goddess would tell Hella about something as trivial as their entry into Mr. Fool's dream. Shouldn't she have only mentioned Mr. Fool's initial awakening? Hella continued, actually, I've known the truth about the transmigration for a long time. Franca, who had carefully prepared an explanation and planned to gradually tell Madame Hella about the transmigration to avoid shocking her too much, was completely dumbfounded. When did this happen? Before we knew? How does she know? At this moment, the waiter brought over a glass of absinthe swirling with dreamlike green color and a triple shot of Ream coffee. After drinking the glass of absinthe in one go, Hella's pale, cold face showed a bit more expression. After Port Santa's sea prayer ritual. After seeing the fairy tale-like magic used by the helper you invited. Like Cinderella, Jack and the Beanstalk, Sleeping Beauty? Franca recalled Ma'am Hermit's performance then, muttering, I thought they came from Emperor Roselle's fairy tales. Hella gazed at Franca with her pitch-black eyes. I requested materials about this and learned what the core ability of Sequence 4 Mysticologist of the Mystery Prior Pathway is. It's called mystical reenactment, which can draw power from mystical knowledge to create magic or witchcraft. The less known and spread the corresponding mystical knowledge is, the stronger the created spells become. Franca vaguely began to understand. Those fairy tales aren't just stories, but mystical knowledge. This proves they actually happened, in this current world, Hella stated her conclusion. From that day on, I knew we had always been in our original world, only time had passed. Franca suddenly remembered Hella's gaze and attitude when she mentioned Harrison and the hope of returning home at the curly-haired Baboons Research Society gathering. At that time, she had already guessed the truth. At that time, she was looking at us with sadness and pity. Hella finished her triple shot of Ream and continued, I had originally planned to hint at this to you all, but then the Harrison incident happened, and many of you became very excited, very hopeful. Like me, Franca said with a self-deprecating smile. She took a sip of her coffee and hesitantly asked, Madam Hella, should we tell the other members the truth about the transmigration? Hella had already thought about this. Not for now. Let those who haven't accepted reality live with hope. After we survive the apocalypse, if everyone's still here, we can gradually tell them the truth. Indeed, having something to hold on to is good, Franca sighed in agreement. She added, however, we can't let these hopes become too strong, too intense, or too urgent. Otherwise, I'm worried some of them might make rather extreme choices and actions. After speaking, Franca saw a slightly relieved expression appear on Madame Hella's face. Hella nodded and said, this is good enough for now. Don't actually catch Harrison. Even if we catch him, we can't tell them, Franca replied, showing their mutual understanding. She then inquired, should we talk about the apocalypse? We can mention a bit, focusing on emphasizing hope, Hella answered. Just like what I was thinking. Franca proceeded to ask. When is the next gathering? Aiming for sometime this week, Hella decided. Having discussed the important matters, Franca gazed at Hella's pitch-black eyes and pale face, remained silent for a few seconds, then spoke from her heart, speaking of hopes earlier, do you have any hopes left? This wasn't really a question she didn't expect an answer. She was just reflecting. To her surprise, Hella actually answered. This lady dressed as a black widow said with a faint smile, my biggest hope now is to survive the apocalypse. If the apocalypse crisis is resolved, and we're all still alive. As she spoke, she seemed to drift into memories. The most memorable gift in my life was the telescope my parents gave me, because I loved watching stars since childhood, and loved imagining what existed in that vast cosmos. If we truly survive the apocalypse, I have two dreams. First is for this world to develop into something Nike our original one. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, just similar. Second, provided those evil gods are gone and I can protect myself, I want to use my abilities or help from certain sealed artifacts to explore the stars, visit different galaxies, and experience different civilizations. Franca gradually became lost in the reverie. Such a life doesn't sound bad. Usually staying in Trier, enjoying modern life, and when bored, inviting Jenna, Lumian, and Aurora, along with Anthony, Ludwig, Madame Judgment, 007 and others to form a travel group, touring other countries, continents, planets, and civilizations together. The cosmos is indeed dangerous, and we might not survive the apocalypse, but people need something to hope for. Looking at Hella speaking softly, Franca suddenly felt this lady's image become much more vivid in her mind. She waved over the waiter who had been sneaking glances at her from afar, and ordered 2 glasses of sweet wine and 2 glasses of absinthe. Picking up 1 glass of sweet wine, she made a toasting gesture. Hella didn't quite understand but still raised her absinthe. This toast is to our homeland. Franca clinked glasses gently and drank her sweet wine. After Hella finished her glass of green liquid, she picked up another glass of sweet wine and said, half smiling, half wistfully, this toast is to distant horizons. With a gentle clink, the 2 different colored liquids swayed, their contained light dispersing outward. After returning to the luxurious villa in the Arts District, Franca said to Lumian, Madame Hella said she'll convene a meeting this week, aiming for before Saturday. Lumian nodded and continued, Madame Judgment has also replied to us. The Church of Knowledge has agreed to our request, but they need to do some pre-processing and necessary preparations. The time to go to the City of Exiles is set for next Monday. That's good, Julian won't return to Trier until next Thursday. Franca looked toward Jenna beside her. Honestly, we need to trick your brother into leaving soon and not return to Trier for 2 years. If the information from 007 is correct, Trier will be a key point in the outbreak of the apocalypse. Jenna nodded solemnly. I'm working on it. There's suddenly nothing much to do. Lumion smiled as he picked up his wide-brimmed hat with veil from beside him. Let's go for a walk. Your attitude has really improved. In the past, you would definitely have been anxious. Waiting time was always the hardest to endure, Franca remarked teasingly. Jenna asked instead, where to? Lumion smiled. Let's go to Lavini Docks, to Mr. Fool's Cathedral. The establishment and preaching about the patron saint should have already begun. I want to go listen. Listen to others talk about yourself? Wouldn't that be too awkward? Franca's face showed resistance. Neither she nor Lumion had told Madame Magician which cathedral they wanted to be assigned to, because they both wanted to be modest, yet felt the other wouldn't agree, so they simply let the Church of the Fool decide. I don't mind, Lumion smiled. Besides, we should also look around the area to see if there's any way to collect anchors. Fine, Franca sighed. If this were in the Dream City, I'd debut as a celebrity. Those fans would be my anchors. Though there are problems with that too. These kinds of anchors have an expiration date and can't be passed down. Plus, the different attitudes and focus points from fans would bring conflicting perceptions, which might affect my state. That's one way. Lumion looked at Jenna. When you reach sequence 3, you could consider becoming the most famous theater actress in the northern and southern continents. Of course, this is assuming you receive Mr. Fool's protection, or... Lumion didn't finish his sentence. At the Square District, Lavini Docks, inside Mr. Fool's Cathedral with its wide, clear windows. Lumion, Franca, and Jenna, wearing hats with lowered veils, settled into a corner of the rows of seats. At this time, the half-giant bishop with golden hair, standing over 2.5 meters tall, wearing a custom-made coat and silk top hat, was preaching. On one wall that had previously been bare, artists were using scaffolding and various tools to create new murals. In this world where the church held such high status, being commissioned to create religious murals for a cathedral was the highest recognition and praise a painter could receive. Shortly after Lumion and the others sat down, removed their hats, and lowered their heads, the half-giant bishop proclaimed in a solemn, resonant voice, "Let us praise Mr. Fool. Praise the Fool." All the believers, including the bishop, stood up and pressed their hands to their chests. The half-giant bishop continued, "Let us also praise this cathedral's patron saint, the great Saint Franca. Our cathedral is thus named." Franca's toes began to curl tightly inside her boots. The half-giant bishop continued, "Saint Franca is Mr. Fool's cup, bearing people's joy and pain, keeping disease and plague at bay. She is the ageless one, the demoness who spreads strife and catastrophe to enemies. She once walked in Mr. Fool's dream, working for the Lord's return. She broke through illusion and reality, bringing the Lord's grace to the land." Damn it, they make me sound so impressive. Franca felt both embarrassed and somewhat pleased. After recounting Saint Franca's deeds, the half-giant bishop said, "Let us praise Saint Franca. Praise the one who never ages, keeper of diseases and plagues, the demoness accompanied by strife and catastrophe, the cup bearing joy and pain, the great Franca Roland." The believers began to pray along with the bishop. Franca suddenly froze, and turned her head toward Lumion and Jenna with a slightly bewildered expression. "I hear some illusory voices, and I see some points of light." Chapter 1050, Response. Lumion recalled the faith-related materials provided by the Tarot Club and carefully said, "This should be the mystical manifestation of faith anchors, and the result of chanting your honorific name." Oh, I'm receiving their prayers." Franca suddenly understood. She immediately continued, "Fortunately, we're now unified both inside and outside the mirror, with our consciousness existing both within and without. This allows our mirror self to handle matters related to believers without affecting our daily life and combat state. Otherwise, if we were suddenly hit with prayers during intense combat, it would be easy to get distracted and have accidents. However, I think some pathways sequence 3 should be able to effectively use these prayers to temporarily strengthen themselves, like the sun pathway. War Bishop, Lumion smiled. Within a certain range, the more anchors, the stronger a war bishop becomes. His soldiers are all his anchors. Franca nodded, browsing the points of light with interest and listening to the illusory voices to understand what the believers were praying for. Continued good health. Family being safe and sound. Business success. No dangers during sea adventures. Stay away from chaos and war. These are all generic prayers. I can't respond or help, they're too vague, Franca muttered to herself. She glanced at Lumion. Your fate domain powers could actually be useful here. There's nothing that good luck and fortune turning can't solve. Why isn't anyone praying to curse their enemies? At this point, Franca paused. There's one prayer asking for their illness to be cured. I'm professional at making people sick, but healing isn't within a demonist's authority. Jenna thought for a moment and said, don't you still have some of those healing agents left from Mr. Moon? Jenna thought for a moment and said. Lumion had 11 bottles in his traveler's bag, while Franca, Jenna, and Anthony each had 2 bottles. You're right, nobody said a patron saint can't use external help. Franca immediately took out a potion from the traveler's bag. While recalling the mystical materials provided by the Tarot Club, she imitated their contents along with knowledge from pre-crossing textbooks, magnified the corresponding prayer light point, and extended her demoness spider silk, so fine it was invisible, into it, quietly inserting it into that believer's nostrils and reaching their stomach. During this process, she used her petrification powers to make the flesh touched by the spider silk enter a paralyzed state, preventing the prayer from noticing anything unusual. Then, Franca unscrewed the healing agent's cap and let the liquid flow along the spider silk to its destination. After completing all this, she withdrew the spider silk and removed the paralysis. That plainly dressed believer with many patches suddenly felt their stomach become slightly heavier, as if they had unknowingly drunk a glass of water. They didn't pay it much attention and finished their prayer, continuing to listen until the half-giant bishop completed the sermon and began distributing communion. Just then, that believer let out a surprised sound. Huh. Seeing people around looking at them, he said with both confusion and joy, my spirit feels better, my body feels lighter. My illness is cured. They finally realized what had happened and told the fellow believers watching them with some fanaticism. I just prayed to Saint Franca for healing from illness. She blessed me. Praise you, keeper of diseases and plagues, great Franca Roland. Hearing this from her corner, Franca felt both embarrassed and secretly delighted. Helping others feels pretty good. Getting sincere praise from others feels nice too. After this batch of believers left St. Franca Cathedral, Franca lowered her voice and said to Lumion and Jenna, we can't rely on healing agents every time, right? Since my honorific name includes Keeper of Diseases and Plagues, future prayers will definitely include plenty of such requests. Without waiting for her companions to respond, Franca muttered to herself, actually, at sequence 4, one can create their own unique plague varieties or mystical pathogens. I want to invent a mystical pathogen whose characteristic is devouring other pathogens, while its effect on humans is just causing drowsiness, fatigue, or laziness for a period of time. This could cure most diseases in ordinary people except for their own physical mutations. If you succeed, this could also be used in battles with other demonesses. Lumion was quite looking forward to the mystical pathogen Franca described. Of course, this was just a concept, and whether it could actually be created remained unknown. Franca thought seriously for a while, then suddenly smiled. There's another illness that demonesses can cure. What? Jenna asked curiously. Functional disorders in that matter. Franca clicked her tongue both self-mockingly and with feeling. Just throw a charm at them and it works for a certain time, though it can't be permanently cured. Damn, what kind of thing is this? Lumion and Jenna fell silent for a moment. Franca thought for a bit and continued, when I advanced the other day, I felt there were anchor points besides you too. Some others seemed to come from the market district. The dancers and streetwalkers you helped before? especially those who changed their lives through learning theater performance? Jenna realized. That's another kind of anchor. Franca sighed. No good deed goes unrewarded. However, with the Savoy mob gone and us being forced to leave the market district, their situation must have worsened again, so they missed the past. I'll return to the market district later, find the people currently in charge of related matters, persuade them, and control them. It's a pity this is Trier, and we can't completely solve these problems. If we don't have to stay in Trier in the future, I want to find a place to build a new society. Acting on her words, Franca and Jenna quickly left the cathedral for the market district. Lumion didn't follow them, worried that doing so would split Franca and Jenna's anchors. He chose to take a carriage to the outskirts to look at St. Lumion Cathedral. On the way, 15 to 20 points of light suddenly appeared before his eyes, and illusory prayer voices echoed in his ears. The preaching about me has begun too. Lumion nodded imperceptibly and browsed through the different believers' prayers. As Franca had said earlier, the vast majority were vague, difficult to achieve, everyday requests, and Lumion temporarily had no intention of using his fate domain powers to help turn their luck around. While browsing, he discovered a relatively special request. This wasn't actually a request, but rather an elderly woman telling the patron saint about her regret. When she was young, her family was poor and couldn't afford photographs. By the time their circumstances improved, she had aged and could no longer capture her youth, leaving that part of her life unrecorded. I also regret not cherishing those early years in Corda properly. After pondering for a moment, Lumion decided to respond to this request. He magnified the corresponding light point and saw the old lady with obvious wrinkles wearing a conservative black dress. Layers of mirror worlds then appeared in Lumion's eyes, reflecting the old lady's different stages of life, her as a child, her innocent self, her youthful and simple self, her mature and steady self, and her kind and benevolent self. Sitting in the carriage, Lumion quickly chose the mirror trace of her at 17 or 18 years old. The wrinkles on the praying old lady's face visibly contracted, and her skin quickly gained luster. This was an application of the unaging characteristic, but when used on others, it could only last for a very short time, no more than half an hour, since the mystical connection was only established with the illusory trace in the mirror, not real and not stable. In Lumion's view, this was half temporary rejuvenation, half mirror illusion. After the old lady returned to her 17 or 18-year-old appearance, Lumion transmitted a message in a female voice, "Hurry." The old lady immediately broke from her prayer state, not knowing where that somewhat cold and deep but pleasant female voice came from. You. Those around her all widened their eyes. What about me? The old lady asked these fellow believers in confusion. The next second, she discovered her voice had become quite sweet, just like when she was young. You. The nearby believers still couldn't form proper sentences, but someone handed over a mirror. The old lady looked in the mirror and froze in her seat. Isn't this me when I was young? What's going on? Have I regained my youth? Did my prayer to St. Lumion receive a response? As thoughts raced through her mind, the old lady recalled the female voice she had just heard. Hurry. She suddenly understood, abruptly stood up, and said to the surrounding believers with a smile, "I'm going to get my photograph taken." She quickly squeezed out of that area and walked briskly toward the cathedral door. As she walked, she lifted her skirt and began to run, getting faster and faster, just like when she was 17 or 18 and ran desperately for a job opportunity. She ran to the nearest photo studio and sat in front of the backdrop. Click, a flash of light captured a youthful and radiant smile. In the moving carriage. Having responded to the prayer, Lumion seriously considered a demonist faith anchor issue. War bishop is actually simpler: recruit soldiers, cultivate a team, and that's it. Most of a demonist's abilities tend toward disaster, making it difficult to use them positively to develop believers. Those demonesses of unaging in the demonist sect probably rely on seduction, charm, and fear from disasters. In the early stages of faith, making people fear is also a method of developing believers, the most standard method. But since we're affiliated with the Church of the Fool, we can't do that. Fear. Lumian suddenly thought of a sect that deliberately spread fear of disease. The sick church. His eyes, like Highland lakes, immediately brightened. Is it possible to take over the sick church, eliminate all the blessed and those corrupted by evil gods, then steal the faith directed at evil gods and make certain alterations? This is somewhat similar to that section about the sea god church in Scripture. This could also weaken the corresponding evil god's influence on the real world.